Hello and thank you and welcome all to Overtime. It appears as of this moment that there is shooting inside the White House Capitol. Oftentimes that means there is a lone shooter or lone gunman or something like that. In the United States, that is not nearly as unexpected as one would hope. In this case, it is because a large number of Trump supporters protesters have breached the building. It appears they're attempting to take control of the building and made it through a number of hallways and finally up to the Senate chamber. There was shouting outside the Senate chamber. It appears a number of officers were confronting the protesters. Gunfire again appears. We haven't gotten full confirmation of this, but we're working on it. I'm going to get some... all right, and we do have some lag, and I have some suspicions as to why that may be, so I will work on that. I do now this time have access to the live chat, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to fix the lag issue. That's going to take 1 second. This is also possibly going to disconnect us from the show. If it has that impact, I can't reconnect. I have to start a new show, so I apologize. So if I have to start a new show, if we get disconnected, this ends, we start again immediately after. So it'll be a new program. This should not disconnect us. We have a buffer, but we'll try. It looks, oh, okay. Now this says to me that we're still connected. Are we connected? I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to operate on the assumption that we're still connected for now. And oh, nope, that's saying offline. Now that's saying online. Do not know. All right, so yeah, we have we go through Restream. If we have connection issues, they hold the show so we don't get disconnected permanently, and they did exactly what they're supposed to do, which means they were not run by In Time Productions. At any rate, so let's get back to sort of where we are, and that should have fixed the lag. So that should, so there we go. Perfect. Moving forward. Now, this is one of those days, and this may be a long one. Excuse me. I just realized I talk so much about what happens on the back end, and none of you care. I get interested by the technical details. So, wow. Trump protesters who were protesting the certification of Biden, which was occurring today. And we have, in addition, Mitch McConnell coming out and saying that any overturning of this would be basically a complete undoing of, essentially, I think he said this, undoing of the entire Republic of the United States, and that Biden had won, and that had to be acknowledged, which I appreciate, and I think he should do, but he should have done this quite some time ago. And this is what happens when you step in too little too late. The protesters, now emboldened by months of, well, gee, maybe he, and, maybe Trump won, maybe he didn't, yada, 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 have now been sitting out there. We had a Congresswoman-elect earlier compare or suggest that Hitler had a few really good quotes that would be applicable here. And she made sure everybody was made aware of that. And then they stormed the gates. They penetrated the outer doors, made it inside, and then got in through various chambers in the building until they finally got to the main chamber. It appears they received some significant resistance at that point, but it looks like the resistance failed. And they made it into the inner chamber, but not without what appears to be a gunfight, which, as I understand it, may in fact still be happening. So, all right, we have some images. I'm going to take one image that we just got. Let me just see if I can get that up. Now, if you want to comment, a super chat is always the easiest way to reach that. And yeah, we do appreciate super chats. We really do. We genuinely do. But anyone who's watched the show will tell you we try to answer everybody. I'm not just saying that because I want the super chats, but the super chats go directly to the back end. That's just how YouTube, it flags them, so I see them easier, especially when shows are going cray-cray. And it's a great way to support us and let us know you care. If you can't or don't want to, that's great. We always do our best. So. You can also just comment in the live chat. If we can, we'll get to it. And the other thing you can do is we're also on Facebook and Twitter. All Overtime episodes in general, we try to make on Facebook and Twitter. If you are on Twitter, you can comment on the show live, hashtag InTimeShow, or just at, just tag us in your tweet or hashtag at us, and either one will do. So I'll get that, and we'll try to keep up. It's a busy show tonight, I think. What I'm going to do right now is and my hope is we're going to try to reach out to Vox, Mouty, anybody else who might. And I did want to say this earlier, and just FYI. Oh, let me just so that I can actually hold on a sec. Just to clarify one thing, we all miss Ethan. Moving forward, let me get, this is an image. Oh, Jesus. Oh, dear Lord. Okay, we'll get that up. Thank you. So, and when I'm shouting thank you, it's usually the people I'm shouting it to know who I'm talking to. I try to say it, but wow, a lot is going on. We have a picture from the Associated Press. I'm going to drop that in. That's a link. I can't do anything with a link. I don't want a link. Okay, that is... Okay, so we have people actually also breaching offices of congressmen. Are they making a phone call? Someone with a manga hat making a phone call from a congressman's desk. Okay, good. Fine. I guess that was the purpose of. Okay. I'm not going to judge. Moving forward. This is going to be one of those days. My hope is they get it. So what we also have is it looks like there was a request to call in the National Guard, and that was rejected. I'm trying to understand a bit more about that and the nuance of who was calling it and who rejected it. But what I'm also trying to get up right now is, okay, and I've got this. This is from 15 minutes ago. Okay, it's going to take one more minute to get this. All right, this is this is from 15 minutes ago. Inside the Senate chamber, and I want to make sure that this just comes up correctly here. So let's just, where'd that go? There we go. All right, so we're going to put that in there. And then, all right, that wasn't the one I was looking for, but you know what? In a pinch, that will do. That is, I guess, people being detained inside the Senate chamber. And I'm going to make that bigger in a second. I think that's a little too small for people to see easily. And then there's, that's not the one I'm looking for. Oh, that's why. Yeah, okay. All right, this image won't load. So this is ostensibly them starting to get it under control. So hopefully it's under control. But the one I really want to show you at this point is from 25 minutes ago, and I'm having a hard time getting it. And I had it a second ago, and So what I will do while we're discussing this is try to give some kind of rundown of what's going on. About what I think is probably actually closer to 2 hours ago, protesters who were protesting the certification of Biden as the winner to the U.S. presidential election stormed the front gates at the in the Capitol building, or the Congressional. Yeah, it's the Capitol building in Congress. They stormed the gates of Congress, which is the Capitol building, and they made their way through the building, eventually making it to the Senate chamber, I think it was, or which chamber? The House chamber. And there was gunfire inside that chamber, is what it looks like. And last I heard, there was still shooting. I don't know. It may well be over. We're going to find out, obviously, later, well past everyone else. I don't know what the current status is, but last we heard, there was shooting. This picture seems to suggest that there's been at least some detainments and or arrests. And that's why the images haven't been loading. So now that I've got that fixed, I'll put that up. No, we're going to put that. Let's make that so everyone can see it. And what I'm going to try to do right now is make that a bit bigger. That is the chamber of the House of the U.S. Their guns are drawn in an attempt to keep out protesters who had breached the outside and again appeared to be taking over, attempting to take over the building in ostensibly in protest of the fact that today they were certifying the election for Joe Biden. Now, Mitch McConnell came out earlier today and said that this absolutely had to be certified for Biden, that it was vital for our democracy, and I agree with him, and I do think he believes it, but I think this is an exercise in cynicism. He's known that for a while, and he doesn't mind talking out of both sides of his mouth, and he doesn't mind trying to play to a genuinely insane and unhinged member of the right-wing base. They are extremists. They are not the right wing in any sense that they are just the far right. So let's just, and yes, they've been pushing the right in that direction, but let's be clear about who we're talking about. And they have, he's been playing to them, and you're playing with fire. They're fucking crazy. And so I try to be reasonably professional on this show. Don't always succeed, but try. I don't know how to say it any other way. They're fucking crazy. And when you play with them, eventually they'll turn around and burn you. And that now appears to be what is happening. So it appears they've lost control of this. And so has now been gunfire inside the halls of Congress, specifically outside the House chamber and presumably inside the chamber. So we have video. We don't have a video of any gun battles, but we do have some videos of what's been going on. There you go. I was able to make that a bit bigger for you, so you guys can look at that. I have a bit more information coming in, so I would like to take a look at that. And I know I've missed stuff, by the way. This is things are coming in very quickly. So we have pictures from inside Nancy Pelosi's office, and it's always. Let me just quickly check and see if I can figure out. So we have, and I don't know if this guy, if this guy's streaming, I would like to put his stream up. I don't think he is. He is not. But, so it's a reporter from The Blaze is reporting from inside Nancy Pelosi's office. So he's inside her office. He did not have an appointment. He did not get his credentials checked at the door. From what I can tell, he just walked right into her office. This is Elijah Schaefer, who is actually a reasonably significant reporter at the Blaze. And he's inside her office. He has just sent a picture, not only of her office, but of her emails, because she left so quickly to evacuate that she couldn't log out of her computer. So these are congressional emails and computers that are still logged into, still on and running, with a large number of protesters who have seized at least a significant portion of the building, from what we can tell. There was a request to bring in the National Guard. That request has been denied. So at present, yeah. This is staggering. So I'm gonna try to bring in some video footage and some audio. So it looks like, okay, so they also put up a cross out in front of the Capitol building, which I don't know honestly how to feel about that. A part of me says I honestly don't want to make a big deal about it, and I don't want to object. Because what's the objection going to be? I think all rioters, looters, and revolutionaries, or whatever they call themselves and or are, I think they should all be secular. I'm not. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think that's. That's mostly tongue in cheek. I think that actually does speak a lot as to. But okay, so this is okay. I should have that footage actually. So let me see if I can inline that footage. And we do have a super chat. Jake 4D, $2. Thank you. I needed that. I honestly needed something to break the tension, and I needed a break. Jake 4D, $2. 2021 in time quote of the year. We already have a quote of the year, and I think it'll last. 2021 in time quote of the year. They're fucking crazy. Yeah, we're gonna have to do an in time quote clip. I still haven't gotten the you know. There's been a lot of dumpster fires in various communities, and in time we struggle very hard to stay out of them. We've dipped our toe in a few more than we should have, but you know we don't. That's not our bag. But we were talking about community dumpster fires and the whole 9 yards, and we ended up recording the riots, and literally there goes a dumpster fire. There's a dumpster and it's on fire, and I was just like, that should be the in time logo. At any rate, all right. So yes, we're staying on it, and I basically have. So for those of you just joining us, I'm going to do a rundown in a minute. I'm also going to bring in some video. We don't have any live feeds. Oftentimes, here's the thing, and I think this is important to realize: liberals, when they protest, they tend to have all the gear with them, which means that they're live streaming. So we can have literally 6 live streams of protests, and you can see all the fires and everything up close. That's been my experience of liberal protesters. So those streams we have a lot. It turns out when MAGA and pro-Trump protesters protest, they don't actually live stream it. So we don't have the same amount of, sort of on the ground intelligence on what's going on that we normally have at these things, because it's the right. They don't tell us these things. So they're not as courteous. And if everyone could just hold, please. All right. We have pictures of FBI strike teams arriving at the Capitol. I'm going to have to get serious, and we're going to MAGA. Yeah, okay, I mispronounce that all the time. Thank you for the correction. So, all right. What we have is there were protesters at the Capitol protesting the certification of Joseph Biden as the winner of the presidential election. Eventually, I guess, in order to stop that certification process, they decided they were going to try to seize the Capitol building. They were able to penetrate the front gates, and by gates, I don't mean it wasn't a formal gate. It was those barriers that just keep people out. They got through the doors. They ended up getting through the hallways. Eventually, the security tried to repel them and failed. There was a gun battle of some kind. literally in the halls of Congress, a gun battle. As we understand it, the news that I'm seeing seems extraordinarily credible. I haven't gotten it confirmed from like one of the major news sources. I'm sure I think I saw it. So, but it's well, and we've seen guns drawn. We've got this picture here, and this seems to have evolved into a gun battle when they tried to breach those doors. So, we now have their offices have been evacuated. They evacuated so quickly they couldn't actually log out of their computers. So we have pictures of their computers still on, their email still on. Everybody just bailed. Now, we don't know how much of the building has been seized, but significant swaths of the Capitol building are now in the control of these protesters. There has been shooting. The FBI has arrived with at least one strike team, and I think that's where we stand. We're going to put in some video in a minute. If you want to comment, you can hashtag, if you're on Twitter, hashtag #InTimeShow, or just tweet at us, which are also conveniently enough InTimeShow. Otherwise, if you're on Facebook and we're not up on Twitch right now, I don't know why. I will complain to Twitch some other time. So that's our rundown for now. And they've been draping Confederate flags. They've been raising crosses. They've been, and the Confederate flags are just, okay. And I mean, the Confederate flag, and this is a point that was brought, it's a war flag, just FYI. I mean, it's a war flag. I understand that symbols change meaning over time, and for many people, it's not a war flag right now. But, so I'm actually going to do, if I can get this easily, which I suspect I can. This here is Nancy Pelosi's computer. That is her email. It's still open. I think she was composing one. That's her office from behind her desk. That was, again, taken by Elijah Schaefer not too long ago. I think that was from about 20 or 30 minutes ago. Yeah. Well, and Titan brings up a decent point. I think sort of my point is, if you're a farmer who has that flag on for whatever reason, it may not be. But I think Titan also has a point. Have I shown everything I wanted to show before I move forward? Yes, I'm counting on the fact that the resolution on that is too low, but yes. Well, it's not only that, these computers are still on. So anybody there right now who wants to could, and I listen, sometimes you end up with, there are riots happening, and the Channel 5 News, Action News, shows up and they point the camera at some looting, and then there's a building next to it that's perfectly fine. There's a target there, and nobody's hit it yet. And they're like, well, we hope this target stays fine. There's looting over there. And you know what? We looked around. There isn't a police officer for 10 miles. There's no police anywhere here. And the cameras, they're off because the power's off. So anybody could just loot and take all this stuff. And that's Channel 5 Action News. And so I try to be a little careful about what I say and do, but there's nobody in that building now, A, probably watching the show, and B, who hasn't thought of this already, which is anybody in that building right now can go through all of Nancy Pelosi's emails, and she has access, she may have code word clearance. I assume she's got code word clearance. She's got classified clearance, which means that she has access to all of this country's highest intelligence fucking secrets. So not all of them, but most of them. The Intelligence Committee is in that building. So if they've left and weren't able to log out of their computers, which hopefully they've taken a pact to die before they do that. But nonetheless, what you've got is a whole bunch of computers that have been left on because they had to evacuate the build. Right now, Nancy Pelosi's computer is on. It is unsecured. It is open as if Nancy Pelosi herself has been logged in, only there's just random strangers there. Now, there's probably a few decent people. I hope I don't want to sit there and say there were some decent people because that expression has had problems. But, oh, thank God. Let's hope that's true, Dave. That's thank you. But at any rate, let's assume that, oh, Jesus, I lost my train of thought there. Speaking of, I was saying earlier, this is all, I am, listen, this is going to be a drinking day, I think. I am going to drink. Anybody who's thinking I ain't going to drink on this show, I am going to be drinking something fierce. Oh, dear Lord. I ain't getting through without this stuff. Don't tell Mouty. Oh, Jesus. Excuse me. So, right, I should stop clowning around quite so much because this is actually extraordinarily fucking serious. So, she's the Speaker of the House. She is third in line for secession in the United States of America. That is her computer. It is on. It is unsecured. I'm sure there are people there who would sit there and say, ooh, let's not do anything with that. There are people there who would say, let's go do something with that. And the question is anyone, who's going to have the balls to stop them? It ain't going to be security because there is no security. They're gone. That is the computer of number 3 in this country, and it's completely open and unsecure. And presumably that's not the only one. That's probably the single most important, but that ain't the only one. So I think there's more than a couple of problems in the U.S. Capitol right now. The rundown. What's happening so far? A few hours ago, protesters breached the gates at the Capitol building. They entered. They managed to wind their way through the building. The internal security tried to repel them and failed. There appears to have been a shootout. The shootout actually appears to have it looks like it started, it may have started in front of the where the House chamber, but it also certainly appears to have been in the House chamber. Whether it started in front of or when they tried to breach the chamber, I do not know. It appears some have been arrested. We have shown those photographs earlier. Let's just real quick again. Oh, I'm gonna have to switch to the overload interface. There is way too much going on. Yeah, we're gonna switch. We're gonna switch. It's been a while. But before I do that, there. So some have clearly been arrested or detained. But right now, it appears they are in control of huge swaths of the Capitol building. There was appears to be a shootout at, or literally a gunfight, literally on the House floor. They were evacuated so quickly. Computers, all this other stuff, it was all left on, and many of the offices are now in control of these protesters. So that's where we stand. There was a call to the National Guard for help. That was rejected. I think it's the governor who, oh, Jesus. In all states, it's the governor who determines whether the National Guard comes in. D.C. is not a state. In territories, it's the President of the United States who determines whether the National Guard can be deployed. There's only one person who could reject it. Son of a... we have video footage of them going in. We have some other footage. We have some pictures of them literally climbing down, like just hanging off the balconies in the Senate, one thing at a time. There's a lot going on right now. The FBI has deployed. They have deployed some kind of strike team and really trying to piece together what we have. All right, we now have, okay, at President Donald Trump's direction, the National Guard, according to Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany, the National Guard is being deployed along with other protective services. My hope is they're being deployed on the side of the U.S. Congress. I say that only, that's my fucking hope. I'm laughing because, not because it's funny, I'm laughing because it's a toss-up. It's a toss-up at this point. I'm not fucking kidding. It's a half a toss-up at this point. CNN had this morning, CNN was covering some of this, and they actually literally, they had a banner. If anyone's got a screenshot of it and can drop it on somebody who can either get it to me or can get it into the, drop it in the news, news update section on the Discord. And we'll talk about the Discord in a second, but if you can drop it there, CNN said, update on President Trump's coup attempt. They literally called it a coup attempt. This is, now CNN is ostensibly a news organization. They are a legit news organization. Agree, disagree, they are a news organization. This is the first, they're a nationally recognized news organization, and they called what he was doing a coup attempt. Now, whether I agree or disagree, aside, the fact that they would say that about the President of the United States tells you a lot. And we are at a point now, he has, from what I can tell, all this says is he's deploying the National Guard, and the first thought that crossed my mind is, I really hope it's on our side. And I know it's not funny, but you have to laugh or cry at this point. You have to laugh or cry at this point. We have a Discord. So, okay, if you like the show, if you support us, if you appreciate the fact that we bring you this sometimes well ahead of national news organizations, and one of the reasons is because a lot of people help. Oh boy, we get a lot of help from a lot of people. I've got a lot of help right now from a lot of people, and I appreciate it. And all of you guys, so thank you. But that help also comes in the form of, we get streams from people who are like watching this stuff. So sometimes by the time CNN is carrying it, it's over and we've already covered it. And if you appreciate that, and if you appreciate what we do, you can support us. You can support us even sometimes just like and subscribe is a great way to help out. We have a Discord. You can see what we're doing. You can participate. You can help if you want to talk, and if you want to engage in these discussions, go in there. I'm in there. Our other co-hosts are all in there. We all hang out and chat, and we discuss these things. If you want to, and if you like and subscribe, that's how you're going to find out when we do shows like this, because there are people who don't know until it's all over. Now, oh my God. Okay. Sorry, I just realized I say that. It's not like somebody just detonated a bomb, but holy shit. I just realized I say these things. I see this stuff coming up onto my screens. I got 1, 2, 3, 4 monitors, iPad. It's an organization, and you know, something will pop up, and I'll shout an exclamation, and people are like, "Oh my God, what's he seeing? Like the president's dead?" No, but at any rate, drop in the Discord. You can join the discussion. You can help. You can participate. We're very much, it's a community, and the community really helps. And thank you all for that. You can become a patron. You can hang out. There's all things I'm not going to shill right now. But at any rate, I was saying earlier, you have to laugh. You have to laugh because it's that or cry. When really, literally, the first thought in my head when I heard he was deploying the National Guard was, which fucking side is he deploying it on? I don't honestly know. I think there's about an 80 to 85% chance he's deploying it on the side of Congress to defend them. I don't know for certain. If he didn't and deployed it the other way, I'd be shocked in the sense that, oh, fuck, here's a big thing, but I wouldn't be shocked in the, oh, wow, you know, because who gets shocked that way anymore? Let's see. It looks like we have, oh my. Yeah, okay, so this is from Twitter. This is from Okay. Yeah, we're gonna drop that video in. So this is, I can probably, if I get that onto the right screen, I can get that in like less than a minute. So I've got something I would like to show everyone here. And it's just a question of what's the easiest way to make sure that all of you can see this. And I think and you know what, there's that. Okay, let's start showing you guys some video. I've been teasing you guys enough with video. I think it's time you started seeing and or hearing it. So first one I'm going to start with is this piece right here. Let's put this in and get the audio on this. Yep. So
piling it down.
So that appears to be the point at which they first got in, and I suspect. Let's see what is today. Okay, so those may well be tourists. So they've got, yeah, you can get yeah. I've taken the tour on the Capitol building, so I suspect those are tourists. Okay, and then that is okay. Yeah, we don't need to get into that right now. And then the other one that I want to cover. All right, so that was you know, okay, that's not a huge deal. That's them getting in. This one, actually, this is not necessarily so dramatic, but this one is, in my view, rather shocking. So what we have here is, and I have to thank Titan for this one. He just hit me up directly during this. I don't like to usually be contacted directly during the show, but he knows when is appropriate. He usually hits that mark with a pretty close accuracy, and this was one of them. This is life inside the Capitol building right now. So let's take a look at this.
That I have. The Capitol with my man. ACAF.
All right, now what's happened here is this is what at least what appears like to me is unless I've grossly, and you always have to be careful because you know you can sit there and just say, well, this is because it's what I've been told, and so obviously. But just looking at this, well, now, of course, a lot of, okay, yeah. So, I mean, what this appears like to me, no, this can't be. You know what? I'm not going to opine on this yet because I am not entirely sure what this is we're looking at. All right, this was reported as one thing, and I'm not convinced that's what it is. I want to, you know what I want to know. Let me check one thing before I just say. All right, this has been reported as by a credible source. All right, so what this has been reported as is a number of the protesters who have at this point seized at least huge swaths of the Capitol building, taking selfies with police officers. Now, wow, I think. Now, somebody had suggested, and I thought that this was interesting. It was like, what else are they going to do? And there is some truth to that. They've been met with overwhelming force, and from what I can tell, is from what I can tell. Hold on one sec. You know, look, they were met with overwhelming force, and in some cases, hold. So, look, you are a Capitol police officer. Probably not paid great. Have to put up with a lot of tourist shit all the time. And you've got a service revolver or whatever the fuck you've got. And you are facing what appears to be possibly even hundreds of people, a lot of them probably with semi-automatic and or fully automatic rifles coming at you. You have now lost. The question is, how much do you want to lose? Do you want to just, whoa, I lost, surrender, done. So do you want to lose and maybe get out of it with your life, or do you want to die? But you've lost. The fight's over. So I do get that. And then after it's over, do you want to, just be standoffish and be like, you're all a bunch of fucking pricks when there's no law and order here anymore? Or do you want to, try to be kind of nice and friendly? Hey guys, yeah, this is funny, huh? What else are you gonna do on a Wednesday, right? So I actually buy that argument, funnily enough. But the other thing is, you are protecting the most important and most powerful offices in this country. So I'm conflicted. Because honestly, even if you're going to lose, this notion that you're going to give your life at least trying to do some damage to people who are taking this thing. Now, on the flip side, there's also another counter to that. So there's nuance to this. This isn't black or white. But the other flip side, of course, is if you shoot some of the protesters coming in or rioters, or at this point they were... this man, Mr. Timothy Burke, called them terrorists, and he may not be wrong. But if you shoot them and bloody them, they may become enraged, and then a lot more people lose their lives. So you may also be thinking, all right, put the gun down and see. But then again, when Nancy Pelosi's desktop is available to everybody, I don't know what the hell's going to happen there. Now, she doesn't have the launch codes, thankfully. This isn't the White House, but holy shit. All right, so I'm going to mute for a second, and then we're going to do another rundown, and we'll see how this started and where we are right now, and try to figure out, put some sense to this chaos. This is, I always say this, it's extraordinary. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. All right. With any luck, you can all hear me now. So I'm actually going to read something else. I'm going to read. Holy shit! So the New York Times came out today and said that there had been a dispute between Mike Pence and Donald Trump over the future of how to deal with the disputed election. The only one who seems to dispute it at this point is Trump. And he called it fake news. I didn't think we'd have to go back that far. So, I mean, I know it was just this morning, but I really didn't think it was that big a deal. So I didn't hold on to it. But it may now be relevant because So Trump just said, look, we're in lockstep. We know what we're going to do. And that's not my take or read on Pence. And now it turns out that may be the case. What we see here is Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not a fraudulent or inaccurate, or not fraudulent or inaccurate ones, which they were asked to previously certify. The USA demands the truth. So Trump, once again, is saying that the election results are fraudulent, but not only that, throwing the vice president under the bus and saying that Vice President Trump should have overturned the results of the election, or at least not certified them, and thus, I'm not going to get into the nuance of that right now. Nonetheless, at this point, Trump appears to be saying on Twitter, Pence didn't have the courage to do what's best for the United States and overthrow a proper and fair election. And so I don't know where he goes from this, but the National Guard is being deployed. And I'm actually now genuinely starting to get a little concerned because what I saw was a tweet. It was a press release. Don't get me wrong, it was a press release, but it was a press release on Twitter saying that the National Guard was going to be deployed. And I honestly don't know which side it's going to be on. My confidence that it's going to be on the side of Congress has dropped to 75 to 80%. And I'm mildly concerned about that. So, all right. Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. Donald Trump did a tweet, and I've been hesitating on this because I need to frame it, and the framing didn't work without the previous, and that was one of my pieces. Okay. He followed that tweet up. So he said, okay, oh, dear Lord, okay. Okay. So Trump said that Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what was right for this country by overturning the results of the election. He has then said, please support, and this appears to be within minutes of each other, please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful. Okay, that doesn't actually help. I mean, what the hell does that mean? But in the previous tweet, Mike Pence failed to be on the side of this country by overthrowing the election. Again, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution. But the Capitol Police and law enforcement, they are on the side of our country. And we have footage here of them literally hanging out with, so this is mildly concerning. So now the question is, A, what is he thinking? And B, what is he planning on doing? He has said now, I'm asking for everyone to remain peaceful, no violence. He put in an exclamation point, so that helps. All right. Yeah. Yes, and all right. A lot helping out, and thank you. And whenever I screw up, which is more times than I care to admit, Titan covers it, which I appreciate it, and he is correct. Bregwin is just a huge source of information and always really just sort of knows when I need to be tagged in and is good about that, which I appreciate. David Titan himself also just helps immensely on everything. You see him basically at every show, but he does a lot more, which is just insane. Tony's shoes were awfully hard to fill, and Titan has really kind of stepped up to the plate there, which I really appreciate. There has been an explosive device found at the RNC and detonated there safely. Why the RNC, I do not know. And where's the other update? DNC has been evacuated. Vice President Pence has rejected Trump's pressure to block certification, saying he loves the Constitution. And I think it was shortly thereafter, it appears, that that's when... Yeah. All right. And again, he actually can't. Yeah, he can't. Trump, when did this happen? Okay, okay. It looks like this morning, Trump has said he will never concede the election. DC National Guard is deploying troops. 1,100 troops have been deployed. Actually, at the request of the mayor of Washington. Oh, Jesus. They are everywhere. I'm gonna see if I can snag this photo here. Yeah, I think we can get this. Or not. All right. What I'm gonna have in a second is a picture outside the Capitol building. All right. So, yeah. Okay. I think this is going to be one of those days, to be honest with you. That's from outside the Capitol building. So I don't know what that smoke is, but what's key here is none of those people, believe it or not, are supposed to be there. And you can see they're entirely out in the front. They are on it begins with a P. I forget what you call it, but that kind of almost turdy thing. But it's you know, you can walk on it, but it's whatever it is. They're all there, and they're not supposed to be. So they've overwhelmed all the security. We're gonna have to do another rundown because people just joining us have no idea what I'm talking about. Okay. Yeah, so MSNBC is, yeah, okay. All right, we're going to do another rundown in a second because there's just a lot happening. It's at times like this where you miss George W. Bush, where you miss Ronald Reagan, where you listen. I wasn't a fan of any of them. I didn't vote for any of them. I don't think I could vote when Reagan was coming, but at any rate, there are plenty of people I didn't vote for that I'd miss. I might have voted for McCain under the right circumstances, but nonetheless, they were leaders either way, agree or disagree with them. And we have no leadership right now. None. There are people calling these guys terrorists, and I think there are many very easy, just off-the-shelf definition of terrorist by which you can say that. Again, I think there's nuance, so I'm going to be a little more careful, but nonetheless. But having said that, ostensibly terrorists have take whatever. Okay, terrorists, freedom. They're not freedom fighters. So no, I'm not even gonna. I'm not gonna. That's not on the table. Whatever they are, protesters, possibly terrorists, whatever, have seized control of, at a minimum, huge swaths of the Capitol building. I haven't heard from any of this country's leadership. Now, it would be nice to hear from Nancy Pelosi, but I don't actually expect it. She's probably in an underground bunker somewhere, and she's got a few things on her mind. Vice President Pence, he's just been thrown under the bus by Trump, and he's got his own things to worry about. And this isn't his place, actually, as vice president. No, there's no leadership in this country right now. The Capitol building has fallen. I am not exaggerating. All right, we're going to do a rundown in just 1 minute. Oh. Titan had said, we were getting production geared up, and In Time as a channel actually really does two basic kinds of content. We do sort of educational stuff, which we do on our main just sort of In Time show. And then the news content, which is overtime, and that involves breaking news and all this kind of stuff. And, I've been focusing on getting all the basic in-time stuff geared up. And Titan took me aside and said, how much time have you been spending on overtime? And I said, really, not much. It's a lot had been going on. It was a busy time. And I was just like, I think you really need to spend some time on it. And I was just like, yeah, okay, it's election's done. What are we going to have? And he's just like, it's going to be a busy. I was like, yeah, okay. And I decided to listen to him because jerk is often right. And sure enough, oh, dear Lord. Speaking of, I'll do the switch over. Okay. Yep, that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. I mean, this is... Yeah. All right, so it looks like the Senate has evacuated, which was probably a good idea. And I say that again, only half tongue-in-cheek. I mean, the reality is these guys have no beef with the Senate. Oh, no, yes, they did. So wait a minute. No, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I'm getting punchy. Yeah, no. Of course yeah. They're both in the same building. It's the Capitol building. Wow. All right. If I could just take back the last 30 seconds of my life. Okay. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. Yeah. God, no, I'm not even going there. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a rundown. I think we're going to do, there seems to be like a lull in the chaos. I'm going to do a brief rundown on sort of anything I can do to try to frame everything that's been happening in the last 3 or 4 hours in a larger picture. We are going to sort of put the show in standby, which is one of the few screens. I'm not a big fan of people who do standing by, but because I think that there's always something to talk about in a way to elucidate on what's going on. But I'm going to go speak with the family a little bit. I'm going to go do some things. So we will pause for a minute. The show will still be live. The stream will still be live. But I'm just going to be unavailable for probably less than 5 minutes even. But and then I'm also going to collect some more information because there's a lot going on. We'll switch, I think, to the overload interface, which wasn't really in every movie you've ever seen. But we haven't tested it yet, and we haven't done the overload interface since it was a great stream. We did 6 live streams in the overload, but it's actually more for live streams, not for images and video, but it'll work. We'll do it. We'll be good. Everything's going to be good here, at least. I don't know about the U.S. Capitol. So where are we? It looks like several hours ago. So for those of you who've been under a rock, there's some disagreement as to who won the U.S. presidential election. The world and every state that voted, which is all of them, at least in the U.S., and the electors, the governors of all of these states, and the voters, for the most part, all seem to say that Joe Biden won. The U.S. House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate, all with rare exception, are now saying that Joe Biden won. There is one outlier, and that is President Trump, who says that the evidence is overwhelming that he won. And he has been contesting it. He has been asking people to change the results. One of the things I did want to cover, and we were going to cover in overtime tomorrow, if there is a tomorrow, one of the things that we were going to discuss is, of course, that he has now been caught for the, I think it was Georgia, asking the Secretary of State to come up with more votes and to basically rig the election in his favor. Now, I was very impressed that I think it was the Attorney General, I don't remember, said we take this very seriously and suggested that this was election fraud. So there's a lot going on with that. That's a pretty big thing, and that was worth discussing, and that was going to be on the agenda, but that has been overturned. That was overturned with this morning when a Congresswoman came out and decided that she wanted to quote Hitler because he had some good ideas that she wanted to point out. I wish I was kidding. So that happened earlier today, and we were in the middle of trying to figure out how we were going to frame that one when a group of protesters protesting the certification, which was today, of the election, and Trump said he wanted to overturn the certification to stop it. Protesters stormed the Capitol. They managed to breach the building, get inside. They managed to seize at least a number of offices, including Nancy Pelosi's office. Her computer was there unsecured, and we've seen the screenshots, emails, whatever confidential info she was in the middle of doing. It's all out there now. And there was reports of a gun battle. There's now at least a confirmation of at least one shot fired from what appears to be inside the House chamber. There were these pictures here of them getting prepared to repel people as they entered the chamber. Obviously, they failed, and the chamber is now held by these protesters. And so what we have now is, at a minimum, huge swaths of the Capitol building are held by protesters. This includes private offices. This includes Nancy Pelosi's office. This includes at least the House chamber and possibly the Senate chamber. There's been at least some gunfire. And we have since seen pictures of officers actually palling around with these guys, which is shocking. There's two sides to every story, so I'm willing to wait and hold, but that is shocking and surprising. An initial call with a request for the National Guard was rejected. Now the National Guard is being brought in, and I'm not saying this as a joke, it's unclear on which side they are being brought in on. Obviously, the assumption is to defend Congress. But there are interpretations of Trump's latest tweets that suggest there are interpretations. They're not necessarily the most obvious. There are interpretations. You could read his previous tweets that, let me rephrase. He's not clear when he's saying what they're down there to do. And it's not a stretch to say that they're down there to enforce the Constitution by ejecting the congressman from the building. They're already gone, so that was metaphorical. He has sent out a tweet saying that Pence is a coward for not overturning the election himself today, which he really probably did not have the ability to do. They tried to get that power from a judge. It wasn't granted. Today, McConnell came out and basically said enough's enough. Biden won. And Trump's not accepting it. Why? Because when you spoil a child long enough, at some point you can't go back. McConnell let this clown out of the box. And now he's like, well, let's put him back in the box. No, you're the one who knew this was bullshit. You were the one who knew he should have been impeached and said, no, we're going to defend him. We're going to defend him no matter what he does, no matter how illegal it is. We're just going to ignore all our duties. Now you're saying, we're going to start doing our duties, and shouldn't you be proud of us? Biden won, and we're going to defend the Constitution now at this late hour as we run from the fucking building because people are shooting at us. Thanks, Mitch. So glad you've been on the job. All right, we're going to take a break. I have a few things I have to go. I have a few things to go over. This show will still be on air. The live chat will still be active. If you are on Twitter, hashtag In Time Show, you'll be able to, and the live chat on YouTube will be able to see you. I don't think they can actually reply back on Twitter. It doesn't work that way, not on Periscope. Actually, it may. I don't even remember. It does on Twitch, but we're not on Twitch. Or just at In Time Show, and your comments, you can partly engage with the live chat. And we have a Discord. There's some activity going on there. People will be chatting. I have to catch up on a few things, and we're going to try to figure out where we stand now and what the next few hours are likely to look like. I think it's going to depend on, the other thing is, Trump does not control the FBI. I do think it's, I was about to say highly unlikely. It's unlikely that Trump is going to order the National Guard to do anything but eject the protesters. If he does, I don't know what the National Guard is going to do. I don't know. If they try to do anything but eject the protesters, if they, for example, join the side of the protesters, I'm reasonably certain I know what the FBI is going to do, because they don't answer to Trump. Not in that sense. And then there's going to be a real fucking problem. So we're going to have to see what happens when the National Guard gets there. I don't know how long that's going to take. There is a base nearby. It is deploying 1,100 troops. They are on their way. I assume the Treasury Department is deploying Secret Service. Secret Service is actually only responsible for Trump, with one or two exceptions that are included. They're not going to go there. So Treasury isn't going to go there. But there are others that may be interested in defending that building. So let's see what happens. I will be back in, my hope is 5 minutes. I am the producer at In Time. So when I say 5 minutes, I'll see you all in about 16 hours. We'll be back. Oh, hold 1 second, please. There's always something, right? Nobody wants me to. No, that's not right. There. All right. Yep. I'm going to get caught up on things, and I'll be, if the world doesn't catch on fire in the next 5 or 10 minutes, I'll be back in 5 or 10 minutes. If the world does catch on fire, I may be back a little bit shorter than that. Thank you all for your patience. Thank you for your support. And in the meantime, you can go to our Discord. Active conversations going on there. It will be dropped in a few minutes. We'll see you all in a bit. All right. No, the stream is not over, and my break was going to be a little longer, but things have changed. So, yeah, that's why. This is why we need an actual standing, not a standing by. Sorry, paused screen, and the video will be back on in a minute. But we do have some news. Actually, let me just get that video back on. And actually, we got several different pieces of news. The first is that my camera isn't working. I don't think that's really breaking news, and this is in time, so that's not really shocking either. That's neither. All right, so it looks like the final House seat has been called, and it has been called for the Democrats. And I said House, what I meant to say was Senate. So the final Senate seat has been called. It is for the Democrats. This means the House is an even split 50-50 because the head of the Senate is the Vice President of the United States. This means that the Senate has now been flipped. The Senate will turn to the Democrats effectively, since the tiebreakers will go to the Democrats. Yeah, there's been a lot of dead air. We're not gonna. Yeah, we'll get that taken care of. The House has been flipped. The Senate has been flipped for the Democrats, and meaning that the Democrats will now actually barely control all they'll control Congress, so they'll control the House and the Senate if either survive the evening, and they will control the White House. So I just saw Brody go in. Not Brody. Wow, there was a slip. Mouty. I saw Mouty come in. I'm behind on a lot of messages, so if you send me a message and I miss it, it's been a little busy. The first piece of news, reasonably big news. This is breaking. The Senate has now been called for the Democrats for the next term, meaning that they have successfully flipped the Senate. This means Mitch McConnell will be gone. Again, if he makes it through the evening, this is insane. Yeah. So, and we're going to do a rundown in a minute. And I do appreciate everybody's patience. I got a family, had to bail just for a minute, and no co-hosts, so nobody to, cover if I have to go for a minute. But so we've got that, and we've also got Trump has now put out a statement saying two things. The first thing he said was he would like to see an end to the violence. Gee, thank you. The other thing he said was this election was stolen from him. I will say, you don't do that. You don't do what he just did. And whether he's too stupid to realize that or he's just playing a cynical ploy, I don't know. But you don't do what he just did. You don't say, we have to put an end to a violence against these sons of bitches who fucking stole the election. What you say is, we need to put an end to this violence. And there's a lot that's being contested. And there's a lot we don't agree with. And we will have those discussions at the appropriate time and place. That's what you say. It's that simple. I literally just did it. That's what you say. And instead, I want to put an end to the violence. These sons of bitches stole the election, is essentially what. Okay, so you're not going to end the violence that way. I anticipate his very presidential and leaderful statement is going to just fix everything. So thank you. I'm glad. I was talking earlier about leadership. I am thrilled that he has weighed in and just fixed everything. Yeah. All right. I think we're going to be able to. All right. Protesters have erected a gallows in front of the U.S. Capitol building. Sorry. It's not funny. It's not funny. It really isn't. But I'm just like, this is where we are. I mean, it's just sort of like, really? There's a gallows being erected in front of the, again, it's either laugh or cry. Yeah, I can bring all the Twitter and the YouTube comments into the show. It's just like I have more pressing matters. But Dave Thompson wished Twitter would accidentally disable his Twitter account for a while. Yeah, frankly, somebody there needs to. Yeah. All right. All right. I'm gonna take his speech. We have it. I'm going to once again, thanks to Titan. I am going to. Whoa. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We don't have it. This is odd. All right, there are other ways to get it. We bring media to you, and usually the media is reasonably easy to get. This one is being a little stubborn. It's been blocked, which would suggest to me that it's copyright protected. On the flip side, this was a public speech delivered by. Now I'm getting it off of. But of course, it's a claim of election fraud. So oh dear Lord, he feels our pain. Oh dear Lord. Okay, yeah, no, I'm listening to it. I'm listening to it for the first time. I'm gonna get it anyway. I don't care. But it's slowing me down a little bit. I don't know why. So 20 minutes ago, Donald Trump tweeted out a statement. We are going to air that statement in 1 minute. It's for some reason, and normally we can get these really quite easily right into the interface. This one seems to have some protections in it that's just slowing us down a touch. But it's we have a number of different ways to get this stuff into the show, and I'm confident it will get there. So just 1 second. Now that's it. If this one doesn't work, I'm not only going to be disappointed and surprised, but it's really going to take a while to get it in. Got it. All right. We got it. So just check and make sure that there hasn't been another crisis in the last 35 seconds. All right. All right. What you're about to hear is a statement dropped on Mr. Trump's Twitter feed about 20 minutes ago. We're going to put it in the center window. And shouldn't be any audio issues. I don't expect any issues. If there are, I once again have lost access to the live chat. I'll have it again in probably about 5 minutes. If anybody needs me, they're going to have to go through Titan.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
All right, that was Mr. Trump speaking. It was a pre-recorded message, which is probably one of the reasons it was cogent and we could understand it. It was spoken in front of, and I really try to be objective. I've just about reached my limit of tolerance and patience. It was in front of the White House, which fortunately has not been conquered. I'm sorry. Wow. Okay, I'm going to have to get control of myself. It was better than I expected. It was better than what I heard. So that was my first time hearing it. That was everybody else's first time hearing it. I'm going to take a break, and by that I don't mean I'm going to bail on the screen or anything. But what I do mean, and it just occurred to me that I listen in on these, but my microphone is a boom mic, but I can switch to this, and then I can go get myself a glass of water or something if I need to just get up and get a glass of water or stretch my legs, because I really can't sit for too long. But I'm going to take a bit of a break, in as much as I'd kind of like to see what the live chat has to say, and just chillax and absorb a little bit of the chaos of today, which started on a high note of Mitch McConnell saying, I'm going to be a patriot, and now that I have absolutely no choice left, I'm going to say that Biden won. Then had a highlight of a congresswoman-elect saying that she thought Hitler should be quoted and had some good ideas. And then ended with, or it's not over yet, so I'm sure we have lots of exciting things to come, but kind of just sprinkled with the siege of the Capitol building, which appears to have fallen. So I think it certainly makes, it makes for, I guess, a decent movie. The Capitol has fallen and is under the Trump presidency what we call Wednesday. And I will say this. This was predicted, right? I mean, people said, when you undermine America's institutions, this is what you get. We have our institutions not because they're perfect. Oh, dear Lord. It's not because they're perfect. Nobody said it was because they're perfect. We have our institutions because, A, it's better than the alternative, and B, they're what keep violence in check. They make sure that everybody has at least a little slice of the pie, and everybody has a voice, and that there's a process that people have some ability to comprehend and partake in. You chip away at that. It doesn't take very long before the average American patriot seizes one of the most important buildings in this country and hangs the Confederate flag off of it while reading Nancy Pelosi's emails. This was predicted, and we, not to toot our own horn, which I have been known to do from time to time, we had hangs and we had people on this show saying, this is what's going to happen if you keep undermining our institutions. And frankly, they predicted a lot worse, and they said it's going to start by what we're seeing now. So we're going to have to see where this ends up going. All right, so I think I actually inadvertently, well, not inadvertently, I just streamlined a short rundown into that. So looks like there was a photo taken at 3:54, so 50 minutes ago, of a noose being erected at the, or gallows, really, being erected in front of the U.S. Capitol building. So there's that. And I don't know. So I think this is a good time. I'm gonna try not to leave it so that people are sitting there going, is the stream still up? What's going on? Are we live? Try not to do that again. Or next time I'll leave music running. That would have been what a smart person would have done. Like I said, a standing by screen is not one I would have. President-elect Joe Biden has now come out and condemned Donald Trump for stirring up violence, and he has said, "This is not dissent. It is." And let me be very clear. He has condemned Donald Trump for inciting violence, and then period, full stop, separate set of comments. This, so he's not referring to Trump. He's referring to what's happening at the Capitol. This is not dissent. It's disorder. It's chaos. It borders on sedition. Comments by Joe Biden in a stern public address. Democrats have taken control of the Senate. Well, those aren't Democrats. So protesters have taken control of the Senate, to be quite frank. Protesters have taken control of the Senate. If and when control of the Senate is relinquished by the new term, Democrats will be in control of the Senate. The 50th seat has been awarded. It's for the Democrats. The Senate is a 50-50 split, with the controlling vote held by the vice president, which will be, despite opinions to the contrary, the Democratic Party. All right. If this is, let me just check this. Minnesota's, all right. So what we have is, and several people suggested that he should be impeached. Yesterday, Trump, a recording of Donald Trump asking the Secretary of State of Georgia to, quote, find an extra 100,000 votes. No, I keep saying 100,000. Sorry, 11,000 votes in his favor, so that the election could be overturned, which is irrefutably an act of election fraud, which carries with it, by the way, one of the reasons people sit there and say, why is election tampering so rare in the U.S.? Because when you look at it, it's rare. And people say, well, it can't really be that rare. It's got to be higher, right? Well, one reason it is that rare is because the penalties are actually really fucking steep, even for just a little election tampering, like voting twice deliberately. That's, I think, in most states, that starts at like 9 years in jail. That's a lot for voting twice. So they take it pretty seriously, and asking for 11,000 extra votes that you didn't earn, and asking the Secretary of State of Georgia for an extra 11,000 votes that you didn't earn. Now, I thought that was extraordinarily serious, but I thought paying a porn star for sex using campaign funds was extraordinarily serious, and apparently I'm in the minority on that one. So I didn't think anything would come of this, to be quite frank. But a number of people have been saying he should be impeached, even with the short amount of time left. Now, the Congresswoman for Minnesota, Minnesota's 5th Congressional District, and I'm going to mispronounce this. I do apologize. Ilhan Omar. Okay, it's an I-L-L. So Ilhan. It's got to be Ilhan. Ilhan Omar is going to be my guess. Ilhan Omar. Probably a mispronunciation. Somebody's going to correct me. Ilhan Omar has said she is now drafting articles of impeachment against President Trump. I don't know on what grounds, and that's not to say that there aren't plenty. It's just with so many to choose from, I'm not sure which one she's selecting. Now, a couple of possibilities, just as a thought, would be obviously what happened yesterday, and people have suggested that even with so few days left in office, our integrity and the integrity of the U.S. election and our institutions, about which I was speaking earlier quite deliberately, just for that integrity and to reestablish some sense of integrity, he tried to rig an election. Impeach now, period, end of discussion. You got him dead to rights. The recording is pretty fucking clear. And we played it yesterday. But I don't know if it's based on that or based on what's happening now. What's happening now, I don't think is necessarily criminal on his side, except it's pretty close to what he's been doing up until this point has been inciting to violence, if not inciting to riot. So I don't know. Atheist Swede, insurrection should be the charge. Yeah. That was somebody else had said that too. I forget. Yeah, that was, again, that was a CNN quote. If anyone finds a screenshot of CNN saying that basically he was guilty of, they didn't say insurrection. I forget what they said, but it was this morning. Yeah. So, oh dear Lord. Oh my God. All right. I'm going to see if I got, okay, I got to get that one. I had seen that one before. What I'm going to do, okay, no, okay, I can't hit both of those simultaneously. There's another image. We got the one from Nancy Pelosi's desk, so it's basically from behind the desk of the Speaker of the House. You know, we got a very nice picture of her emails and who she was talking to at the time that she had to evacuate the building. And I think, please tell me I didn't just lose that. I just lost that. Okay. There's a couple of images I'd really like to get because I think they're very evocative. They're not. There's one. Okay, that's the one. That's the one. So I'm gonna get a couple, and I think actually what I'm just gonna do is, yeah. All right, so let's get a couple images up here so people can see them. And now, oh, I did show this one actually. I already showed this one, but and so which actually means then it should already be up. Okay, I don't see it, but what I'm going to do, let's switch. All right, I'm going to take a breath, and then the overload. Yeah, the overload may not. All right, let me just, no, okay. I'm going to do this the old-fashioned way. We're just going to be nice and easy about it. It is. What do you know? Will miracles never cease? Sign of the apocalypse. In time did it change over correctly. So, now the question is, what do we want to see? Of course, I can't do overlays in this one. We'll figure it out. We will figure it out. And I think somebody's trying to reach me. So, all right. So what I'm going to do, 1, 2, that would be 3. Let's put right here. So what we have here, I think, is this would be, so that is, as we discussed earlier, the outside of that. That's not the one I want to put in the middle, quite frankly. What I would like to really put in the middle is, if I can get it, there we go. Let's put that one there. And then all right, and then we've got, and then, so that is the defending of that is the House chamber right before it fell to protesters. We know for a fact now at least one shot was fired. the reports that I think are credible and probably true is it appears there was a some kind of reasonably brief firefight, a reasonably brief, and really doesn't help with the word firefight when you're talking about outside the U.S. Really? Okay. So, and then, nope, that is not correct. Can I fix that? Yeah. Okay. All right. And then I'll get the rest up in a second. There's a couple of comments here I really do want to check. Now, I don't know. So this is a congresswoman who is drawing up articles of impeachment. She does not, and I'm not trying to be funny. She doesn't have access to her office. She can still work, but this is going to slow everything down. All right. Nancy Pelosi, and this is as of, it looks like a little less than an hour ago, Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, we are calling on President Trump to demand that all protesters leave the U.S. Capitol and Capitol grounds immediately. One reason, of course, this is so important to them is because it is their building that has now been seized. Trump has not done this. He has asked them politely to leave and reminded them that he loves them and that they are right. The election was stolen. He did more and better than I thought he did, but that's not saying a whole heck of a lot. Biden has condemned Trump. He has condemned these acts as seditious. Okay, it looks like the FBI SWAT team is in the Capitol building. This is as of, half an hour ago, so I'm a little late on the news. There's been a lot going on. But thank you all and yes, we failed. Fallen Goddess is another one that we failed to also give credit for, who's really been helping a lot. Okay, if he said that, yeah. All right, I'm gonna have to listen to some audio, so please just wait. If everyone could hold. All right, that's taken out of context. I want to double check that, but I think there's okay. We're coming for you, and we're going to have a good time doing it. That is an accurate quote, but that's a nice quote. This quote. All right, so we have a really nice drop in the news section on our Discord. Jake Tapper talking about some of the things that Donald Trump Jr. was doing, including we're coming for you and we're going to enjoy doing it. But there's also a misquote where it suggests that where he's almost making fun of this. And I think that quote was actually from before any of this happened. It was earlier today, but the quote was, Rudy Giuliani this morning called for trial by combat. Donald Trump Jr. said that members of Congress who are not going to join him anymore joined this attempt at a bloodless coup. Well, now it's not bloodless anymore. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Oh, that's a tough one. That's okay. That's a tough one. So it's actually not a misquote because he's actually quoting Tapper, not wow. Wow. Just wow. Okay. So we'll have to chalk that up to Trump is unhinged, but for completely other reasons. So long story short, everyone, Trump Jr. has said we're coming for you and we're going to enjoy getting you if you don't side with us. And he was speaking, of course, at that point to the U.S. Congress. Okay. All of these buildings have a number of underground passages to, and they have them. They're not secret passages. They're really just passages because you want to be able to get around without having to encounter press. You don't want to have to encounter members of the public who are going to be asking you questions about yada, yada, yada. So it's easier, and they do a lot of their walking just from office to office to office above ground, but they can also go underground. And that's also where they also have like the spa and all these other facilities underground. And again, it's not this huge secret thing. It's just the underground facilities and the other problem is, of course, that as the United States has gotten bigger, they don't want to, they want to keep the Capitol building roughly intact as the way it was. And when you go to the Capitol building, they can show you like these are the steps where, and you can see the steps have the steps have literally sunken in. They've been around so long, and you can see where, Quincy Adams would listen in on other people's conversations because of the way the echoes went around. So there's this huge history to it, and they don't want to demolish that. But on the flip side, as the United States gets bigger, you need more and more space. You need more and more rooms. And also DC has now just encroached it. So it's like it's like the Disney World problem, right? All the hotels got a big around, or Disneyland. And so Disneyland couldn't expand. So the building can't get any bigger, but they can get bigger underground. So that's what they've done. So a lot of the more important buildings in DC have huge underground components. So A, that makes evacuation easier, but B, it's just out of necessity. And so what it looks like at a minimum is a lot of the I shouldn't say a lot. The FBI is definitely in the underground and has absolutely secured at least pieces of it. How they may have secured all of it, I don't know. It may not even have been in contention because I don't know if it was accessible by those who are there. But if you've actually secured the underground, you've secured most of the more important parts of that building. You haven't secured the offices that are used. That's true, and they are important. Don't get me wrong. But again, in a lot of these older buildings nowadays, most of the building is now underground because that's where they have to expand. They don't want to turn it into a huge skyscraper, and they don't want to expand sideways. So the only direction to go is down. So the fact that they're in the underground over there is a very good sign. So yep, okay. So and I may bring pictures of that up. CNN, an opinion piece, Trump has caused this insurrection and every Republican must condemn him. Yeah, that's I will get to that. I think that's an interesting piece if somebody's okay. Yeah, this was on social media. Why couldn't we get it? I'm just saying, if we can stream it. All right, I'm gonna finish trying to get a couple more images. So that's ER. I'm going to see if I can actually that may be worth it. Yeah. So that is, for those of you who are just joining us, that we just put up on, I guess that's monitor what, 5? That one, 2 down below me, is Nancy Pelosi's personal computer. That's her email. It's open. That looks like an instant messenger on the right. I haven't like zoomed it up to see for 2 reasons. One, not sure if I got the resolution, and 2, even if I do, I don't want to be guilty of an act of like, because it's like to actually deliberately look at top secret info is actually a crime. So it's like, I don't know what's on there. I'm not going to actually, yeah. But that looks like an instant messenger to me. So she was in the middle of a conversation when she had to evacuate the Capitol building, and yeah, okay. So we don't know who's got access to what files. We don't know what the status is of, say, the Intelligence Committee's computers are. Presumably, if you're out of range of them for any period of time, they would instantly lock down. I mean, presumably they're even more secure than they're even more secure than Pelosi's. But Pelosi's obviously at this point is completely compromised. It's open. She left it completely unsecured. So that aside, they have erected a gallows in front of. Oh, all right, that's good to know. They erected a gallows in front of the Capitol building. The Capitol building was breached by protesters who managed to seize huge swaths of it. How much we don't know. It's possible the entire thing. At a minimum, they got Pelosi's office. They got a number of the offices. They got the House floor. They may have gotten the Senate floor as well. We know at least one shot was fired, and at this point are reasonably confident that multiple shots were fired, and in fact, possibly even a gun battle on the floor of the House, which you can see at a minimum here, 2 officers preparing to repel a number of these protesters. Now, these protesters may have numbered in as much as the 100, so there's nothing you can do. You will lose, and some of them probably had. I mean, these are all Second Amendment folks, probably most of them, and many of them probably have semi and or fully automatic rifles and know how to use them. So your government issued sidearm is not going to repel that. So they did have to flee, and they evacuated the again so quickly. They evacuated so quickly that Pelosi's computer was left on with, and what I've been told by Mr. Thompson is actually it's a federal IM system for DC locals used in emergencies, which I have no idea why I should have that open. And now at least one congresswoman is talking about impeaching Trump. It's been tried. And we're sort of trying to figure out what's going on. Bregwin is saying that Twitter has locked Trump's tweets over threats of violence. That's why I couldn't access it. That's why I couldn't download the video. Which is a problem with having you're having that Twitter be the official White House. Dear Lord. Okay, Donald Trump came out with a statement that really didn't inflame things as much as I had hoped, but certainly didn't help much either. We tried to download it and get it into the interface, but we couldn't open it, and we couldn't get it through, and that's why. So it looks like Twitter locked him out. So at present, it looks like Twitter has shut down the email, or not the email, getting a little punchy, has shut down the Twitter account of the President of the United States for Threats of violence. He has earlier today said that the vice president was a coward for failing to overturn the election results. He is reiterating that while he does not condone violence, he did win the election by a landslide. He won by a landslide. This is what he said. And I will tell you this. I was going to replay his statement because it's news, and in theory, there's an educational purpose to it. At this point, I'm not really inclined to give him any more airtime than I have to, and everybody who's heard it and or it's available. Twitter shut down his feed for good reason, and quite frankly, I have no interest in. And I'm calling him Mr. Trump because, quite frankly, it took me 2.5 years before I was even willing to give him any honorific other than I have a personal website. We voted for an honorific on my website. The honorific was PGIC. I'm not going to say what that stood for, but it included in chief because it's, we had to give him an honorific. I wanted it, so he got it. PGIC. And I like that one, and I was going to use it. At some point, I said, okay, I have to stop being a child about it and call him by the honorific of that office. But the reality is he has lost all right, in my view, to be called by that honorific. Sometimes I think I just have to because I'm in a business that is talking about him. So you have to say that. But all right, so we have a photo, and if I can snag it into, that's, okay, yeah. I'm not sure I'd agree with that conclusion, but it's worth discussing. So, we're about to bring up a photo, and there's a lot of photos, and there's far more photos right now than anything I can, we're going to sit down and we're going to try to bring you ones that capture the best sense of what's going on. And there was one more I wanted to bring up, and it's just we're dealing with a few different things at a time here, so haven't had a chance to just sort of slowly and in between breaks, we're getting up the extra footage. And again, I'm going to do a rundown again in a minute for those of you who are just joining us and saying, what are these guys going ape over? What's going on? That can't be a big thing today, right? So I'm going to cover that, but I think this is worth mentioning. All right. I'm not sure where the best place to put this is. At that, here's what I'm going to do. I'm gonna bring this out here, and this is an image of one of these protesters. And what's one of the problems is how much of this. Okay. We're trying to figure out what is happening, what is going to happen, and what has happened. And as we're trying to figure this out, we'd seen this this footage of, and that I may bring in and put on a loop so we can keep it there. Bregwin just sent a that's staggering if that's true, Bregwin. Anything you can do to confirm that would be appreciated. I will start doing that myself in a second. That's almost a little hard to believe, and I know a lot of people would sit there and say that's not a big deal. No, if that's true. All right, I can't confirm that in the amount of time I need, so we'll get on that, Bregwin. But you're correct; that is staggering if that's true. And if Titan can help you establish whether or not that's true, I will dive into that in a second myself. Okay, so what I'm about to show you is I was in the middle of So what we have here, why am I know why, because I'm trying to do probably about 16 or 17 too many things at a time. So that's what I need. Got it. All right. What we're going to put up here, and I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure which window it's going to come up in, but it's going to come up in a second. Oh, that's not even right. 5, 4, because it's already up. Oh my God, that's the... Yeah, okay. You know what? That may not... No, it's worth it. All right. So we have a photo. I'm going to try to get it up in a minute. We're getting some news that I'm not actually going to discuss just yet because that's the kind of thing that you speculate about and you get wrong, and there isn't grounds for a legal that I'm aware of. So what I have here is a photo of one of the men with twist ties, ostensibly for tying people. He's got a security camera. Well, it's his phone that's been rigged to just observe in front of him. He's wearing attack gear. He's got the whole 9 yards. And so it's clear he prepped for this. So the question is, how much of this was pre-planned and how much wasn't? When we see the footage of the officers, and they are, you know, I could switch to that. Okay. We see the officers, and they... Okay, I have to identify what the hell that is first. No, that works. Okay. I'm sorry, folks. There's honestly a lot of things going on. All right, I need to know the source on one piece of information, and depending on who this source is going to determine a lot about what I'm about to say next. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. Okay, we can't read too much into this, but it's an interesting statement. And there seems to be a little crosstalk, so we don't know exactly what's going on. According to Andrew DeGraprier, oh, Jesus, I'm not even going to try it. Now, he is an editor at the Washington Post. He is, in fact, the deputy national security editor at the National Post. So he is what, in my view, would be a credible source. He is citing that the National Guard appears to be taking instructions on how to reclaim the Capitol from Speaker Pelosi, McConnell, and Schumer, who you'd expect. In as much as they don't give orders, but it's their building, so you're going to talk to them about what's going on just because you want to understand tactically and situationally what the hell's going on. But that they appear to be actually getting their orders from the Vice President of the United States. I'm not sure. Now, that's just what it looks like. This isn't an official. Nobody is saying that's... yeah. Oh, Department of Defense. Okay, the entire D.C. National Guard has now been activated. So we have moved from what appears to be 1,100 to a full activation of the D.C. National Guard. And a comment that has been reported basically from the national security editor at the Washington Post, deputy national security editor at the Washington Post, that seems to suggest that the president is out of the loop with the National Guard in D.C. That doesn't mean it's true. But if it is true, that would be staggering because there's only a few ways that can happen. There's only a few ways that can happen. That's all I'm going to say on the matter until we confirm whether or not the DC is who the National Guard is reporting to. I don't want them to be reporting to the president. But in DC, that's who they report to. That's what, okay, during the riots, when the protests first started, the DC National Guard were deployed. No other state. And Donald Trump tried to deploy the National Guard in other states, but he couldn't. It was up to the governors to deploy the National Guard in their own states. DC doesn't have a governor, so it's up to the president. The president's in charge of the military. He is the commander-in-chief. Now, if he's not available, actually, if he's not available, depending on how and why he's not available, kind of depends on what happens next. So the question is, who is the National Guard reporting to? If it's to Pence, why? Now, the obvious reason why is because Trump's a certifiable lunatic and because we don't even know if he's going to deploy them on the right side. But that begs the next question. Did you try to deploy them on the wrong side? And somebody said, no, sir, which, by the way, they are actually empowered to do. If a superior officer, even the commander-in-chief, orders you to do something unconstitutional, you are required to disobey. Short of that, and short of, the 25th Amendment of the Constitution, you have to do what the president tells you. So the question is, why are they reporting to the vice president if they are? Which we do not know yet, but we've got one comment from the deputy secretary at the Washington Post that seems to suggest that the people in charge of this deployment are the ones that you would expect at least to have a say in the matter, which would be the people who run those buildings. That would be McConnell, Pelosi, Schumer, and then Pence. Now, it could also be, listen, the president delegates authority, right? So the president could just say, Pence, you take care of this. Considering what he said of Pence just a few hours ago, which is that Pence is a coward for not overthrowing the U.S. election. So I think we're gonna try to understand who's in charge, because if it's Pence, that's wow. And again, that could. I mean, again, there's a couple of different ways you could get there, but and I mean, ostensibly, okay. Very big hypothetical. I am not saying this happened. Very big hypothetical, just to understand some of the things we're possibly talking about. Trump says, let's deploy the National Guard to, hey, make all the protesters senators. No, short of that, to say, listen, to kick out the Congress, which is essentially what, I mean, he sounded in two tweets like he was proposing that. Actually, it was a plausible interpretation of two of his tweets. I can't believe I have to say that. So he says that. Pence goes up to him and says, "Listen, you do this. You go right ahead. You want to? Fine, go ahead. I am going to call every member of the cabinet, and within 15 minutes, I will have enough to evoke the 25th Amendment. So either you put me in charge and you go home and you sleep, or you go do what you do and I'll get back to you in 25 minutes. And then Trump realizing that that's what's going to happen and he doesn't want to humiliate it. Now, that's a possibility. Obviously, that's a very remote. So, and then we're left with, well, I delegated it to Pence. Okay. And that's just a way that we could end up with a terrible situation that sounds okay. It could also just be that he's not going to just give it to Pence. If he just gave it to Pence, then that's another one where it's No, something. This is insane. This is a strange day. Yeah, no, I know the citation's real. I'm sorry. I was looking to confirm that. So the claim that I had read was that that Pence is in charge of the National Guard, and I would like to know if that's true. If that's true, that there are a few ways that could happen reasonably innocuously, but for the most, that's big. That's big. Now, actually, we just got, and thank you for that. We just got the okay. So that was Bregwin again. How'd I guess? A statement by the acting secretary, because the secretary quit because everybody hates Trump and he's insane. Yeah. Chairman Milley and I spoke separately with the vice president. We have fully activated the D.C. National Guard to assist, and he lists all the others, but it was the vice president. List that first. It's the vice president who activated the National Guard. That's the only... There's no way you would do a press release and have had a conversation with the president of the United States and not put his name first. The first name is the vice president. That means the activation of the full guard was done by the vice president. That's going to take some thinking. That's I'm not prepared to opine much on that one before I've thought that one through. In Time has a Twitter account. If you hashtag In Time, we'll get it during live show. I'll get it here. When I'm looking at it, I've been out of the live chat for a little while. At least I have it up now. But and I have my own personal Twitter account, so you can find me on Twitter. And you know, I have a lot of many different kinds of friends, and they're not all interested in world events. And some of my friends have been in some drama, and there's always drama. There's always social drama. And there was a conversation that was going on about social drama, and I have exited that drama a long time ago. And I made it clear I don't really have any interest in it. It's amusing to kind of watch, and I understand why it's important to some people. And it always had a little importance to me at one point, but never enough to even. But I was like, okay, I get it, and you guys do you, and good luck. But they've been going at it for like a couple days now, and I'm sorry. I was using the In Time Twitter account to pull some of these Twitter feeds, and I accidentally pulled up my account, and I just saw, did Jen really say that about her? And that's from like 3 minutes ago. I'm just like, okay. So, hold on. Pence may now be president of the United States. And yes, Jen really did say that about Jose. And oh my God, and did she steal the boyfriend? Yes, she stole the boyfriend. And not all my friends are interested in what's going on in the world right now. Even then, I'd kind of think you'd be glued to your television right now, but okay. Yeah, okay. So, and we have, okay, yeah, so the media equipment's been destroyed. Yeah, sorry, folks. And so Bregwin and Tony, I had asked them to confirm whether it was, and I think there was a little, so I wanted them to confirm really who's in charge. And I had gone a much longer route than they had. They were already there, and I was just like, well, wait, are you sure that just got there? I was like, yep. Okay, so we haven't confirmed exclusive, we haven't just gotten Pence is in charge, But we have a press release, and Bregwin dropped this, and there is no other way to interpret it by any meaningful. You'd have to have committed a colossal fuck-up at this point. So the release is this. It's from the U.S. Department of Defense, which Trump doesn't write those releases, so they're actually usually pretty good. Chairman Milley and I spoke recently with Vice President and with Speaker Pelosi, Leader Mitch McConnell, Senator Schumer, and Representative Hoyer about the situation at the U.S. Capitol. We have fully activated the D.C. National Guard to assist federal and local law enforcement as they work peacefully to address the situation. We are prepared to provide additional support as necessary and appropriate as requested by local authorities. Our people are sworn to defend the Constitution and our democratic form of government, and they will act accordingly. They mentioned the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the top 6 people in the United States government. Of the top 6, they mentioned the bottom 5. They left one out. The President of the United States, the only one who actually has the technical authority to deploy them. He's not on the list. He wasn't mentioned. That's staggering, and that's a really good pickup, by the way. And I deserve credit for some pieces of this show, because there's some pieces that I do really good, and I'm up here. But if you want to talk about why this show really works, it's not, I don't put the whole damn thing together. There's a lot of, that was a good fucking catch. So what we have is a formal press release from, by the way, this was the other thing I just caught, and they may have caught this sooner than I did. This isn't coming from the National Guard. This is coming from the Department of Defense. So the Department of Defense is issuing a press release that the chairman is deploying the National Guard ostensibly at the behest of the vice president, who, by the way, constitutionally, the vice president has 2 powers. Only 2, constitutionally. 2. First, in the case of a tie, he can break the tie at the Senate. Now, he has other ceremonial duties, but that's the only power he's got. The other one, if the president dies, he can become president. So his superpower basically is to become somebody else, to be other than he is. That's his superpower, and he can vote once if there's a tie. If nobody can agree, he gets to sit there and say, okay, you get the larger half of the cookie. His superpower is to become, his job is to take somebody else's job. He cannot deploy. He has absolutely no standing in the U.S. government. And people don't realize this because some presidents have relied on their vice president so much. But there have been presidents, too, who just said, I'm never letting you in the White House. And they don't have to let you in the White House. They don't have to let you in the White House. You don't have a job there. You don't. You have a job in the legislature. That was Cheney's argument way back when. There you have a job where if there's a tie, you sit there and say, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. But that's it. Now, if he dies, you have a job, but that's it. Why is Pence here? Giving direction to the Department of Defense. That's extraordinary. It may be nothing. But that's extraordinary. Yeah, we're gonna keep 2 eyes on that one. Yeah. Wow. All right. I'm gonna do a rundown in a sec, and we're going to sort of, everyone's going to gather their thoughts. I think this has been, holy smoke. Wesley posted a live. Okay, thank you. I'll check it out. I'm going to take a break. I've been having, oh, dear Lord, I'm going to have to start, yeah. Okay. Okay. To the just the news section. Let's see what the stream is. Oh, I had seen that photo and I had thought, okay, you know what? Okay, you know what? I can snag that now. And maybe I'm missing something. This is another one of those situations where actually I could really just use a short break to just get up and stretch my legs. I could play elevator music. Stairway to Heaven? Because we don't get demonetized enough. Oh, okay. Now that's okay. It must have been the other section. Oh, it's a live stream. Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Okay, moving there. No, that's old. Okay, I'm missing something. Got it. And I got no shit. All right. Yeah, we're gonna. Okay. Thank you, Titan. Got it. I'm on it. And thank you, Wesley. By the way, thank you very much. All right. Well, okay. We're gonna switch out. We don't want no socialism in this country. We want the liberty. Okay. But that looks like. Okay. So is that which building is that? That would suggest that they've recaptured the Capitol building is what that would suggest. But we're going to bring that up because if the protesters decide to try to, yeah, okay. Oh dear Lord. All right, so what I'm listening to right now is a live stream. It is extraordinarily tense. I've got audio. We can, if I want to pump that in, I got it. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to prepare to pump that stream in here. It's got some simultaneous streams. We've got good audio. I'm not always going to keep the audio on because you won't be able to hear me and the audio. What's shocking about the audio, there's nothing actually per se. It's just a lot of, you should have shot some Antifa, why aren't we killing people kind of stuff. But that's pretty serious stuff to be talking to what I assume is Capitol Hill Police and or National Guard. It doesn't look like National Guard to me, but I'm not qualified to be able to tell the difference. Somebody's on a bullhorn. Are you fucking happy with yourself? To the police, are you going to be able to sleep at night? That is our building, they're shouting. So it looks like the Capitol building has been retaken. And they're demanding that they put down the champagne and reopen the front door to the Capitol building. So I believe the Capitol building has been retaken. Okay, so oh dear Lord. Okay, I've got to get this up. I'm sorry, I'm listening to it and I'm getting distracted. Right now, some far right wing guy is complaining about police brutality. I shit you not. and has gone up to the camera. This officer, I was doing nothing, and he shot me with a rubber bullet. Look at the injury I got from the rubber bullet because this officer shot. He's complaining about police brutality as he was repelled from the Capitol building earlier today. Police brutality. Okay. Yeah, it looks like the Capitol building's been retaken. I don't know for certain. And I will look at the live chat and catch up with what everybody's saying. But right now, I want to take what I'm seeing now and get that into the show. I'm probably going to put it up in Vox's window. Actually, nope. As much as I like that image, I want to make this as big as possible. So I'm going to put it into the camera where that gun thing is. I should have in just 1 minute. It's just been a little while since I've actually, and I'm a little tired. So let's see what's the good way to do this. I should have, that'll do it. Perfect. All right. I won't be able to get audio in that way. Yes, I will. I don't know. If I don't get audio, there's another way to do it. So let me, yep, here we go. This will work. Perfect. So I should have, we'll have a stream in, probably less than 2 minutes. It will be in that gun window. I am going to be mildly distracted during that stream. We'll put the stream up, and then we're going to do a rundown on what's been going on. It's a little cray-cray. The stream comes from m.twitch.tv/woke, and I do want to make sure that they get credit for it, so I want to figure out a way to cut out all the extraneous stuff we don't need, but that they get credit for it, and I can't actually just type their name out in the thing on this interface, so we will figure out how to make sure they get credit for it. But nonetheless, while I'm working on that, okay, is that gonna, yeah. Okay. And I think we got it. Yeah, we got it. All right, we're good. We almost got this. So this is, yeah, at some point, oh, Jesus. A number of things have to happen, not the least of which is I have to take everybody who has been contributing to this show and doesn't get credit by being on a front end screen of this thing. I have to take you all out to a beer. How I'm going to do that with the fact that I can't drink and you're all in different states, I haven't figured out yet, but we will find a way to do it. Okay. All right. First thing I need to, I'm almost done here. Just one or two more quick things I gotta get done. That's it. All right. Oh, I think this is going to work well. This is going to work well. We should have, oh, and they actually have their logo on the thing, which is perfect. So this is WokeNet. It is, and we're getting it from their Twitch channel, which I would honestly like to get the whole address of up if I could. And so I think I'm going to try to find a way to do that so everyone knows where we're getting this from because, again, they need to get credit. But at a minimum, and they've got audio, and we should be, yes, we will be able to pipe in the audio, but at a minimum, so that is 81. At a minimum, we'll have that up in just a few seconds, and I'm going to put that up in the large window on your bottom right. Yep, it's there. Okay, cool. It's going to be misaligned slightly, but I think everybody's going to be okay with that right now. I'm just saying. Oh, that's 1, 2, 3. That's 4. Got it. And there we go. And so let's see. Let's even that up a bit. And oh, I think I can. Let's try to just pan that over just a bit. Oh, that's perfectly panned over there. Okay, now why did that reset? That doesn't seem. I don't know why that reset. And I may not worry about it. Excuse me, by the way, I talk to myself. Sometimes I will be honest with you. There's really, honestly, and I just, there is absolutely nothing wrong with talking to yourself. It's when you start to hear people talking back and nobody's there that you're crazy. Or when you think that Trump is a great president. Okay, wait a minute. Nope, because that's still got the. I don't know how that happened. I really don't know how that happened. But you know what? Nice thing is, I don't need to know. All right. There is something. There is a trick that insiders who are interested. If you ever decide you want to get into broadcasting or anything like that, there is a old trick that people that I learned that I think was really extraordinarily helpful and is just one of those things that just revolutionizes everything when you learn to be able to do this. It's called fuck it. It's close enough. All right. So that is from WokeNet, and that is it's Twitch. It's actually from Twitch Mobile. That's why we have the problem. It's from Twitch Mobile, but it's Twitch TV /woke. You'd think I know nothing about computers. Didn't realize that was the mobile site. So we're up. Let me check out what the audio is, and if it's not brutal, I can pipe it through. So give me 1 second. Yeah. There we go. And it looks like a fight has broken out, but yeah, that's not exactly breaking news. There it is. All right. Yeah, they got everybody out of the building. It does look like the audio. Well, the whole thing there was not sure what happened there. So that was. It is a couple of laws too about these sorts of things, which is as soon as you do them, all of the stuff that I was hearing them really attacking the police officers. You could hear some of that there. They weren't attacking them, but there was all of that stuff kind of as soon as we're live with the audio, sure enough, it gets much more civil, so that's good. Now this was coming to us from Woke TV, and I'm very glad we were able to bring this, and it includes multiple live streams. We may try in a few minutes to, if Woke doesn't come back, check out these other streams, because we've got the names from these other streams and what their sources were. But Woke is down, so this isn't just us. Our connection to them isn't there. They're not, for whatever reason. The Twitch is still up, but they're not streaming. So I don't know what's going on. So we may. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually shut down the audio on that, so that if they suddenly come back while we're broadcasting, we won't. And I don't even. Yeah, let me turn off the audio on that there. And all right, so, and then I'm going to turn my camera back on in a minute. So I'll turn my camera back on in a minute. Sorry, I came down. Just like, oh, I think the audio's been cut, or the feed's been cut, and sure enough. So I just can only do one thing at a time. So I've killed their audio so that we can chat, and if they suddenly come on, it's not going to interrupt. And if something wildly inappropriate comes on, it's not going to be just suddenly streamed out live. Besides, there are a number of people who would kind of rather see this thing, rather see this image of me than me in person. So, frankly, there are people that think this is an improvement in the show, a vast and long overdue improvement. All right, what I'm going to do is take a breather, and then we are going to do a rundown. I also think, actually, I just need to oh, hold on a second. Whoa. All right, so let me just trying to get all the sound proofing back on the door there, so that hopefully you don't hear my little ones running around and planning their own conquest of the world. All right, there we go. So so that people don't think I've abandoned the stream and are keep asking if we're live, I'm going to oh, okay. They said they were changing batteries and equipment. All right, I guess I get that, but since that's 6 simultaneous streams, okay. You know what? I don't even care. Whenever they come back up is great. We're lucky to be able to stream that. Yeah, that does look like a pipe bomb. Okay, yeah, that would, yeah. All right, okay. All right, so yeah, we're gonna cut from that nice wood grain, which is actually much nicer than the in time finish. What's up with that? I don't know. So let's get my ugly mug back on there. I do this enough. I should make this actually just one of those simple click of a button things. Just press a button and poof. It ain't that hard to do. Just hasn't been a priority. All right. So, wow. Honestly, I was going to say we're going to do a rundown, and I'm going to cover sort of what's been going on and where we are. I was going to say I should start at the beginning, and I was going to start at the beginning when the Capitol was seized by protesters, which is it should be on any day, like news that they interrupt Desperate Housewives of, and I know I'm dating myself because nobody even knows what that show is anymore, but nonetheless, and then I realized, no, we got to cover the congresswoman who really thinks Hitler had a few awesome things to say that really need to be distributed around, especially on the steps of the Capitol. And I was just like, wow, I yearn for those times 8 hours ago. And then, okay, thank you. I was going to say thank you, Bozo. I was just like, that may have not, okay. I'm going to have to figure out how to address him in a way that indicates a modicum of respect. That's going to be hard to do. So I can't, I'm sitting there going, no, I got to talk about that. And I was like, well, you got to start with what Mitch McConnell said this morning because that's relevant. Even though he was really too little too late, you got to do that. And I was like, well, yeah, but this all started yesterday when the president of the United States tried to subvert, democracy and asked a Secretary of State to find 100,000 votes. Like, yeah, but if you're going to start there, you might as well start with the whole, like all the illegal things he's done, because how did we get to the point at which, we're just completely inured against all this stuff? And I was like, well, if you're going to start there, so I was just like, okay, we're going to do a rundown. We're going to start at the beginning, and we're going to, okay. So, what was the line from Airplane? So, the galaxy was created, and then the Earth cooled, and then the dinosaurs came, but they all got too big and fat. And so oh dear Lord, I'm going to start with the dinosaurs. And then there was a meteor. It actually wasn't. It was the Yucatan Peninsula, and might as well. All right. So enough griping. Where are we? Okay. As everybody knows, Donald Trump has been arguing that he won the election, that everybody knows that he won by a landslide, and that a bunch of mysterious, unaccounted for votes are to account for his loss. He is enacting a plan that was actually first revealed in the New Yorker, I think, that he was going to go after the governors and the state's attorneys general to get them to hand the electors to him. And now, barring that, what he's been doing is actually proposing that the state's attorneys general find enough votes sufficient to put him over the top in the race. Now, he's been stoking for quite some time all of this talk about how people should, take back the election, and that he would not necessarily concede the election if he lost, and that the only way he could lose was if it was rigged. Enough of his supporters have at this point reached the conclusion that it was rigged, that they have, begun protesting in earnest. And they started their protests at the Capitol, where today was the certification of the election. There is other news today. The Senate has now been determined. It will be in the House of the Democrats. So the Democrats have won the Senate for the next congressional term, which is important to note. But that was also done today. But among other things, today was the certification of Biden's win. It was expected that the Republicans would, as they said they would, and I shouldn't say Republicans because for the most part, even one of the most cynical human beings I have heard of in my life, basically to rival Kissinger. What's his name? Oh my God, Turtle Man. I can't. The head of the Senate. Has even he came out and said it's Biden. we need to certify and we need to move forward. And he came out and said that today, and he's been sort of saying in the past week, I think he's been telling senators, let's not contest this. Please don't contest this. It's going to get ugly if you contest this. Let's just go forward, which strikes me as drawing from the book Too Little, Too Late. At any rate, as they were in the process of, now it was contested and they're going through the process, at some point during this, protests that had been ostensibly reasonably peaceful in the front of the Capitol building basically marched on the Capitol building and attempted to seize the building. And they managed to get what appears to be the vast majority of the building under their control. They did seize the House chamber. They did seize what appears to be the office wing. At a minimum, they also got Nancy Pelosi's office, which she had to evacuate so fast. And we have the picture 2 down from below me of her computer. And this was taken by somebody who was there. That's her computer. Her instant messenger is open. Those are her emails. She was in the process of reading them, and she got up and left. That's how quickly they had to evacuate the building. And you can see there that, you can read her emails. You could send emails as Nancy Pelosi if you wanted to. Wouldn't that be a gag? Send one to your best friend like, hey, I'm Nancy Pelosi. And, you need to let up on your buddy for that time that he, took your car and drove it to Mexico. He was a good guy. Lay off him. At any rate, so they seized control of at least huge swaths of, if not the entire Capitol building. They had control for a while. The FBI sent in teams, and then the National Guard was deployed. At first, an offer or a request for the National Guard was actually declined. We don't know who put in the request, and we don't know who declined it. Then, eventually, the National Guard was, in fact, deployed. That deployment is interesting. Trump did a few tweets. We talked about those tweets. We may bring those up again. But the first one, he called Mike Pence a coward and said Mike Pence was a coward for not refusing to certify the election and turning the election back to the states so that the people's voice could be heard, which is overturning the election, by the way, but nonetheless. Then he said that he would be, I think he said, if I'm remembering correctly, and I'll have to look at the tweets again, that he'd be helping to deploy the National Guard or he was asking for the officers, and that he'd be deploying, I think he said this, deploying the National Guard to help restore, to help make sure to enforce the Constitution and make sure that everything was okay. And the problem was the language they used in that other tweet was identical to the one he'd used in the first to say that Pence had failed to defend the Constitution by overturning the vote, which begged the question, what did he mean when he said he was sending the National Guard in? Because if he thinks that defending the Constitution is overturning the vote and installing him as president, which is what he's made it clear that's what he thinks. That's what he said in the previous tweet. That's why Pence is a coward, is because he refused to do it. Well, if he's sending in the National Guard to the Capitol to defend the Constitution, that's rather fucking concerning. So we opined on this for a little bit as we watched it happen, and then we saw a press release from the Department of Defense that listed 5 of the 6 top leaders in Washington. Now, these would be minority and majority leader in the Senate, and the Speaker of the House, the minority leader in the House, and the Vice President of the United States. Noticeably absent from that list was the President. The Department of Defense can only deploy troops in any kind of military situation at the orders of the president. And it certainly reads like the instructions came. In fact, it doesn't really, what it's saying essentially is the vice president gave the order to deploy the National Guard, which, while I appreciate him doing that, he doesn't have the authority except under very specific circumstances. And the Department of Defense knows that. The Department of Defense knows that. If the Vice President of the United States calls up the Department of Defense on any other day and says, I want you to deploy the National Guard right now, they're going to say, okay, thank you very much. Could you please put your bigger brother on the phone and I'll talk to him. That's what they're going to say. Now, why don't you put your daddy on the phone? That's what they're going to say, because he doesn't have the power. Constitutionally, he doesn't have the power. They couldn't if they wanted to. So if he's the one directing them, how and why? That's a question I would like an answer to. I don't know if we're going to get one tonight. And it may be that what we're going to hear later is, oh, well, it wasn't a big situation. I wanted to go to Mar-a-Lago and chillax for a little while. So I just said, hey, Pence, baby, why don't you take this over for me? And he can do that. He can delegate, obviously. And the military can take orders from Pence if it's been delegated, sure. But that would be a load of shit, because he's going to delegate the recovery of one of the most important buildings in D.C. And he's going to delegate, and he's going to delegate it to a person earlier just that day he had called a coward for doing the exact opposite of what he wanted him to do. So it appears something's happened. Whether it's Pence and a few members of the cabinet have said, okay, Trump, why don't you go on vacay and we got this, which is the easiest way for everyone to deal with this. And there's no invoking of the 25th. There's no formal. It's the easiest way. They're like, Trump, baby, you're benched, and have fun. You're benched. You can fight us if you want, but we're the cabinet, and you will lose. So walk away. We'll say, hey, he was telling us what to do the whole time. And everyone gets to save face, but you're benched. It could be that simple. And it may be that I'm still wrong and something else I haven't thought of yet. But it really looks like something's happened. Of the top 6 politicians, most powerful people in Washington who are in charge of this government, of the top 6, that letter listed the bottom 5. It left out the only one who's actually empowered to tell them what to do. Something has happened. What it is, I don't know. Whether it's huge or not, I don't know. But something has happened. I don't know what it is. And it genuinely may be as simple as Trump just said, hey, Pence, I'm going to go out for a burger. The state's yours for now, or the country's yours for now. But that seems extraordinarily unlikely given the circumstances. Something's happened. And whether, yeah, I'm sorry. I think I'm going to stand by that statement. I know I don't like to walk out on it. I know walking out on a limb is a little bit more Vox's thing. All right. National Association of Manufacturers calls on Pence to seriously consider working with the cabinet to invoke the 25th Amendment. Okay, the 25th Amendment, which would be replacing the President of the United States while he is still in office. The problem is I've never actually heard of this organization. I have some vague idea. Now, this comes from the Wall Street Journal. Well, this is a White House report. Where is this? Okay. There's a White House reporter at the Wall Street Journal. All right. So, yeah. So we're not the only ones who are talking 25th either. It should be invoked now or I mean, National Association of Manufacturers. I don't know. Actually, that's got to be a huge fucking organization. That has to be a huge organization. And that's got to be a Bible Belt organization too. Now that I think about it, so that's a Rust Belt organization. Oh, hold on. Yes, Tony did hit on Jake's girlfriend, but Sarah didn't think that. Yeah, I got to make sure I don't get on my personal Twitter feed again during this thing. It's just a bad idea. You know what? I think I'm gonna close out my personal Twitter feed right now. I'm glad there are people who are paying attention to something a little less stressful, but still. Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. I apologize. Well, this new the boom mic that I'm using here it's a really nice mic. It was a bit better, then I lost all the settings. It turns out Logitech their thing deletes its settings really easily. It's not but it's mostly back to where it is. But the other thing is it picks up everything. So I'm on my keyboard, and you guys are probably hearing it sounds like friggin'. Yeah, I imagine it's pretty loud. All right, so let's see. I guess Trump has made a now. Is Trump's Twitter reactivated? If so, how? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not sure they can legally deactivate it, since technically it's actually Trump's Twitter feed is actually a official White House media outlet. So it was suggested that Twitter cannot legally shut it down if the White House actually had another news source and way that they released information. But since Trump is actually releasing news through his Twitter feed, they can't shut it down, because then they're denying Americans their right to equal access to what the president has to. There was an actual legal case about this, and so they may not be able to shut his thing down. It looks like they shut it down for a while. All right, so Titan has quoted, because I was curious to know what this organization is. I haven't heard of them, but sometimes the largest organizations in the world are the ones you haven't heard of. It's just because they don't advertise, and people who need to know who they are, and they're huge. And that happens more than you'd think. According to Titan, a 2018 article by Business Insider, which is a very reputable magazine, described the National Association for Manufacturers as a behemoth in the U.S. Capitol. Receiving unfettered access to the White House, top lawmakers on Capitol Hill. Holy smoke. Okay. All right. So the woman who was we have now confirmed. Yes, it was one person. We have confirmed one person who was shot on the when they took the Capitol building. It was a woman. She has now died. There is now one death in this. Again, what we had heard, it's still barred from posting. All right. Well, I have what appears to be, now this is 6:01 p.m. my time, January 6th, from Trump. These are things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever. So, I'm against violence, and I don't think anyone should ever be violent, and don't be violent for any reason. But we are all patriots, and We are all wonderful people who have had this viciously stripped away from us. And it was a landslide election. We've been robbed. We've been cheated. And on this violent day, never forget what we've done here. This violent day, because I don't like violence. That's, yeah, okay. I'm not even gonna, yeah. All right, okay, so I guess they're blocking intermittent contact. Okay, so nobody can reply to his tweets. Nobody can retweet it. And for some reason, somehow, that seemed to block my ability to but it doesn't matter. That was just weird that I was having such a hard time grabbing any, especially off of presidential stuff, because that belongs to everybody. So I should be able to just download presidential stuff off of, drop it into the interface, and poof, we're good. And this one wouldn't let me do it. And that took a little finagling. That was not easy, but it doesn't matter. We're moving forward. All right, I'm gonna take some aspirin in a few minutes, I think. Yeah, so I saw somebody, I'm glad I live in Canada. Yeah, you're not gonna be glad when there's a friggin' underground railroad of everyone trying to move up there. All right. So what I really want to do is see if, okay, yeah, that's the one I wanted. Actually, I want to put that in the, but you know what? I'm a little tired to just be trying to make sure I got everybody in the right window. Wouldn't it be nice if I had that image in the bigger window and it's just like bad ferret, no biscuit, just do a good show. Okay. So what we're going to do here, I mean, I don't know. I think we're going to try to take a look and see. This stream hasn't come up yet. Now, apparently they said that their battery pack was out. If they're broadcasting from a battery, okay, the stream is still up. I will, unless, well, I don't know. Be a new stream. Gee, it's a new stream. I've only been on YouTube for 2 or 3 years. Dear Lord. When you kill a stream, the live chat may keep going. Stream's dead. All right. Woke is back up. They've probably been back up for a while, but because I'm your host, nobody knew it. So what I'm going to do is bring them back. That is easy enough to do. Presumably. Boom. All right. So we have Washington, D.C. and several different places. Salt Lake City, not a lot going on there. There's clearly something going on there, but it's not a lot now. It's still daylight in Salt Lake City. And Salem, Oregon, where there may end up being some difficulty coming up. It looks like there's small groups of people there. And 1, 2, 3 different spots in D.C., Salt Lake, and I don't care about that. So that's what we got. So I may bring in the audio again. I'm going to probably take a break. I'm going to take a couple Advil, which probably falls under the category of information you did not need to know, but nonetheless. And then I'd like to try to figure out, yep, okay. It seems like we have a decent lull, and I do apologize. Like I said, it's just, there's a lot of different stuff coming at me all the time, and everybody was being, and I hope I wasn't getting, like, snippy with anybody or grumpy, aside from the fact that I'm in a touch of pain. It was just, there was a lot going on, and there may be again, which is perfectly fine. We will go through it. It's not going to be, we're here as long as this goes. We've I was gonna say we've been through worse every time I say that. But I'm gonna flip on the audio. If everything's working, I'm probably gonna bail for about 10 or 15 minutes, and I'll be back in a little bit. And I do have a collection of, oh dear Lord, well, how did I miss that? All right, Titan, thank you. I did see something about that, but I thought it probably, I wasn't sure if, okay, I'll look into it. All right, thank you. I have a long list of things that people want to say to me, so I'll get back to all that. Thank you all. I will be back shortly, but first let me just make sure that everybody's got audio here. And actually, just make sure that I put that where it belongs, which I did, so... All right, and I'm actually not getting audio, so if I'm not getting audio, you're not getting it. That's odd. And now, is this me or the stream? No, there's audio there. Now, the stream's got audio, so let's try refreshing this. All right, okay, it looks like I'm not catching the audio now. It's possible that that's still coming through and you guys can hear it. So if you guys can hear it, let me know. But I'm going to check. I suspect it's not coming through at all. All right, so yeah, the audio to this should be playing. And yeah, okay, it's not, yeah, that's, okay, it's not coming through. It's definitely not coming through. And honestly, truth be told, it's not even, and I know it's there, so I have no idea. So I'm going to need one more minute to try to identify the source of this problem. Yeah, no, in general, I'm the only one that gets muted, really. Just the way it works out, you know. Yeah, this is an odd one to me, because everything here really seems to suggest that it should be working, but I'm going to give it one more shot at really trying to fix the audio. If I can't, I don't know. I'm not going to say what I'm going to do if I can't, because really it should be able to be fixed without too much difficulty. I'd be really surprised if this doesn't work.
Yeah, we gotta have a spot.
That's why there's an open door in the middle, man.
Thank you.
What would you tell people
So again, we're just here documenting, frontline documenting, guys, showing you what the media won't. The media will pick and pull whatever they can to make it seem like these folks are instigators. They are talking. They're trying to have a conversation. And look at, they just want to spray. That's all they want to do.
Especially, let me zoom in on him.
So this guy right here, they were talking to decently, is a veteran, Navy veteran.
Hat on, she is not
Sir, you got a second?
Yeah, sure.
So you're a veteran?
Yeah.
What do you think of all this?
I'm glad I'm not right now active duty. I'm glad I don't have to make the decisions they have to make. And I don't know who's telling them what to do, but you're in the Army, you're sworn an oath to follow orders, or you can actually old school be shot. So they're not in a good position, and it's easy to say, quit your jobs, you got rebel. It's not that easy. And people don't understand that it's not that easy. But I tell them, they're going to have to make choices later on, and I hope it's not too late when they do. Because it will become too late.
Well, what happened today, we're going to be suffering from this for a long time with the woman shot and killed.
I heard she wasn't killed.
Oh, well, they came out and said she was. Fox News confirmed it.
So what is that going to do?
I think it's going to put a bad stain on this country for a long time. People that are watching it, you don't think so?
You mean she got shot by, what, a Secret Service guy? Rubber bullet in the neck, right?
Whatever she was shot.
What are we gonna? It depends. If you listen and believe the media, that's the problem.
Well, there'll be video that comes out. There's patriots up there.
Who got shot? Was a lady who probably was a patriot.
Yeah.
Who shot her? Someone inside with a weapon that shot a rubber bullet. It wasn't a patriot with a gun. It wasn't a patriot who shot.
No, that's what I am saying. A patriot lost her life today.
I mean,
no big deal?
It's going to take a lot more. This is nothing. We got more to come.
There's a lot more to come, but I disagree that this is nothing.
One lady is going to make a difference as far as mobilizing the lazy-ass Americans.
Okay.
Trump has.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you on that. Too many people will be on their fucking keyboard, still posting memes and not being out here on the front line.
Correct.
Yeah, I agree with that.
America, the silent majority has remained silent. The Christians that should be here, they're praying and it's in God's hands. It's all in God's hands. Yeah, but you are his hands and feet. Get out there and do something.
Amen. I agree with that 100%. We always say that. You can't just go to the ballot box, vote, and go home and pray. You have to take action. If you got your leg cut off, you wouldn't just pray. You would pray and take action at the hospital. Thank you.
Hey, God bless you.
Thank you for your service.
Watch how close I am.
Police and military, turn away from these atrocities. These idiots that's running this country into the ground. They've run this country into the ground. Turn against them and turn with us. And side with us. Turn against the evil corruption that has taken over this wicked country.
See it?
So it looks like most of the patriots and infiltrators are standing over here. I think people have came down just to see what's going on. Oh, here we go.
Have no sword! Tell him! You sell his clothes! That's fine!
Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta do something really quick. Trying to make sure we have everybody in our group.
I saw him before.
Fordi så havde vi undgået de voldelige scener, vi så tidligere på dagen. Hvis vi lige zoomer op på selve bygningen,
2565.
der hvor vi for et par timer siden kunne rapportere, at folk...
Hold this for 1 second. I gotta adjust something that fell out.
Excuses, excuses. No, just kidding.
Should be fair. People are charged already. We have got to not let that happen. I know you're. That's what I'm saying. Already there. Claim down like window up there. Kick my feet up in a chair. You know what I mean? Then I pay my tax.
Our way of life. It's all gone. As of today, we are fucking communists and socialists. You're defending that.
You got to restore the republic.
We are now.
You know it's an unlawful order.
Are you sure the election was fair? I'm not.
They don't even let people investigate. City councilman, you don't know who's got it on his using the technology against us. Fuck, man, they know it. That's why they won't say it. All probably been paid. Look out there.
Apparently the police department, along with some of the elected officials in that office, forgot whose house this is.
Yeah, go over here, watch this. So WGN report
Very similar.
is actually arguing with the Patriots. There's a WGN reporter arguing with Patriots, like trying to call them out on today's thing, saying violence and all this.
He's right there up against the deal with the black guy. I talked about these people. No.
Fake news.
Mm-hmm. And they
More
keep
fake
exposing
news.
how corrupt and how fake and what big liars they are.
This guy is actually instigating the Patriots right here. He's from, I guess, WGN. He's the one that'll report all the false stories.
About how violent it was this evening.
Yeah. But all the lives and all the videos we have show otherwise.
Yeah.
Jason.
Yeah. What's up?
Order pizza for everybody?
No, I thought you were doing that.
Oreo Express, guys. That's how we do it, I wish. We can't get pizza.
We'll have to go actually to Virginia or Maryland, honestly.
Look at that guy with the blue mask on. Such a cuck.
Fake news, fake news, fake news.
see that backpack?
Wow, okay. So I just received a message from someone I would consider very credible. Apparently there's talk of Congress actually coming back tonight to try and certify the election.
That's why they have all this out here.
Yeah. There is talk that they may actually try and resume the certification today. Or tonight, excuse me.
Someone said they did finish it, though. They worked through it.
Oh,
maybe I'm wrong.
I don't think they heard all the objections. I only recall 2. But there is talk that they will actually, that Congress will return this evening. If only they were this aggressive with stimulus payments, huh? Or Section 230, national security, the health and safety of American citizens, not illegals. Perhaps this wouldn't have had to have happened tonight. We wouldn't have had to remind these individuals that this is the people's house.
We can handle this. What's going on, man?
I was in the background on Fox News. I wasn't interviewed by them.
We're still by the bank. Yo, look towards the crowd.
I do not own the rights to this music. Public setting. How you doing?
Det skal vi ikke, men altså, lige bare blive og...
You can charge for harassment, hugging the woman, and giving the compliment. Y'all way too sensitive yet, offended to death. Bring all the coffins in. I swear that y'all are mad at everything.
I was going to tell you to do something.
What's up?
You have too many surprises, I'm trying to get proud. And nobody wants to be real. Everyone's scared of how everyone feels. You become so oversensitive and hyper tolerant and honestly gonna be illegal.
Oh, but oh yeah, that works. I just need I need this.
Yeah, you can have that. Okay, guys, thank you for tuning in. We're gonna go off for 3 seconds. We gotta switch phones. We're gonna go to 2 platforms. Again, thank you for watching. If you would please, and you feel compelled to donate.
Your boss at home. Calm down. Reform. Such like it's free speech. Where did that go away to?
You guys are gonna have to give me a minute to get my mask on. All right, and my charger together. Hold on.
All right, we're gonna, so, hold on a sec. I don't even know, hold on. So let's, one thing at a time. So yeah, my audio is on. I haven't turned this audio off.
And you can sue the
so
fucking piss out of them. See? They're blocking the whole fucking thing. They brought in everybody.
All right, so Michael Westby brings up a legit point, and it's one you always got to be a little careful with. And there's always a balance, and you're never going to please everybody. But let me make a couple of suggestions. First of all, I do think sometimes it's important to put this up, and you don't know, because I can't listen to this before I put it up. Sometimes what you hear gives you a really good example of just how bad these people are, and you sit there and say, oh my God. And then sometimes it turns out that you're giving them a platform you didn't mean to. And any number of things can happen. The other thing is, right now I'm without a co-host, which means if I need to take a bio break, or if I need to get some water, or if I want to ask my wife, I was supposed to make dinner tonight and do a whole bunch of things, and now I can't because I'm covering news. Sometimes I'll confess, I just let it play for a little bit so I can take care of some other things and then come back and give you not necessarily the show that you need right now, but certainly the show you deserve. Or the other way around. Nonetheless, so while I think you have some legitimate objections, it's not just as simple as, okay, we shouldn't be platforming it. I'm one guy, there's a lot going on. So, moving forward, let's see, and I still haven't even gotten, there's enough going on, I still haven't once again yet managed to get my camera back on again, because at least on this interface, that's like a three-step process. And nobody in the chat is saying anything, but I assume everybody heard me. My mic should have come back on. Like I said, I mean, part of what I was listening to earlier when we were talking about and plenty of people have known them far better than I. So that's not to say you don't have a valid point. By the way, you act, Mr. Westby, by the way, has been a very long time supporter of the show, and one of the things, it's not always easy. It's not always easy that our supporters are often, not often, but sometimes our critics as well. But I do think that that's much better of a plus than a negative. And so whether or not it's my show is completely irrelevant. You're still entitled to criticize it. So I think we do better when people criticize it. So let's take aside whose show it is and what I can do. Sorry, I'm also in some pain, and I have to. I'm really, for the most part, I have to get up and walk around. Usually. I mean, realistically, I should be doing it every 20 minutes. If I'm enjoying something, I can get away with not doing it even for 90 minutes. But then past that, I have to do it or I'm going to be in pain. And if I get really distracted by something, I'll do it. So there's a quick story, very big aside. And I think every now and then these stories are nice. It's just nice to entertain people on something different so we can all take a break. My father had a really bad, and it was I forget how many cigarettes a day it was, but it was so many. There's several packs easily, And it was so many that he couldn't get through a movie without smoking a cigarette. At least several. He couldn't get through a movie. So on most movies, you'd have to smoke 5. That's how. So a movie's 2 hours, 5 cigarettes in a 2-hour movie. Now, if the movie was good, it would be a 3-cigarette movie. If it was really good, it would be a 2-cigarette movie. 1-cigarette movies were rare. And the reason was, of course, it would be in the theater. You'd have to get up and walk out to, and this was VHS, had just been invented. So you'd have to get up and walk out to smoke, and then you'd have to come back. So the movie would have to be pretty good. And he'd have to get really distracted and absorbed in the movie to forget that he was getting the urge. But with enough of a real, distraction, you forget these things. And I enjoy streaming. I really enjoy being live, and I enjoy going over the news, and I think that's usually obvious. And I hope people enjoy getting the news. I hope I can make it entertaining. I hope sometimes we can laugh, and I hope the rest of the time we're informing people. But then, I forget, and then I get to be in a lot of pain because I need to be moving. And, and I got meds, I got family. So it's very difficult to, and then what we do with overtime is we're in the middle of the day, and I'm supposed to be with the kids, and the wife has plans, and we as a family have committed, actually, to the fact that I'm going to be doing this show. Most people sort of think of it as my show, and I appreciate that, but they have to realize the entire family has to support it, or this show doesn't happen. Because the wife, she's got, and it looks like the feet, oh, there we go. If the wife isn't willing to, just suddenly take over, if all of a sudden I can't do what I'm doing, then it's a problem. So, but I need to be able to talk to her. I need to be able to, and that can be hard when I'm trying to do a live stream. So, so it's like sometimes too, getting a live thing that can distract people for a little bit. And I'm just gonna look at the little dazzly little pictures here while I get up. And don't get me wrong, I do think there's value to this. And there are times when there's more value, and there's times when there's a lot less. But there's also times where it's sort of like, okay, we're going to watch this, and I'm going to get up and try to do a little pain management, manage a little wife aggro, and move forward. We are pretty hunkered in here for the rest of the night. I don't think there's going to be a problem. My hope is this doesn't go till 6 a.m. in the morning. If it does, it does. We're good to go. Atheist Swede has pointed out, and please don't, by the way, mistake me also being a little curt, because when I'm in pain, I get grumpy. But all that aside, it's just sort of like, it's like we're putting it on our air for a couple of different reasons, not the least of, there's a reason the camera's off. It's because I need a break for a sec. That's all. And I need to get some fluids. I need to get some, it's going to be a long night. But again, valid criticism, that doesn't mean you're wrong necessarily, but it's more nuanced than that, as usual. So I do have, I wasn't actually quite ready to get back. I've got a whole bunch of messages I'm going to go through that I haven't gotten through. So if you've sent me a message and you're expecting a reply, you'll get one. But I do see, so I guess they hadn't finished the Electoral College votes, and I guess they've got a problem, which I was not aware of, which is that there were more senators who were, I guess, planning to object. But their claims now, at least after the fact, is that they were planning to object mostly symbolically, and that they didn't expect anything to come of it. But now that this has happened, what do? Well, that's what happens when you fuck with the election. I don't understand why there's a symbolic objection to a process was valid. And according to Atheist Swede, and this is actually exactly what I was looking for earlier, so I appreciate that. This is the first time the U.S. state capitol has been violently breached since the War of 1812, which was, I think, when Canada burned down the White House. Was that it? I don't remember. That may have been, I'll ask Trump. And it was an action incited by, it was in that, I know they're going to reconvene tonight, but they have to figure out, Graham was it Lindsey Graham? Yeah, explicitly requested that nobody object to this. Now, it's not the fact that they objected. I don't even know if one of them got off they did object. I don't recall. It doesn't matter whether any of them objected or not. That isn't what caused this, but it's that kind of fuckery that caused this. That's exactly why he said, don't anyone object. Now, it's great. He recognizes that you fuck with the process enough, this is what you get. The problem is he's realizing that 6 months minimum, way past the red line of how dangerous this has been fucking getting. He should have stopped a year ago. Shouldn't have never done it if he just wasn't a cynical son of a bitch who doesn't give a shit about the country and just wants to, further his own political career. And please, if anyone thinks I'm wrong, let's have that debate. All right, I got some emails coming in. I keep doing. I was talking with a friend of mine, and somebody had accused me of lying because I misspoke. It was an easy misspeak. So now every time I speak with a buddy of mine, every time I misspeak, I say, "Oh, I lied." So I just said, "I'm going to check my emails," and of course it was my DMs, not my email. "Oh, I lied. I'm going to check my emails." Oh, I mean my DMs. I lied. It's just an inside joke. I'm sorry. Oh dear Lord. Okay. Oh dear Lord. And Titan had sent me that directly, and I was behind, so it is. So that's confirmed then. Yeah, he did exactly what I asked him to, and exactly when I asked him to. So, Titan, I cannot thank you enough. There was we used to have a mod, and he shall forever go down in infamy, or I don't know. He was. Oh wow, he was contentious for reasons that he did not deserve, but nonetheless, and I liked the guy. I actually got along with the guy, contrary to popular belief. Tony Designs, he hasn't been around for a while, and it nothing. There's no. I actually talk to him almost every day, but he's not around for his own reasons and has nothing to do. We're perfectly fine, and every now and then he does drop into the live chat, and we're happy to see him. But Tony has been his head mod and has been doing a great job. Or no, that was Tony. Titan is head mod and has been doing a great job, and has absolutely been living up to that name and does so much more than head mod. Just lied again. It's not even funny, and so I asked him for a piece of info, and holy shit! I mean, it looks like within about 2 minutes of me asking for it, I had it. So thank you, Titan. I really appreciate that. All right, so let's see where we are. All right, disclosed TV, and from over an hour ago, yeah. So and they thought to no, they didn't think to ask. President Trump orders an acting Secretary of Defense confirms it was VP Mike Pence, not President Trump, who authorized the. Okay, he is not in power. Okay, he is not. All right. Let's be clear about something. The Vice President of the United States is not empowered to deploy any element of the military, including but not limited to the National Guard. Now, that doesn't mean that it doesn't happen, actually. And only because, especially if, and in this case it may be, who knows, but especially if it's a close relationship, everybody knows that, okay, the vice president essentially is speaking for the president. If the vice president ever abused that relationship, he'd catch hell and he'd be ending his political career. So, it's sort of like, so for shorthand, if it's someone you trust and you know is empowered to speak for the president of the United States, you don't sit there and say, okay, the president himself ordered it. Now, you do for big shit. I'm not saying, like, if they say drop a tactical nuke, you're like, well, yeah, that's what his secretary said. The president's secretary called me up and said we have to nuke Russia. No. But for other shit, you don't have to hear it from the president. There are people who are empowered to speak for him under certain, conditions, and it's okay. But the idea... I don't think that necessarily this is one of those conditions for a number of reasons. And the idea that Mike Pence called up, and I may be wrong, and maybe somebody here who knows more about the military than I do can explain this to me, but it seems to me that if the Vice President of the United States and says deploy the National Guard inside the U.S. Around the Capitol, which admittedly the Capitol needs it, so you know that he's probably speaking for the president, still, I have to believe that want to hear it from the president. And I find it interesting that the first time they said it was the president who ordered the deployment. But it was confirmed later that Mike Pence did it, and not that it confirmed. Mike Pence authorized the deployment. Again, he's not empowered to do that, and in some cases they look the other way because they know he's the vice president. They know he's of course he's doing what the president's going to want. But that is how shit goes wrong, and that's why in big situations they don't do that. So that's surprising. All right. So, oh, wow. So Lindsey Graham. So Biden came out with a speech that condemned Trump for not properly condemning violence, and that essentially called everybody who overrode the who basically just overran Congress today, called them seditionists. And Lindsey Graham has, I guess, now endorsed that speech. So am I to understand this correctly? We had just last week, Trump endorsed what's his name? Independent running as a Democrat. Everyone thought it was a spoiler for the election. Lost. Ran twice. It was basically down to him and Hillary on the last one. Oh dear Lord, what's his name? Bernie Sanders. So Trump endorses Bernie Sanders on his last proposal against the Senate. Now Graham endorses Biden. Dear Lord. All right. All right. I need to just check one thing. All right. It's not going to let me see that. I'm pro-gun, but not in Congress. I heard there was a shootout in Congress. I was just like, sometimes they say that like, using metaphor. And it's like, I didn't expect them to actually mean it. And I know Congress gets contentious, but holy smoke. Yeah, we're still trying to figure out what police officers taking selfies with people who appear to be seditionists, and now that seems to be confirmed by ranking or leading members on all sides of the aisle. And they're just I'm not even that's reasonably low on the priority list tonight. That's an interesting question. That's a good question. I'd like to know the answer to that. But yeah. I'd like to know if there's somebody in charge of the country, and if so, who. But I've been wanting to know that for the last 4 years. All right. Okay. Okay. We have this too. Okay. DHS government. Okay. At DHS Gov. Anarchists, agitators, or protesters who vandalize or damage our federal courthouses, federal buildings, in any city or state will be prosecuted under the recently reenacted Statues and Monuments Act for a minimum of 10 years in prison. don't do it. That tweet, directed at the Department of Homeland Security, was tweeted by President Donald Trump on 7/27/20. All right, and we have footage here, and I want to take a look at the footage to make sure. And that footage, it's telling me, is unavailable. Let me see. And that account is suspended. So it was, what, 30 minutes? 30 minutes. All right. One of the interesting things about doing this is that what ends up happening is when we get media or footage, I try to download it immediately now. If I immediately put it into the stream, I can do that a bit faster. It shaves 30% off the time. But one of the problems is some of these accounts get suspended, and they get suspended for any number of reasons. And if you're showing violent content, sometimes you're going to get taken down, even if that content is relevant or important. So we did just get what appeared to be the woman who was shot and killed, and I wanted to check the footage to make sure it was something. I mean, we can technically air it. We can air just about anything and have accidentally aired more than a few things than that probably shouldn't have. I am curious. It strikes me violence is natural, and you find it in nature, and you find it you find it everywhere in nature. It's not just in nature on this planet and around us and animals. You see it in space. You see it in stars. You see it in everything's feeding off of each other. So there's violence everywhere. I do get that, but there's something that struck me as unnatural about violence. We are supposed to be trying to build a society so we can avoid violence, and we have alternatives to killing each other. And under the Hobbesian system, life was cold, nasty, brutish, and short. That's what happens when you don't have civilization. So I think our brains have evolved to the point where we can have a civilization and we can learn to coexist and have the social contract. So in that setting, violence always struck me as unnatural, as something that we have goes against the grain as to what we're supposed to be and the better angels of our nature. Sex, on the other hand, is completely natural, and sex is something everybody enjoys, and is between consenting adults is okay, and yet somehow you can't show sex. You have to be very careful even when you allude to it on YouTube or on mainstream media, on most movies. You have to be very careful. Even anything above a PG-13 rating is very, but you can show a great deal of violence. You can show a great deal of violence that would give a lot of people nightmares, actually, at PG-13. I don't think people should be seeing violence. I'm not sure what's so wrong with sex that you can't be showing it. But at any rate, we cannot show a number of things. Having now, I'm stepped down off my soapbox for a little bit. Yeah, Trump's account was down. Oh my God, and they removed some of his tweets. That may be illegal. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad, but all right. Let's do a rundown, shall we? It's a big news night when I go an hour without news. I'm going to keep an eye on that Pence thing. That's just, I think I'm curious to know. I mean, it's a nuanced thing, but the key to it's about finding the little things that stand out, and that's what I like about the fact that these guys. I think it was both Bregwin and Titan. Each of them sort of recognized why this was important when they sent this to me. And it's about spotting things that just are out of place in a way that just shouldn't be. This deployment by Mike Pence. I mean, I'll let you. I'll lay you $50. I have some idea what happened, whether it was Pence or someone else. I have some idea what happened. I'll bet you. I think enough of his cabinet to make him worry got together and said, "You're going home, and you're gonna You're going to go to Mar-a-Lago. You're going to have a Coke and a smile. You're going to take a break. We are going to run things for the next 24 hours, and we're going to fix this. And that's solution one. Solution two, you keep trying to fix it yourself. It'll take us 35 minutes to get together and formally invoke Article 25. And then Pence will fix it on his own, and you never get to speak about it again. Pick. I suspect somebody had that conversation with him earlier today. I have no idea what that means. Okay. So here's what happened. As everyone knows, Donald Trump has for some time now been contesting, just personally contesting, or not privately, but he's been publicly lambasting the results of the election, saying that everybody knows he won and that the election was stolen. He has been fomenting his base into thinking that the election was stolen. And in fact, many people have said, and there's been the best iteration of this that I've seen actually was a tweet earlier that said, we cannot trust our institutions. We cannot trust the government. We cannot trust our election. We cannot trust our vote. We cannot trust the electors or the people we are voting for. We can only trust Donald Trump, which reminds me of things that have been said of Putin, Stalin, and dare I quote members of Congress and say Hitler. And so these people have decided that any result that isn't one that they agree with is necessarily fraud. Multiple independent institutions, from the offices of states' attorneys, from entire branches of government, like the judiciary, which has no dog in this place. That's why they're there. That's why they're set up that way. And by the way, they've been largely packed by Donald Trump. People Trump actually got into, judges that Trump appointed, have ruled against him here and said there is no evidence for what he is claiming. Nonetheless, these people are arguing that the election was stolen, and obviously so, and in huge numbers, from Trump. Today was the day that the election was to be certified, and we knew that there would be some objections to the certification process, and we in fact, discussed this, and we sort of talked about what was likely to happen. There was a lawsuit that was designed to give Pence the power to, if a senator objected, leverage that objection into the ability to overturn the election completely in favor of Trump. Pence himself argued against the court ruling that he should be given this power. Now, keep in mind, neither he nor his office actually filed that suit. That suit was filed by, I'm honestly forgetting, it was an organization. I don't think it may have been even the Trump campaign. I forget who filed it. But it wasn't Pence. And Pence himself filed a brief saying the office of the vice president should not be given that power for any number of reasons that we also have discussed before and are probably pretty good reasons. So that suit ended up failing. And the net result was that come today, all anybody was expecting was there were going to be some objections, which was still pretty much unprecedented. It was going to delay the process, but inevitably Biden would win. However, protesters overran the gates at the Capitol building, and then they stormed the Capitol building, and they actually managed to overtake the guards at the building. They overran the building and managed to. Well, there was at least one shot fired. A woman was hit in the neck and later died. It seems like there were reports of gunfire and or a gunfight. We had several different reports of that. At present, I suspect that I sort of have 60 to 70% confidence that that happened, but it's always difficult to tell. A lot's been happening. We had enough reports that it seems credible, but as of yet, in terms of major news media, that's what I would call a trusted source. We can only confirm one shot fired, woman hit in the neck, and died. At any rate, it appeared like there was a violent conflict or a preparation for that in the floor of the House chamber. The House chamber had to be evacuated, and eventually all of the Capitol building had to be evacuated. We have, what you'll see below me is a picture of two officers preparing to defend the House chamber against what ended up being, it looks like, just from what I could see, probably easily several hundred protesters, a number of them prepared with what appeared to be tactical vests, body armor, cameras, the ties for tying people up, and weapons. So your government-issued sidearm will not repel fully automatic rifles. So what you see two below me that's Nancy Pelosi's desktop from the other side. And she had to evacuate so quickly that she didn't have time to log out. She didn't even have time to close her she couldn't close it, but she didn't have time to do anything. So she appeared to be in the process of composing an email. Those are her emails on the left, and the government IM system on the right. Eventually, we know that the FBI called in their teams. Teams were called, and then we also know that the National Guard was requested, and that request was denied. Eventually, the National Guard was sent in to the tune of about 1,100 guardsmen. Eventually, at the request of the Vice President of the United States, the entire D.C. National Guard was deployed, which is what we have now. The building has been recovered and is now back in the hands of the U.S. government. I don't know who is in or out of it right now. I'm not sure that necessarily matters. They've been, at a minimum, continuing their work remotely. And so they do appear, yep, so they're definitely working against what we have now is, and it looks like, from what I can see here, and this is the Twitch stream of Woke, woke.net, and so this is Twitch TV /Woke, which is where we're getting this stream from, and they've composited a whole bunch of streams in different cities and states, which is very handy and convenient. And I may put on the audio again just for a few minutes. Genuine, honest objections notwithstanding. So they appear to have pushed it back. We do have National Guard being deployed in other cities. We have some pretty... We have some serious stuff going on, obviously. One of the biggies is Mike Pence is actually not empowered to deploy the National Guard. So how and why did he deploy them? One obvious thing is, well, he can probably deploy them if he asks. As a technicality, he can't, but everybody knows he speaks for the president, and he's the president's lapdog up until today. So I think if he went up and asked, and if it was obvious that something that the president would want, I don't think they'd necessarily question it. I think they'd do it, and I think that's kind of custom. So But on the flip side, and I shouldn't say do it. What I mean is, in many cases, even if the vice president isn't technically empowered to do something, in many cases, it's just like, okay, if he asks, you assume he's speaking for the president. On the flip side, an actual deployment into a hostile situation, I have to believe you'd wait till you heard from the president, even if you knew he'd want you to deploy. I have to believe you'd wait. Now, I'd be readying all my guys. I'd be calling everybody, we're about to go to D.C., everyone, because he's going to ask you to deploy. But even if the VP calls, it'd be like, okay, I need to hear from the president because I can't move these guys. Because here's the other thing, which is if you move your troops and they go down there and then some of them die and then something goes wrong, and then if he wants to backtrack later, let's say the president wants to backtrack later and wants to weasel his way out of it. He says, I never called them. Technically, he's right, and people get hooked on technicalities. I don't see the National Guard deploying because Mike Pence asked them to. But it's now been confirmed that a press release by the Department of Defense, which suggested that Mike Pence was the one who did the deployment, it's been confirmed it was Mike Pence. So how'd he do it? That's a good question, and I do have an answer to that. That's not quite the conspiracy theory, but I've got an answer, and I think I already gave the answer, so there we go. So according to Twitter Safety, as a result of the unprecedented and ongoing violent situation in Washington, D.C., we have required the removal of 3 of real Donald Trump. Holy shit, that's illegal. They've got a problem. They had to think real hard before doing this because they know it's illegal. We've removed 3 of @real Donald Trump's tweets that were posted earlier today for repeated and severe violations of our civic integrity policy. Oh shit, they were between a rock and a hard place. Okay, so Trump becomes president. He decides he doesn't like the media on his plane. He kicks them all off. Now, that's a phenomenally bad idea because aside from the fact that it's nice to have, the presidential daily briefing and all these other things, let's assume 9/11 happens. The reason we were confident in the integrity of our government was because there was actually media who knew where the president was. And this was media that actually had clearance to be given classified information. They've been pre-cleared. You don't have to do anything. The presidential pool is pre-cleared. So you can take them to the most secure places in the U.S. In the U.S. Like defense system. You can take them into the bunkers. You can take them into everywhere that is hidden, that isn't on the fucking map. You can take them, and you can take the media with you because the only media you're taking were pre-cleared. So you have a presidential media pool that just sticks with you all the time. And it's no more than 12 guys, but it's from CNN, ABC, AP, Reuters, Washington Post, Fox News even, yes. And they're all pre-cleared. So, and the reason that's important is, I understand that Trump wants to do this big FU because he doesn't like the media and he hates them and he wants to get rid of them. And that's fine. But the other reason having them around is a good idea is so that if 9/11 happens and people say, where's the president? CNN can call up their guy who is pre-cleared and has security clearance, and they can say, are you alive? And he can say, yes. Is the president alive? And he can say, yes. Do you know where he is? And he can say, yes. Where is he? And they can say, I can't tell you. They say, but he is alive. Yes. You've seen him? Yes, 3 minutes ago. Okay, great. Thank you. Boom. We here can confirm that the president is alive. He is in the U.S. He's fine. Everything's good. The only way you can do that is if you have guys with the president 24/7, so that if 9/11 happens while he's in midair, the plane can reroute. You don't have to clear anybody, anything like that. That's one of the reasons why that pool is so important, and people don't think about that. They think it's just about the presidential daily briefings, which is a huge. You have to have those. I mean, Trump has fucked everything to high hell, but we've lost all that. So there's no official outlet for news in the White House anymore. So Trump is out there tweeting all the time, and he's just like, I'm going to bomb this country if they don't stop doing this. And then he just, that's White House policy because it's not coming from anything else. Now, he didn't intend it to be an official White House channel. Nobody intended it to be an official White House channel. But he starts blocking people. And somebody points out, can he really block people? Is it all right? Well, you can block anyone you want to on Twitter, except every American citizen has a right to any official information coming out of the White House, because he's the president of all of us. Even if you're in jail, you have the right to it. So everybody has a right. So there was an actual court case that found he can't block you. Now, they decided not to be retroactive because he has integrity, and we all know he'll do the right thing and unblock people, which it turns out he didn't. But and he still block people, and it's been here or there. But at that point, his news, his Twitter feed was declared, I wish I was joking, an official White House news outlet, because in some cases he would break national news, including policy, on Twitter. There was no other way to get it because the press corps wasn't active. So that's it. And so because of that, first of all, that means every tweet he does becomes part of the National Archive. So because it's part of the National Archive, it's like some of the idiot things he said ends up going. Now, one of the other things I like about this is, well, now that means you can't delete his tweets. You can't delete his tweets. It's illegal because you're destroying part of the national record now. Whether you want to, I don't care whether any of us here think that makes any sense. That's the law. That's how it hands out. Now, I think we should sue Trump because he's actually deleted his own tweets. So I'm sitting there going, like, if he does a tweet and then deletes it, I was like, so he just get him. But that notwithstanding, oh dear Lord. That notwithstanding, Twitter can't shut down his account and they can't delete his tweets. It's illegal. Here's the problem, though. Congress passed a law recently saying that you cannot allow tweets that violate certain policies, and they violate certain conditions, including incite violence. And if a tweet incites violence, you are required by law to remove it. You have to. You are putting your entire platform at risk if you don't remove it. Oh, problem. We have a problem. They are risking their platform if they delete his tweets because they are deleting national records. And they can't, this is right now the latest government precedent, or latest legal precedent. However, they have to delete his tweets if they incite violence, or else they risk getting shut down by Congress. They've got a problem. So, anyways, they have now deleted 3 of his tweets for severe violations of their civic integrity policy. I doubt that's going to have any repercussions. Yeah. He'll be fine with that. Yeah. We're not going to hear about that in a few minutes. We may not, actually, because I kind of think he's been told, go home, turn off your TV, don't do anything, and stay out of it unless or I'll bet you it was a few members of his cabinet. Does he currently have a chief of staff? It's hard to tell. If he has a chief of staff, maybe it was a chief. I don't know. But I think somebody told him, you know what, you're gonna stop, or you're done, and you're done tonight. So I think that's what's happened. I don't think somebody's actually invoked the 25th. I think somebody threatened him with it. And I think somebody who has the ability to act and may be able to pull it off. That's what I think has happened. Well, I agree that a record can be, that discussion was had. I'm not going to get into it. I'm going to try to just rest my voice for a few minutes. So I was diagnosed. I don't know if it really is. It was a clinical diagnosis of trigeminal neuralgia or something, nerve in the face. Ow. Yeah. So doctor said, Nick, I'd like you to you don't have to do much, but talk less for a little while. So like, hi, my name's Nick Suter. Have we ever met? Yeah. If my life, if the universe as a whole rested on me talking less, find your kids, hold them close, scratch the cat a little bit, wave goodbye. The universe was great. It was a nice run. All right. Ow. Oh yeah, that went poorly. Okay. Oh. All right, well, let's take a little bit of a breather. I'm going to, right now, rather than, I'm going to listen to the audio on this. And as I do that, and as everyone catches up to, because we, over time, depending on what kind of lag, what you have built into the show, it starts to lag a bit. And I think, I think real life is now about 45 seconds ahead of the show. So what I want to do is I'm going to check on the sound of this and see what they're talking about, see what's going on. The good news is I don't see any violence. I do see some what appears to be threats, but I don't see any violence. I'm going to listen in and see what's going on. And if anyone has any questions or anything they want to discuss, drop it in the live chat. We have a Discord where people are discussing these things. I'm going to also maybe see if, well, no, well. And then, like I said, I'm going to catch up on a few more things. Okay. And then, so then what I'm going to do is, I'm going to listen to the audio on this, and if it looks like it's something that people want to hear, we'll figure it out. But if you have any questions, anything you want to discuss, aside from also going into the Discord, you can drop a question in the live chat, and we're going to try to take it easy. I think we just did a rundown, so I don't know that we need to do another rundown right now. I'm going to take a look at the various Twitter feeds. I may go back to my personal Twitter feed and see if Jake and Amanda are still doing their thing, because it's just like that's apparently a big deal right now. So yeah. So I'm also trying to get the timing. So the longer a show goes, there's always actually just a touch of lag, even if you can't tell. There's always a touch of lag. So for every 10 minutes, you lose maybe a second or two in time. So what happens is you just end up with this lag where real life is so far ahead of. And it makes it easier when I'm trying to talk to my mods and trying to talk to everybody in real life to know how far behind I am in real life. And so that's one of the things I'm sort of trying to determine now. At any rate, let me listen into the audio here, and I'll catch up with you guys in 1 second. I'm not going to mute myself. I don't need to be muted. But I'm going to listen here and see what anyone's doing. There's a lot of police tape going up, but that's kind of like, again, we call that Wednesday. Oh my God. So one of them here is telling another one that he believes a policeman shot an innocent 14-year-old for doing nothing. That's not inflammatory. And I'm sure it's, because police officers do that all the time. So wow. All right, I am going to play a little bit of this. This may actually not have any value. These people are unhinged. So they're chewing out this woman's 9-year-old daughter. And they're like, she didn't do anything, and then now they're making fun of her for trying to defend her 9-year-old daughter. I'm saying this while I'm trying to get the... Wow. So the audio on this isn't where it's supposed to be, so it's very hard to locate it and get it up on time. It looks like, so this is the Capitol. They have clearly moved people back significantly in the Capitol, and they are now moving them back further. I can't tell just how far they are from the, okay, that's in the wrong spot. So if that doesn't get moved, I ain't going to be able to, okay. So I don't know how far back they are, but they are far back, and they're continuing to move them. So, okay, no, that's not a fire. Boy, did that look like a fire. That would have been bad. Wait a minute, that has to be a fire. All right, I'm going to try to, is that just lighting, or is that a...
Squeeze in, guys. Squeeze in.
It's a beautiful mountain.
Why not?
Beautiful mountain.
This is the first time here.
It was what looked like a fire along the side of one of the buildings. I think it was lighting. It's not that. It's not the glow inside. What looks like the Capitol building there. It was all along the side, but it was flickering. It really looked like there was a fire, which wouldn't be unprecedented. I mean, the number of government buildings we've seen on fire in the last year, you know, it's just like, okay. But you know, fires were starting up in D.C. now. I mean, honestly, it looks to me like, despite the fact that there's a lot of vitriol and a lot of things that people are saying that are really terrible to each other, it actually looks like it's de-escalating, which actually suggests to me, quite frankly, that Trump's speech may have worked.
I think everyone just wants to watch this conversation happen.
My point is, people are getting sick, and it is because of the governor.
We're here to support President Trump. You're not.
I don't know nothing. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sure you're very constitutionally. Yes, constitutionally, I know quite a bit, and I know it's even the election, and I know there's protesting.
Start grabbing people.
Right? Is the definition of unconstitutional.
Yeah. What you get the
Go by down.
I've been grabbed.
John, take it.
Alright, press has been grabbed. Are we being arrested? No. Okay. Just walk out? I guess we'll see.
All right. At this point, we have... No, that's not right. At this point, we have another congresswoman calling for Trump's impeachment. We're going to need to get a list of how many have done it today. I don't know if we'd want to add like total lifetime versus just, or not lifetime, total since the last one that would be for it if it happened now. That would be on board with a yes. Okay, well, what appears to be an explosion in Mount Vernon Square Convention Center. Okay. All right. My guess is somebody on one of these streams will be on that in a second. Okay. So, and that's the Capitol. I think that's the Capitol building. That's got to be, no, what is that? That says Salt Lake City, Utah. So that's not the Capitol building. But okay. So, Melania Trump's chief of staff has now resigned over violence at the U.S. Capitol. Why she's resigning over that, I'm not sure. That would be interesting to try to opine on and figure out. It may just be she doesn't want to be associated with anybody who's doing anything buffoonery, and she's supporting her husband. Her husband is irrefutably triggering all of this. But that's still... Okay. Well, try not to see conspiracies. I don't know. Okay, I'm going to start to thank you, Bregwin. Okay, it's D.C. Multiple people have heard it. Loud explosion. Well, those guys came prepared. I wouldn't be surprised if some of them had different kinds of improvised explosives. My hope is that they're not detonating them now, and my hope is that this is de-escalating. It looks to me like it's de-escalating, but quite frankly, if it's going to escalate, it's going to be between now and the next hour. People are pumped up now. It's getting darker, so it's getting easier to do it, and they're going to be most pumped up now, and it's not going to get any darker than it will in the next hour. So now is when it's going to escalate, if it will. So we're going to stick around at least for another hour. If it escalates, we're here till it's done. All right, yeah, there's okay, so we have another report of reports, but that could just be echo. So, yeah. All right, well, we'll be on it. So, and you know what? I'll take a break and say thank you all for joining us. If you have, most of the people I see here, I recognize. And actually, there's one or two housekeeping things I need to do. This stream was not properly set up. Our last stream, I set up so quickly, I didn't bother with a title. Because I was just like, and besides, I wasn't sure, like, Congresswoman endorses Hitler. I was just like, I don't, and I mean, it doesn't, I mean, but I was just like, that just didn't seem to do it, and I didn't have time. So I do have one or two things I got to do with the editing of the show. So, all right. Okay, so now I discussed this earlier. The people who were going to object to the results had a legit problem here. A number of them said they didn't expect to overturn the results. They didn't think they could. They knew they couldn't overturn it. It was symbolic. Now they were rethinking whether or not they should actually object because they don't want to stir up more trouble. So it looks like Representative McMorris Rogers, who was planning on objecting to the Electoral College results, has decided that they will not. So what we have seen today is unlawful and unacceptable. I have decided I will vote to uphold the Electoral College results and encourage Donald Trump to condemn and put an end to this madness. Along those lines, what I'd like to do is try to get, let me see if I can get up really quickly the condemnation by, okay. We had a very well done condemnation of President Trump by Biden, who has been trying up until now to be impartial and to not really go after Trump, but he has now condemned Trump for inciting violence, and he has said that I think the word he used was insurrection for the protesters who were who had overrun the Capitol building. Trump has not condemned any of this. He has said, I love you guys. We all know the election was stolen, but, you should go home. Remember this day always, go home. Yeah, I don't think it's going to work. I didn't think it was going to work. It looked like it was working. I hope it's working. It may be working. If it works, it's because Trump doesn't speak to me. When Trump speaks, all I hear is wah, 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 wah. But apparently he speaks to a segment of the population, and if it works, it's because somehow he got him to go home. Apparently that statement worked, but they don't look like they're going home right now. And I think what he needed was a full condemnation, and I don't see it. And it also looked at one point, and I think this is worth noting, and I haven't mentioned this in my last final rundowns, and in fact I should probably start taking notes so that my rundowns are consistent on everything. It also looked at one point like it was possible. So he talked about Pence. He came out and said that he declared Pence a coward. He declared his own vice president, Mike Pence, a coward for refusing to overturn the election results. He said that, a true patriot and somebody who wanted to defend the Constitution would overturn the results and hand the election to him. He then said that the officers who were defending the building, or actually just said, he said the Capitol Police were patriots, and that he was sending, I don't think he was specifically talking about the National Guard at that point, but that I think it was the police or some forces would be defending the Constitution. And the problem is, since he had just essentially said that Pence was a coward for not defending the Constitution and overturning the election, he seems to equate defending the Constitution with overturning the election. And if he's going to send in the National Guard to defend the Constitution, yeah, he's sending in the National Guard, and our Capitol building has been completely overrun by protesters, and they control the whole fucking building. But which side is the National Guard going to be on? That's a fair fucking question at that point. And it was actually a growing concern there for a bit, and then we learned that the National Guard appears to be controlled right now by Mike Pence. That's stunning. If the vice president is in control of any element of the U.S. military right now, that's a statement. Now, again, maybe it's just informal. Hey, he speaks for the president. We all know he speaks for the president. Okay. I have a hard time buying that. And they clarified quite clearly, Mike Pence has deployed the National Guard. I'm not going to... Mike Pence does not have the authority, period, end of discussion. So how do you do it? Yeah, okay, so as I said before, we know, okay, there's been at least one resignation. The Melania Trump's top aide has resigned, and that's all I know so far. If there's anything else that comes down the pike, I'd be happy to know it. All right, this is going to take, at this point, okay. At this point, we're going to have to get everything going, because this is no joke. There's just too much coming in too quickly. All right, I'm going to turn the audio back on. And now we've got multiple reports of an explosion. We do, okay, so, yeah, we have, we do know that there has been at least one controlled explosion of a bomb near the RNC headquarters. Now there was one of those earlier, so this would be, by my reckoning, a second one. Okay, Dave Thompson, Nick, we do not want Trump to denounce this. Remember last time he denounced them, stand back and stand by. No, that was the last time he tried to denounce someone. That's the last time he was told to denounce someone and said he would, and that's what came out of his mouth. He didn't denounce them. I'd like him to do it. I'd like him to denounce them. You're right. I don't think he could if he was asked or tried. We need him to denounce them. I don't think he can or would. But you're right. That's what happened last time he was asked to. Last time he said he would. That's what he did. Press Secretary of the White House has now resigned. Since we have a 1 minute lag, so that's so I see the live chat and what you guys see. So the show lags. And as every 10 minutes we lose a couple of seconds, and as the show goes into 5 hours, we end up that it's a minute behind. So I see you guys, and when I see it, you'll see my response to seeing you a minute later. But thank you. So If it's something truly time sensitive, fastest way to get to me is Discord because well, actually no, with the time be it doesn't matter. No, just keep doing what everyone's doing a great job. It's amazing what everybody's doing. We've done this so many times, and so many people have contributed and done. I genuinely cannot thank. At some point I'm going to have to do something to try to figure out how to thank you guys. Holy smoke. But everybody's been doing it for a while too. We've gotten pretty good at this, I think, and boy, do I have to thank you guys. All right, I'm going to turn on the audio for a sec. I'm going to try to find out, but we now have the press secretary. It looks like the press secretary of the... Dear Lord. Yeah, okay. All right. I'm going to turn on the audio for a bit, and then I'm going to try to confirm a couple of things. It looks like what we have is controlled detonations of explosives that have been found. Yeah. All right. Let's see. I want to just double check. Well, no, I'm gonna risk it and just go straight to audio. I think for the most part we've been okay on that. But
Military to fight the hand.
Okay.
So did you get government.
Guys here, I helped these guys a lot.
I don't know.
All these people.
That's great.
I bring them food, I like to hang out here. The point is, what happened to the $10 billion? I don't see any of it.
That is not the point. The point is what happens to
Black Lives Matter raised $10 billion. Where's it at?
What happens today in Washington, D.C.?
Black Lives Matter raised $10 billion. Where's it at is what I'm saying.
It's over. It's really over. We don't have a simple conversation. Then why do you have a mask on?
Because our conversation isn't about Trump, it's about Black Lives. Where's the $10 billion?
You don't even know why you're wearing it. That says Black Voices. What does it even say? It doesn't even make any sense.
You're supporting hypothetical black people.
What is Black Voices? Why do you have? Look at your mask. What is
because you're saying that your position really warrants judgment.
He's saying that we paid black people to support Trump.
You just told me that other people have opinions except me.
No. Are you talking about I said other people saying that is not an argument. Saying that doesn't support your case. Clearly, yes, I'm horseshit. I know that. Oh, but I try and back up people I say that have the same opinion as you about Trump.
Oh no, and that's really unfortunate.
I don't think they're not
I've seen
listening.
a lot of people. Well, not a lot. I've seen some people of color that support Trump. I have.
Yeah, but were you just
I asked him, what are black
you know about Building 7?
And what he told me was, I don't really research.
I see they paid him to do that shit too. They paid him to support Trump.
And
they paid him to go to his rallies and say like, oh yeah, they paid him for that shit. You know what I mean? Granted, there are a bunch of knuckleheads that say like, oh, this dude's cool.
I just talked to my college tutor for 2 hours after school.
At the end of the day, we want justice, we want freedom, and we want to take care of each other. That's all I'm saying.
Why?
I want to have the freedom to take care of my brothers over there on the corner.
That face mask is divisive.
Election fraud?
Yes.
If you really wanted justice, just wear a black face mask, just like a plain face mask.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
Here's the deal. I've seen this up front. Okay, I want you to take a trip with me. I've seen it up front. We can't keep it up. These guys got to go.
No matter who.
I agree there.
They got to go.
Election fraud is bullshit.
Because
everybody's opinion matters.
look, at the end of the day, we're here talking. We're all here talking.
I agree with you.
It's cool, brothers.
I agree with you.
I love all of you guys. I don't even care what you guys say. I love all of you guys. I love all of you guys.
Everything's going good?
That's great.
You want fun?
yeah, I don't believe a word he just said at the end there. So it looks like there's been some calls for the execution of Vice President Mike Pence, and a Texas GOP official has suggested the guillotining of Mitt Romney, who has come out and condemned all of this and has said that this has to be certified for Biden. We also have, I guess there's going to be something coming up at 8. So we can carry that live if it's carried on public air. We can carry that live. That's not an issue. I just need to know where, and I need to have a little more than, I need 2 minutes. I need 2 minutes lead time to know what's going on at 8 and who's carrying it. I guess. All right. If not, we'll cover whatever is said afterwards. I don't know. It's going to be so critical. It has to be live, but nonetheless. So we now know the. Pence is actually, so Pence hasn't yet returned. No, yeah, Pence is back in the Senate building. The rest of the senators haven't gotten back yet, but they're on their way. They're going to resume counting immediately. It looks like at this point, the consensus is they are going to all vote to confirm the results of Biden's. So all of this seems to have had the exact. Okay, thank you, Bregwin. Texas GOP removes the sergeant at arms for endorsing violence at the Capitol. So, oh, and we can't. Nope. Stop. So it looks like, no, we can't do that. It looks like the Walter West was the sergeant at arms at the Texas GOP. He was removed. He appears to have, he was endorsing violence. He was saying now basically now deal with them taking back our house. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, wow. So he did a tweet. You accepted Antifa burning down your cities. Now deal with them taking back our house. And by them, he meant the protesters taking back the house. So that's an endorsement. And now the good news is, for some reason, and I don't understand why, it looks like the governor condemned the violence, as did the entire Texas GOP, and the Democratic Party in Texas actually condemned the violence. Wow. Yeah. So nice. All right, so we're waiting to see what was the source of those explosions. Everything that I see so far indicates they were controlled detonations of what appeared to be explosive devices that were laid at the GOP headquarters. That would be the second time today that I'm aware of that's been done. All right, so yeah, okay. Sorry, I know you guys can hear that, and it probably sounds pretty loud. And so to a TP seeker, Trump's account's been locked. They've been, or it was locked for 12 hours. I think it's actually been released since then. But I also wanted to say, it was that wasn't Rusky misinformation, and we've been doing this for a very long time. Well, very long time, a year and a half now. And I don't believe we've once gotten Rusky information in our thing and misdone it. So, I mean, just FYI, if you truly believe that, that's fine. But we've had more than a few people call that, and that hasn't. That was I did get the timing wrong on it, but and that was just because there was a lag in how and when it came up, and I read when it was, but it was actually let's see, it was Terry Harper was, I think, yes, that was, the name of the man was Terry Harper, and the FBI actually visited him. He was a top GOP official in Texas. It happened a while ago, and yes, it happened. It's not misinformation. He says it was a joke. Nonetheless, Terry Harper of the Texas GOP suggested that they guillotine Mitt Romney. It turns out the FBI didn't think it was funny. So, and I guess the only reason I get a little iffy on some of those things is because, like, when you say, well, that's probably Rusky information, is because, well, gee, isn't that now one of those claims that can often be unfalsifiable? It's the easiest claim to drop and the hardest claim to refute. I don't mind on occasion being challenged on something, but it's rare. I never say something unless I'm really quite sure, and we've gotten a few things wrong, but it's not as common as you may think. So I'm going to put the audio back on, and we'll... okay. Yeah. All right. So let's put the audio back on, and I'm going to get back to a couple of other things, and we're going to try to figure out who the hell is running the country right now.
Eliminate evil. One person does not eliminate evil. How many people from doing things they shouldn't do? A count of names, a list that you knew was incredibly long. At what point do you say it's if every police officer went out there and murdered someone, is that enough? Come on, you have to realize that the problem is systemic, and this is what the protests are about.
That's the problem. I don't agree. That would be like somebody saying, "Oh well, look at all these guys that kill people." Stole things or burned houses down, and they're of this race. So everybody of that race is bad. That is a ridiculous thing to say, because that's blanket. It doesn't matter if I chose it or if it was chosen for me. You cannot change that. You cannot say all of these people are bad because some of these people are bad.
So DPD just issued a tweet that a Denver police officer was stabbed on 6th and Federal. The officer is transported to the hospital, and the suspect is in custody. So that just happened in the last few minutes. I don't think there's anything to see down there if they're already wrapping everything up.
We need to piece them together, and we'll load them up to you guys hopefully tonight. Hopefully tonight. We got to find some foods.
All right, we'll go to the stabbing. This is kind of pretty.
In New Haven, in the past months and past years, we've come together, the people behind me, to stand up against hate in this city, in this state, in this nation, and say no, that hate will not be tolerated, that we must transcend that. And as we've come together in the past, we've come together today, we will come together tomorrow, because we are building a just and right future in this country, and we all must call that out. And I stand with all of my colleagues behind me. Leaders of good conscience must always call out what is wrong. And what we saw today is wrong, and we must work for a better tomorrow. And I'm praying for that. Thank you.
I recognize all the officers who joined us and finish on a positive note. 8 chimes in the back.
Maybe I'll get better reception here for uploading if I head over this ways. And we're 5 minutes away from the car, at least, over here at the admin building of the police department.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think we were all enjoying listening to this man going to his car. Yeah, a police officer was stabbed. It's called a night in the U.S., and I don't mean to be dismissive of it, but the only point I'm trying to make is, yeah, that I don't know that means that things are escalating. Right now, from where I'm sitting, it looks like things are de-escalating. People have been pushed back. They feel confident enough that... Oh, shoot, hold on. So, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought, so I'll try to reconstruct where I was. Okay, so yeah, Pelosi has decided they're going to continue. It looks like, oh no, I stand corrected. So it looked like Trump had been locked earlier. He hadn't been locked earlier. I don't know what Twitter is doing. At one point they claimed he had been locked. At another point, so at this point, it looks like 30 minutes ago they actually put the lock on his account. Trump's former defense secretary has now come out and said that Trump has fomented that assault on the Capitol. The senators are on their way back. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, about half an hour ago, Twitter instituted a 12-hour lock on the president's feed. So the president will not be able to tweet, since I don't think he's got another means of speaking. We may not hear from him for 12 hours, to be quite honest. Yeah, so well, yeah, I know nobody can. So earlier they put a lock that nobody could reply and nobody could. Now I think, if I understand correctly, he can't even tweet now. They've updated it. I may be corrected. Bregwin would know better than I. So whatever she says, Obama, George W. Bush, and Clinton have now actually condemned this. Oh dear Lord. A few resignations again, though. It does appear, and it looks like they are dead set on getting this done tonight. It looks like all of the senators who had said that they were going to object have now, it looks like they're going to not object and allow it to go through, and they want the certification done as quickly as possible. Pence has repeatedly telegraphed that he's absolutely gonna do the certification, and he did his damn well best not to get the power that would be required for him to be able to overturn it. So, yeah, now there was somewhere else I wanted to go, and I think I was in the middle of something when I it's just, I can't talk and hear things at the same time, and a whole bunch of audio just went right into my ears, and it got it does seem to me like his tweets are gone. Oh dear Lord. So he's received it almost sounds like he's been suspended. Like a 12-hour suspension is what it sounds like. Okay. So it appears at this point as if, yeah, nice. See, that looks like fire to me. On the bottom right there on your window, on the far bottom right now, that's probably just light. I keep seeing that, and it looks like fire, and I'm so used to every time we see that in these windows, it's fire, because that's what it's been for the last 6 or 7 times. Jake 4D, $12. Thank you very much, Jake. Jake 4D, $12. Jake 4D, $2. Thank you very much, Jake, for your support. We really, really appreciate it. Thank you. It's everybody here works very hard. So thank you very much for your support. It means a lot to us. Thank you. 12-hour timeout. You'll get your phone back if you're nice. He's not getting his phone back, is he? Okay. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, that's essentially it looks like if they say block, that's the polite term for his account's been suspended. If nobody can see his tweets, he's been suspended. Oh Jesus. He's suspended. I'm sorry. Oh dear Lord. Okay. So I'm going to keep an eye on this and see what happens. I mean, we've now had a couple of resignations. I mean, a press secretary resignation under normal circumstances would be kind of big. I mean, it's not huge. Press secretaries have resigned unexpectedly, but this is a protest resignation in the middle of a crisis. Now, Trump doesn't need a press secretary because, he doesn't use one. Well, on the flip side, he's going to need one for the next 12 hours. CNN has the headline, Trump's presidency ends with American carnage, which in some ways may be a little dramatic if only one person died. And I know I'm saying only one person died, but again, this is America. How many people do we shoot in our streets every day? But nonetheless, they're not necessarily that far off. And the fact that they can get away with saying that, we're like, yeah, that's about right. All right. So, yeah, let's see what I know. There's a couple of other things going on. So I don't feel like it's quite time to do a rundown yet. So I'm going to try turning this audio back on. But I mean, the truth be told, this is great news. What I'm seeing here is a guy walking to his car, another guy probably talking smack, a few people seeing if they can do the Vulcan peace sign. And these are the hottest spots in the country tonight. I think that's great. Dave Thompson said I can see his Twitter. Yeah, this is one of the things that makes this kind of thing really freaking difficult, especially when you're trying to do this live. I may be able to see his Twitter. It depends on what phone you're using, what client you're using, the version of the OS you're using. So, for example, on my phone, one of the things that happens is, and one of the things I just happen to like about it is that it actually caches everything, and it caches things for a good long time. So I go through, I look through, and I see all these things, and then somebody bails, and either they lose their account or whatever. I still have their tweets for quite some time, oftentimes for months, because it was cached on my phone. But that doesn't mean that's what's happening. I don't know why you can still see it. I'm just saying, who knows? But it looks like at a minimum, 12 hours that he's been blocked, and it looks to me like what I'm seeing is it looks like effectively a suspension at a minimum. Nobody can retweet his stuff. Nobody can comment on his stuff. He is locked out. So I don't know what the deal is. I mean, okay, look, if we really want to answer this, I can go in a browser that hasn't been on Twitter today. It has, but it hasn't seen his account, so there'll be no cache. Twitter.com/ All right, I have gone on to, okay, so I've gone on to his Twitter account, and I can still see some of his other tweets. So listen, I don't know what's going on. Twitter has said that they have blocked him for 12 hours. So at a minimum, that would appear to mean he cannot tweet. It also certainly means that right now, on anything that he has sent out in the last, it appears, half a day, they are not allowing anybody to retweet. That's not true. A lot of it's been flagged, and on those flagged things, they're not allowing anyone to retweet, copy, send down, do anything. It's locked out. Okay, McConnell is speaking. That's what I wanted to catch. Let me see if I can catch that and somehow get this into the show. Doing this in like a minute is going to take a while, but let me try. All right, I don't have, actually right now without a link, I actually cannot Yeah, so yeah, Streamlabs can on occasion. If Streamlabs is giving someone a hard time, oh Jesus, I suppose I could knock it out for now. That's the easiest way. I just realized I didn't finish doing the other thing I wanted to do with Streamlabs anyway, so I could do that right now. If somebody has a link and they can just tell me, I mean, I don't know. I went to CNN.com. I can't see. I just need to find somebody who's streaming what Mitch McConnell is saying. If not, I can. Oh, yep, Mitch McConnell, this will be the most important vote I ever cast. All right, I may just have to catch the update on this because I can't see this live well. Oh, we actually did. Oh, here we go. I'm on the live stream on CNN. Let's see what they're talking about. All right, I got it. We should have it up in about 30 seconds. All right, I have it in my headset, but I can't get it through. I can maybe do one more thing here. No, that's not going to work. There it is. All right, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get the audio up, and what I have right now, McConnell is done. I can get it into my headset, but I can't get the audio onto the stream. I can try one other thing that may do it, but so let me try. It seems to suggest that it should be working, but it's not, of course, because it's not working. So I've got one more idea. All right, if this doesn't work, I'm not going to spend any more time on it. Yeah, Senate's already on its way back. VB out. All right. All right. Now, this I would have expected to work. All right, looks like I'm not going to be able to get the sound in. It looked to me like maybe it was working. Everything seems to suggest it's up, and I'm not able to get the stream's not coming up. So unless I get the stream from some other site, and I think it looks like this is going to be a short thing. I think the period of time that it's going to take me to get this set up. I suppose.
So to my fellow Americans,
All right. Sorry, I think I may have. All right,
Hey, media, I want to let you know what we're not doing. Peaceful people in my state in Oklahoma want their questions answered, but they don't want this, what happened today. They want to do the right thing, and they also want to do it the right way. They want to honor the constitutional process, but they also want to have debate about election security because they want to make sure it's right, which is why it's an important issue that still needs to be resolved. Transparency in government just doesn't seem like a bad idea. Obviously, the commission that we have asked for is not going to happen at this point, and I understand that. And we're headed towards tonight, towards the certification of Joe Biden to be the President of the United States. And we will work together in this body to be able to set a peaceful example for the days ahead. I yield the floor.
Democratic leader.
Senator from Nevada, Senator Cortez Masto.
Senator from Nevada.
Mr. Vice President.
And the Senate has resumed its debate on the Arizona electoral vote certification. You can watch all that live on C-SPAN 2. We're waiting for the House to come back into session. They too at 2:50.
Yeah, I have no interest in broadcasting C-SPAN. So I apologize for all those technical difficulties. It turned out I basically could get it so one of us could hear it, either you guys or me. And it's great. I'd love for you guys to be able to hear it, but then I can't opine on it. And if I can hear it, fine, but then you guys can't judge anything for yourself, and you're just listening to me tell you what was said. So I decided best if nobody can hear it. That was... all right, so 3 devices found at the RNC, which is what I'm finding. And so somebody said, yeah, chicken's coming home to roost too. I mean, I think one problem is you always have to be careful, right? And there's so many things there are so many balls in the air when you're trying to get elected. So there's an old saying, we can't govern if we don't get elected. So if you have the best platform in the world that's objectively going to save thousands of lives, if not millions of lives, and it's just the best thing ever invented, and you've got it. That's all well and good, but if you don't get elected, it's worthless. It's worthless. You have to get elected. If you don't get elected, who cares? So, people are oftentimes willing to make deals with the devil to get elected because while they believe that their platforms are good and they believe that their agendas are good, if they don't get elected, so what? Doesn't matter. So they'll do a great many things that they otherwise would not do, and that certainly once they're elected they would not do, because they need to get elected to do the things that they want to do. But that's sort of where the rubber meets the road, and I think that's the first thing, and I think what you end up with is people willing to make a lot of deals that they think there's not going to come a time when you really have to pay, and they take that risk because again, if you don't win anyway, what's it matter? And that's sort of the thinking, and that's how American politics works. And so, but then they get in. And they try to appease these people, but in the end, you end up in situations like this where now very few people control them. If these bombs are actually being planted at what appears to be RNC headquarters, that's their own people. And what that means is they feel betrayed. And they feel that their own people aren't supporting them and have turned their backs on them. And that's often more dangerous than any other enemy. So that's the ones they want to get revenge on. So, that's what happens when you court these people. And it's the crack cocaine of politics, is always dealing with, and again, I used to do political work, and I remember having volunteers at what was it? We had the oh dear Lord, we were the headquarters for the 2nd Congressional District. It was whatever it was. We ran all the volunteers out of for the 2nd Congressional District. And you'd get volunteers who were fanatical in their support for Obama, and especially for Obama. I had done some campaigns before, but never saw anything like this. And what was happening for Obama was cray-cray. And the fanatical ones were great because they were the ones who got there first, left last, and got the most doors knocked, and also really were able to convince people because they were full of energy, and they're like, don't you want to come out and be for Obama? And I always tell people when I first started doing it too, I'd knock on doors and I'd say, okay, can I talk to you a bit about Barack Obama? And they'd say, Barama who? And So these are the guys that would be like, oh, Barack Obama, let me talk to you about this guy. Wow. But they're also the ones, like, if you didn't do things, they'd have to be particular about certain things. And if certain things weren't done exactly the way they wanted or needed, all of a sudden they'd get upset. And they're also the ones that if they got upset with you, whoo, doggers. I remember a couple of them, more than a couple, that ended up getting upset because, in particular, too, they thought that we should do things a certain way and do this and do that. And in the cases where we agreed, it was great, but also sometimes it wasn't necessarily a priority, yada, yada, yada. And then in particular, too, if it ended up being that a lot of times they'd say, one time when the Reverend Wright thing blew, I didn't think it was going to be a big deal. I blew the call on that one. But I remember our two best volunteers called me and said, we've got the Defense for Right. And I hadn't even heard his name yet, but I just woke up. Like, what are you guys talking about? And like, we know what's wrong. So we want you to put us on television. We're going to be on Channel 5. I was just like, I'm a district coordinator. Which means in this district, just this congressional district for the campaign, like, oh, wow, yeah, okay, I wield a big stick. If you're a volunteer, if nobody's paying you, like, I am the top mother dog, okay? But if you're making 10 cents an hour or more from anybody, you don't care who I am. And if you work at a television station, I don't care if it's local access cable, I can't get you airtime. And these people are like, well, put us on to, and I said, I can't. And they got pissed at me. Like, well, why aren't you putting us on to defend Obama against Reverend Wright? I don't have that kind of, and they ended up getting so pissed that they started, they're like, they actually started harassing other volunteers. Wow, I remember this now. And, we got it sorted out, but they were like, oh, they don't really appreciate their campaign workers, and they don't, and I'm just sitting there going like, and it's because they were the most, I was going to say enthusiastic, but it's not even that, fanatical for Obama, the ones that we wanted the most and we could utilize the most, that also made them the most dangerous. It is the crack cocaine of politics. It is the Jerry Springer of reality TV, it's the reality TV of television in general. It's this thing where, okay, you can do it, but you're going to be in trouble pretty quickly, even if you're careful. And so they've been courting these people who, hey, you're talking to us and we will go out there and we will vote for you. And these people have helped them really win campaign after campaign after campaign after campaign. And they are now burning down the country. And we were sitting there saying, this is what's going to happen. And they're like, we'll worry about that when it happens. Today, the Capitol building fell. The U.S. Capitol building was out of government control for the first time since, if I remember correctly, was it 1818? Was that correct? Or was it 1918? I could have been 1918, at least 100 years. Had to be, no, it had to be 100 years. So first time in 100 years, U.S. Capitol building fell today. I'm not joking. And we can blame Trump. I actually don't. I don't. I do, and I will, and I'll continue to, but I don't. When I really think about it, I don't. There's a lot of other people. As much as anything, I blame Mitch McConnell. Because Mitch McConnell could have stopped this at any time, and he fucking knows better. It was 1812. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Atheist Swede. It was 1812. All right, so 200 years. The reason I blame Mitch McConnell is because McConnell isn't stupid. If he was stupid, if he was Trump, okay. He isn't stupid. He knew what the fuck he was doing. He was gambling. That's all. And he said, I'll play with these fuckers who are idiots and easy to manipulate so that I can go down as the guy who established, and he wanted to do what Rove was trying to do, which was establish a permanent conservative majority in this country, essentially. Stack the court. He started with Merrick Garland. Hand everything over to the conservatives and the Republicans. And as part of doing that, I am going to make sure that Trump gets whatever he wants, as long as Trump delivers the votes, which Trump can do. It's playing to those dangerous people who, if you don't give them what they want, the truth is nobody really knows what they want. Trump had some idea. Actually, no, Trump knows what they want. I don't know how he knows. I don't know how. He communes with those fuckers. He does. Okay, he's the manga whisperer. He's the whatever. He's the whisperer for those guys. That's why I was saying if the violence stops, it's because of what he said. That shouldn't have worked. What he said, I don't think was enough. He should have condemned the whole thing and said, "Hey, everybody, go the fuck home now. Just stop." He didn't do it. But if the violence really has stopped, whatever he did worked. It did. It wouldn't have worked for me. It wouldn't have worked for anyone I know. It worked for his audience, who were just like, "Oh, well, we'll remember this day forever. Let's go home." That's what he said. And I'd be just like, okay, great. Great. But the reality is that McConnell knew what the fuck he was doing from day one. And you could tell, it's almost with panic in his face that he's sitting there going like, okay, everybody, look, it's time to be grown-ups now and admit that Biden won. It's like, no, that time was quite some time ago when everybody was saying Biden won. And you're like, well, let's let Trump work his little issues out. It's like, no, because you give him an inch, he's going to take an election. These scenes that we've seen here, we've seen playing out too many times in the last year. Yeah. Well, no, and it's a good point. Thank you, Titan. I'm not assuming that the violence is over. I think we're going to be on live at least for an hour. I'm not going to feel comfortable, I think, until it's been an hour without the violence. But I'm cautiously optimistic. When people are when these are the hot spots in the U.S., I'm cautiously optimistic. It doesn't mean it's over. It's not even going to really mean it's over until it's probably about 10 p.m. California time. So, and nothing has happened. So I think Titan brings up a really good point, but I'm cautiously optimistic. And if it's over, Trump actually deserves credit. And it's a nuanced point, but hear me out. What he said was complete horseshit, and I thought was ineffectual and worthless. And yet the violence did stop, and I didn't see it stopping. And it's ineffectual and worthless to my crowd, but he wasn't speaking to my crowd, was he? He wasn't speaking to my crowd. He wasn't speaking to my peeps. He wasn't speaking to anybody that I associate with, really. He wasn't anybody that he's talking to is not somebody I can understand and even have a conversation with, I think, in day-to-day, really. Most of those people, put me in a room with them and have a talk on any significant topic, I don't think we're going to be able to even, I don't think we're going to be speaking the same language. We're not going to be speaking the same language. We're not. We're just not. It sounds like English. It's not. We're speaking two different kinds of English, two different mindsets. Everything's different. And yet, what looked like more violence stopped when he spoke in a way that I think was utter horseshit. But everything I think he says is horseshit. And he communes with these people. So if they stopped, I'll give him the credit. I know that sounds crazy, but Isandering is just joining us, which is good to see you, sir. And you would not believe, I mean, assuming, I don't know how much of the news you've seen, but it's been a crazy day. The Capitol building fell. That was, it fell. It was taken over. That was, we'll do the rundown, Isandering. Yeah, we're on hour 5 of just this show. The Capitol fell. That was cute. It's been recovered. The U.S. government is now in control of the Capitol building again, which is a pleasant thing. All right. Look below me. So Isandering, right below me, you will see a picture of 2 armed officers about to defend the chamber of the House from what's about 200 people armed with a variety of things, some presumably with semi-automatic rifles and yada, 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 but some with tack gear prepared. So that's a few hours ago. 2 men, sidearms, prepared to defend. That's the floor of the House. Below that is Nancy Pelosi's computer. And as you can see, that computer, those are her passwords. Those are her emails. So that's her office. And that's a screenshot somebody was just going by because but at that point, we didn't own the Capitol building anymore. That was out of U.S. control. And somebody just figured, so that black box on the right, I've been informed, is the communications system for how the IM, the instant messenger that they use to communicate with each other, and a few other things. So a few other things have been happening today. It's been an interesting day. Thank you for joining us. I'm always glad to see you. We will do a full rundown in about 2 minutes, I think. Let me get caught up on because a lot of people are trying to talk to me. Jesus. Oh, and there is some evidence that the 25th Amendment may have been invoked, and there are people now calling for it. We have, I think, 2 members of Congress appear to have called for it. Yep. And yep, 2 people have 2 representatives that I can tell, I think, have called for it. And the Association of Machinists has called for the invoking of the 25th Amendment, and there is some evidence it was actually already invoked, or at least it was threatened, and that the U.S. military is acting at least under Pence instead of Trump. So that's what we've been up to. How about you? What have you been up to? How's the weather? You've done the cams where we get to see like you on the road in the snow, and you actually see some really beautiful foliage and stuff, which has been kind of cool. Not the foliage too, because you went through this like plains once, and it was long story. Anyways, that's what we've been up to. Yes, Tony, that would have been that is perfect. That was perfect, Tony. And sorry, I was doing 20 things. Thank you. Oh, it's snowy in Sioux City. Oh, perfect. Well, that's I always thought, yeah, we had some snow. And Titan, all right. Oh, great, Titan too. All right, Titan sent me exactly what I needed, exactly when I needed it. And again, I'm juggling a lot, so I didn't get to it. So that would have worked, but it's all right. We've been okay. You've been at the truck stop trying to get your truck fixed. Well, good. Well, you and I should just do a hang and chat. Or actually, just do a VC and hang out and see if anyone else wants to join us. Oh, whew. I'm taking a breath, and the pain is starting to set in just a little bit. So I'm gonna chill for a sec. Yeah. Okay. So okay, and then we've had a couple of resignations. That's important too. Chief of Staff of the First Lady has resigned in protest. It looks like the press secretary has resigned in protest, which normally wouldn't bother Trump, I suppose, because he's always got Twitter, except he's been suspended on Twitter. Trump has been suspended on Twitter. Some of his tweets have been deleted. So I don't know what he's doing. Now, we haven't heard from him in a while, and it does appear like the military, so the DC, what is it? The DC National Guard has been deployed, and it looks like they were deployed on authorization by Mike Pence, who is not authorized to deploy the National Guard, except under very certain circumstances, including but not limited to if he's either acting on behalf of the President of the United States, which is possible, but since the President of the United States just called him a coward for not upholding the Constitution of the United States, I find it unlikely. I mean, it's possible, but there seems to be a bit of a rift between the two. So it appears that the President of the United States and the Vice President are very much at odds with each other at this exact moment. Trump called Pence a coward, suggested he was unpatriotic and failed in his duty to overturn the election. Looks like the election will be certified. Looks like it will be certified unanimously. The Republican congressmen have come out, so we've had enough. We're going to just certify this. And it appears as if the National Guard is now taking orders from Pence. And they have confirmed their initial public statement was that they suggested strongly that they had deployed on authorization from Mike Pence, who can't authorize them. He's the vice president. He doesn't have the power. He's got two powers, and neither of them is deploying the military. And then they were asked explicitly, like, wait a minute, are you saying that Pence authorized this? And they said, yes, Mike Pence authorized this. So it's possible that it's just, hey, he's the vice president, and they're saying, he speaks for the president, so we'll do it. But it's extraordinary. It's extraordinary. And we've had significant calls for the 25th. So rundown in 2 minutes, which is what I said about 4 minutes ago, for anyone who's keeping track. All right. So, yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, I think we're about ready for a rundown. Oh, dear Lord. And I see the way that looks, those always look like fires. I'm sorry. If you look in the window there, those always look like fires, the way that lights up. And I keep thinking, I'm looking at fires. I'm like, uh-oh, fires. Uh-oh, fires. And I wouldn't be so triggered about the fires, except there was a long time. Most people, last time they saw this layout and this interface with this many windows open, it's because all of those were fires. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, wow, I've actually caught up with all my mail, and most of it was spectacular. It was great. It would have been great if I'd read it when it was sent to me. So I'll try to do a bit of a better job to keeping up, especially with the DMs, because that's really the best way to reach it. And I got some great DMs. Titan was doing a good job, and I certainly appreciated the Tony thing too. But it's been a while. All right. So and we have so articles of impeachment. It looks like at least one congresswoman is going to draft articles of impeachment. Another one has already come out and said that she's on board. And another congresswoman has come out and said that she is requesting that the president invoke the 25th Amendment. I suspect what has happened by this point is that the vice president and or high-ranking members of the U.S. government associated with the cabinet have gone up to the president and said, you have two choices. You can continue doing what you're doing, in which case we are going to convene the cabinet. We are going to vote to invoke the 25th Amendment, and Mike Pence will become president. You will be escorted off the property, and Pence will fix the mess that you have made. Or you will leave. Right now, you're going to go to Mar-a-Lago or wherever you want to go. Mike Pence is going to fix the mess you made, and we're going to say, yep, Trump told us what to do, and we did it. And you get the credit, you get to stay president, but you don't do a fucking thing. He left because we haven't really heard from him, actually. And then Mike Pence took over. That's what it sounds like. So I don't think that the 25th has been invoked, although there are people who believe it has. I do not. I think if it had, we'd know. But I think it was threatened enough to get him to move out of the way, and I do believe that while he is not officially in charge, the U.S. military is right now being directed by Mike Pence. That is what I believe, and I believe they're cooperating because, by the way, the military's been watching this. They don't like Trump, and they're fully aware, and they also know that their first obligation is actually to the Constitution. And that with what Trump is doing violates the Constitution, and that if they are forced to choose, they cannot obey Trump. So even though technically Pence doesn't have the authority, they're following Pence in the hopes that that avoids any future complications in having to directly disobey Trump. So everyone's casually ignoring Trump and letting him throw his temper tantrums, and they're trying to de-escalate this. That is my take on what is going on, for better or worse. I wish we had Vox. Because Vox is better at this than I am. Oh, dear Lord. So, what happened? Dear Lord, I just because I can't not drop this, the highlight for me, if you can have a highlight, and there's been a lot going on. The highlight was a congresswoman who she's not a congresswoman yet. It's a congresswoman elect. Stood on the grounds of the Capitol today while it was still possessed by the United States, and talked about children and talked about the future of this country, and that the children are. It's by shaping the children that you direct this country. And she decided to quote someone in that. And the quote was Adolf Hitler. And she said that Adolf Hitler was correct in this. And she decided not to quote Whitney Houston or Abraham Lincoln or... And not that Whitney Houston is in the same class, but she's better, in my view, than Hitler. And we had a discussion on this. I think it speaks to mindset. I don't care. You can easily make an argument. Look, every human being does some things right, no matter how far, even the worst human being ever to have lived did some things right. So if you want to say they did something right, okay. But I think you can find better examples. And if you're talking about child rearing, I don't think saying that Hitler had cornered the market on the wisdom there is a good idea. Nonetheless, this Congresswoman-elect stood in front of the Capitol building and quoted Hitler. And said so, and was proud of it. I'll play the clip again after the rundown, but the face of the woman who was recording it, because nobody saw that coming. So, at any rate, that notwithstanding, at the beginning of the day, it looked like things were going to be reasonably okay. Mitch McConnell came out and was emphatic in saying that this had to be over. Biden won. He won the election. It was done. We'll certify the thing and get out. It was known and understood to everyone that it was going to be contested, and that the most that the contesting could do would be to slow it down, and that even if he wanted to, which it was crystal clear he did not, even if he wanted to, Biden could not overturn the results of the election. There had been a lawsuit to try to give him the power to. That lawsuit not only failed, but he opposed that lawsuit in writing. In a affidavit, or in a what is it that he sent to the court? I mean, he told the court, "Don't give me this power. You don't want to give the vice president this level of this power. No, this isn't how the Constitution was meant to be used." So it looked like it was going to be contentious, but there you go. Then, Pence. Sorry. So things started to unravel when a large group of protesters who felt that the election was being stolen in front of the Capitol building burst through the gates. And I'm sorry, I don't even know what I said, but yes, I'm sure I've been corrected correctly in the live chat. I meant Pence. And I'm sure I want to figure out a way. I don't know. There's no way to make up the lag time. There just isn't. I'd have to reset that and restart. So the protesters, there were a bunch of protesters at the gates to the Capitol, and they finally got through the gates. And by gates, I don't mean like pearly gates. I mean like just the barriers that they put up ever since really 9/11. And they burst through, and then they broke through the doors. And the police, there's been pictures actually of the police hanging with them and taking selfies and all this. So I don't know what's going on there, but certainly there were reports of a decent attempt to stop them. But while there's no official count, just by my view of what I've seen in a few photos that we have, there appeared to be at least several hundred, and they were armed, a number of them, and who knows with what, but these are the far right wings, so you can expect a semi-automatic and fully automatic rifles, amongst anything else. So there did appear to be a firefight. At least a firefight was reported there was at least one shot fired, one woman hit in the neck. She later died. They tried to bar the floor of the Senate and House chamber. They failed, and the rioters broke into the chambers. Everyone evacuated. They managed to get out. Now, these men, we had some pictures earlier. They had on, a number of them had on tack gear. They had the ties for tying up people if you're going to take hostages. They had, some of them were equipped and ready to go. They were ready for, they were paramilitary setup. So they fled so quickly that the furthest picture down is Nancy Pelosi's computer. She didn't have time to log out. So somebody had taken this screenshot. So that's still her email, and you can see who she's emailing. Now you can't see in that photo because the resolution is way too low. But basically, she was in the middle of sending an IM, and when she bailed, so it's like these are national secrets. Anybody could send an email as Nancy Pelosi now. They can look through her emails. They can go through her hard drive. They can find the Hillary Clinton emails, I suppose, if they wanted to. But, and I hope that the Intelligence Committee, their computers are secured in some way. Like there's a dead man switch. If they get up, the computer shuts off for them. I don't know. But at any rate, are they speaking again? Because if they are, it might be worth. I do now maybe have a connection that I can do. Let me know if. Okay, it sounds like they're speaking again, so let me finish the rundown real quick, and then I'll consider if I want to try to pipe this through one more time. At any rate, they bailed, they fled, and it looks like they lost the whole building. Was taken over. There are pictures of them climbing up and hanging off the balcony of the people and they're just clowning around and all this other stuff. They're draping it with the Confederate flag, all sorts of other things. The military gets called at first. The first call from the first call to the National Guard gets rebuffed, and the National Guard will not be deployed. I don't know yet who made the call, and I don't know who said no. But to the best of my knowledge, the only person who could really say no, actually, would be the President of the United States. The question was, who's the President of the United States going to, what's going on? What's he going to do? Now, it's hard to believe that he wouldn't call in the Guard to retake it. But on the other hand, these are his peeps. These are his peeps, and they want the election overturned. Now, at that time, Trump does a tweet, and he says that the Vice President is a coward. And he says that Vice President Pence is a coward for not overturning the election, essentially, and that he is failing in his obligation to the Constitution. Then shortly thereafter, talking about that incident where basically we lost the Congress. All right, it looks like the cabinet officially is discussing the 25th. Okay, so we'll get into it. I think that's a possibility. So let me finish the statement. Like I said, I think it's already been mentioned. I think it's been threatened to him. All right, so let me speed this up then, because I think we may have some stuff we need to get into. At any rate, so Trump then says, okay, I'm going to send in guys to make sure that the Constitution is defended. Well, wait a minute. Wait. And then we hear that the National Guard is being deployed. 101,000 troops from the National Guard are being deployed. Now, if they're being deployed to defend the Constitution, he just called Pence a coward for not defending the Constitution by refusing to overturn the results of the election. So that suggests that defending the Constitution is overturning the election. That means that the guards that he's sending isn't there to throw the protesters out. It's there to help them stay in. It's there to keep Congress out of the Capitol building. That's what it's implying. And we were sitting there watching and realizing that the odds are going up that the National Guard has been ordered to keep government out of the Capitol building. We don't know this, but that's kind of suggested. Trump starts getting some of his tweets deleted for inciting violence. He finally gets his Twitter account suspended. Finally, the Pence appears to take over, and it looks right now, from everything we're seeing, it looks as if Pence is in charge of the government. Pence essentially takes over. The National Guard deploys in full in Washington, D.C. When they deploy, they say that they have deployed under the authorization of the vice president. He does not have the authorization to deploy, which means either they're just doing it because they think he speaks for the president, which in this case really does not appear to be the case. And based on the tweet from this morning, they ain't simpatico. Or there's been talk of the 25th Amendment somewhere, and they're deploying. Right now, I don't think Pence is legally or officially in charge of the U.S. government. I want to make that clear. I do not think he is in charge of the government. But I think it was threatened. I think people walked in and they said, Mr. Trump, you are going to leave. You're going to stop engaging in this, or the 25th will be invoked within 30 minutes. He stopped. He bailed. They got some of this under control. It does appear much more under control than it was. But now the question is, are they going to invoke the 25th? The Mechanics Association has called for the 25th to be invoked, and they're one of the largest. I think, well, they're not. Are they a union? They're a union. They're one of the largest ones. They're not the largest, but they've got to be one of the largest unions. At least it looks like 2 congressmen have called for the 25th to be invoked. And people are seriously calling for the invoking of the 25th Amendment. Sick or disabled includes mentally compromised. And I think it also actually may include treason. I forget. But Pelosi is after Pence, yes. All right. So if they're still going, I'm going to quickly check and see if they are still speaking. Titan sent this to me. So I think this is obviously very serious, and it sounds to me like they are genuinely considering the 25th, and I mean tonight. All right. Yeah, okay, so I'm seeing a live. Facebook joins Twitter in... Okay, no, the House is in recess, so I'm going to keep that up. Thank you very much. The House is in recess. I'm going to keep that up, and I actually can bring that I can bring into my window. So that we can bring into the stream. So Titan has given me a stream I can use because it's not like that stupid Flash thing, which is what I had earlier. So that I can use. We can bring that into the show. So if the House comes back, they're expected back at 9 Eastern, which is now. I'm going to turn on the audio. I'm going to need a quick break. We're going to have to sort some things out. It looks like people are talking the 25th at this point, seriously talking the 25th Amendment. And all it takes is, I believe, a majority vote of his cabinet. And there's been some suspicion that the reason he hasn't finished filling in his cabinet is so that the 25th can't be used. All right, I'm going to turn the audio on this, and then I will need to excuse myself for a few minutes.
Cigarette.
We're inside the building.
Smoke a cigarette, motherfucker. Fuck you. Fuck you. I want to go smoke a cigarette. Fuck you. 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 If you don't come out, I'm gonna take you. Fuck you. Hey, calm down. Fuck you. Fuck you. Calm down. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Hey, fuck you. Hey, I'm gonna find a way to go. Hey, calm down. Hey,
I got this.
How dare you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Stand up to the fucking camera! Stand up! Patriot!
Police state!
You all have to know you are broken! Traitors! You told your son! You are traitors! tear this place to the fucking ground.
Hey! You called the fucking police!
Guys, please go down. Get down.
Tell the police to go home. Tell the police to go home, like the president said.
Tell them to go home!
Go home.
Hey, and you know they came and
Let's go. Hey.
The DC police are traitorous communist scumbags.
I can't bitches.
We've always stood up for you, you people sit in our faces. From this point forward, we will turn our backs on you. Fuck the police!
Stop right now. Hey, put that thing down or everybody out. This is my hotel.
Send him home.
Hold on. When you're inside, smoke a cigarette. We keep the cameras out. They won't let them see. Outside the invitation.
Are you going to get a smoking area inside?
Okay. This is insane. It's panic.
Everybody's down.
Hey! Listen!
Let the man speak. Please be quiet, guys. Please be quiet.
Oh, say, can you?
Everybody let the manager speak for a second.
Hey, man.
He's gonna let us understand what the rules are, okay?
Okay.
1 second.
I am often reminded, and I am not excluded from this, unfortunately, about how much we are like children. And we are like children, of course, because children are the same species. We think of ourselves as, we think of kids almost as a different species, and we treat them as not needing fulfillment in terms of ego, or, and they do silly and idiotic things. But as adults, we do the same idiotic things. We just do them about different topics and different things that we find important. And I think I watch stuff like this, and these are children. These are children. I can be too sometimes, so I'm trying not to look down on them too much. It's easy to sit there and say I'm so superior to them. There are times I'm absolutely not. But, wow. Nancy Pelosi is speaking right now, and with luck, I'll have that up in about 10 seconds. But it is us. That is our species, and that's all of us. We're not all that bad. Certainly not all the time, but that's us. I'm going to see if I can get this to play. So 50. Yeah.
That this assault is just that. It shows the weakness of those who had to show through violence what their message was. My colleagues, it's time to move on. I wear this pin quite frequently. Actually, I gave it to our beloved John Lewis just the weekend or so before he left us. And it's a flag of our country, a flag of the United States of America. On it, it says, "One country, one destiny." One country, one destiny, written on the flag. That was also what was embroidered in Abraham Lincoln's coat that he had on that fateful night. Lincoln's party, Lincoln's message, one country, one destiny. So on this holy day of Epiphany, let us pray. I'm a big believer in prayer. Let us pray that there will be peace on earth and that it will begin with us. Let us pray that God will continue to bless America. And with that, let us proceed with our responsibilities to the Constitution, to which we have just within 72 hours taken the oath to uphold. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, it is a sad day in America. It is a wrenching day in America. It is a day in which our words and our actions have had consequences of a very, very negative nature. We ought to watch our words and think what it may mean to some. My remarks were written before the tragic, dangerous, and unacceptable actions. And unacceptable is such a tame word. My remarks started with, Madam Speaker, the American people today are witnessing one of the greatest challenges to our democracy in its 244-year history. Little did I know that this Capitol would be attacked by the enemy within. I was here on 9/11 when we were attacked by the enemy without. We need to all work together to tame and reduce the anger, and yes, the hate that some stoke. What some, not all, Madam Speaker, but some in this House and in this Senate are doing today will not change the outcome of the election, which is the clear and insurmountable victory of President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris. Instead, all they will accomplish is to further the dangerous divisions. This was written before this Capitol was assaulted. Before this democracy was put aside by thousands. Encouraged by the Commander-in-Chief. Instead, all they will accomplish is to further the dangerous divisions, as I said, among our people and energize conspiracy theories stoked by our foreign adversaries, which seek to erode America's confidence in our democracy and our system of free and fair elections. I was here in 2000. I was strongly in favor of Al Gore for president. And my candidate got more votes than the other candidate. His name was George Bush, of course. And one of the saddest days was January 20th of 2001, when our candidate, who won the election in my view, was not elected. But it was also one of the proudest moments of my career, because the greatest power on earth passed peacefully. From Bill Clinton to George W. Bush. Not a shot was fired. Nobody assaulted this caucus, or this Congress, or this chamber. Because we were not disappointed? No. Because we were not angry? No. Because we believe in democracy. We believe in we the people. And the way the people, one of the speakers, I think it was the senator from Texas, expressed, we're here for the people. If those were the people, we're in a lot of trouble. Our electoral system, our democratic system, however, did not break under the strains of the misinformation, the claims of fraud, which court after court after court have dismissed out of hand. Not because there was a little evidence, because there was no evidence. That's why we're the longest lasting constitutional democracy in the world. I hope all of us in this body are proud of that and understand why that's the case. Because, as Dick Gephardt said on this floor many years ago, democracy is a substitute for war to resolve differences. It proved once more the ever-beating strong heart that gives life to our republic and our freedoms. That strength, Madam Speaker, is derived in part from our institution and our laws. But most importantly, it is powered by citizens and leaders' commitment to our Constitution. Not just us, we swear an oath. But it's all of America. Barack Obama spoke from that chamber and he said, I'm going to be taking another title next year, citizen. And he was proud to take that. And every citizen needs to protect, preserve, and uplift our democracy. Some today did not do that. Many today. 68 years ago in Springfield, Illinois, Governor Adlai Stevenson gracefully conceded his loss to General Dwight Eisenhower. He said this, it is traditionally American. He told his deeply disappointed supporters to fight hard before an election. But then he added, it is equally traditional to close ranks as soon as the people have spoken. Not the Congress, not the electors, the people have spoken. That which unites us as American citizens is far greater than that which divides us as political parties. It was another man from Springfield, 68 years earlier, who won re-election to the presidency in a national crisis that tested our country and its democratic institutions, who pleaded even in his hour of victory for the same spirit of reconciliation. That was the party of Lincoln. That hasn't happened to this hour. Lincoln said, now that the election is over, he asked, may not all, having a common interest, reunite in a common effort to save our common country? Such is the duty of an American who stands for elections or participates in our politics, to be either humble in triumph or gracious in defeat. I've lost some elections, not too many, and I've won a lot of elections. And I hope that I've been gracious in defeat and humble in victory. I hope that I put my state and my country first, not myself. It is clear to all that the outgoing president has not followed the path that Stevenson and Lincoln urged. So we, the people, each one of us represents about 750 to 800,000 people, some a few more, less. The people And they've spoken in the way that our Constitution set for them to be heard by us and by the country. They voted. And they voted pretty decisively. We, the people, together must turn away from divisions and its dangers. The senior member of our body, Don Young from Alaska, spoke the other day when we were sworn in and said, "Ladies and gentlemen of this House, we are so divisive that it's going to destroy our country. We need to reach out and hold one another's hands. We all have a title that we honor more than any other. Perhaps parent, perhaps husband, but we are all Americans. Not Americans R, not Americans D. We are Americans." Let us hope tonight, that we act like Americans, not as D's and R's, but as Americans. Just as Al Gore, just as Hillary Clinton, just as Adlai Stevenson, just as Abraham Lincoln, who had won that election, of course. But he had defeated people, and he said, that's not the issue. The issue is to reunite. We, the people, must again be the strong heart of our American democracy. We, the people, on this day in Congress must be agents of unity and constructive action to face the grave threats that confront us and tell those who would assault our Capitol, that is not the American way. And we, the members of Congress, who swore an oath before God to preserve and protect the Constitution of the United States and our democracy, must do so. Now, I don't usually read Senator McConnell's speeches, but I'm not speaking as a Democrat, nor was he speaking as a Republican. Just a few hours ago, we're debating a step that has never been taken in American history, whether Congress should overrule the voters and overturn a presidential election. He went on to say that he supports a strong state-led voting reform. The Constitution, he said, gives us here in Congress a limited role. We cannot simply declare ourselves a national board of elections on steroids. The voters, the courts, and the states, the voters, the courts, and the states have all spoken. 5 people said the election of 2000 was over. We didn't agree with them. But Al Gore said, we are a nation of laws. 5 people. Yeah.
All right, I think I'm gonna pause that there. As much as I think what he's saying is important, but it's what we've heard, and you can hear that for the most part any day on the floor of the Senate. So I think we're gonna do a rundown in a bit. I'm trying to figure out what is the likelihood that that the current sitting president will not be the president come morning. And I think the likelihood of that happening is reasonably low. Having said that, it's in the air and people are charged, and a lot of people, including in his own cabinet, have wanted to get rid of him. And the mass resignations happening, 2 people isn't mass resignations, but it kind of is. Over the last month, it's mass resignations, and 2 in one night. It's a little bit, it kind of feels like the Friday night slaughter, if it was the Nixon thing. It's not quite there yet, but oh dear Lord, so and it seems to me, if we can get a list of, or if we can find out roughly how many congressmen have called for the 25th. At this point, it seems like one of the largest unions in the country has openly, and a Rust Belt union has called for invoking the 25th. I have zero doubt in my mind that he was threatened with the 25th and he bailed. The reality is, even with Twitter shut down, if he wants to say something, all he has to do is call Fox News. And I'm not fucking kidding. I don't mean that like metaphorically. He just picks up his phone, calls Fox News, and they will air him. They've done this repeatedly. He's done it repeatedly. So, I think, what we're looking at, hold on. So, I have zero, I'm just going to say there is zero doubt in my mind. Someone very serious told him, if you don't stay out of this, or at least, if you don't tamp it down and then stay out of it, you won't be president by the end of the night. And somebody who was in a position to make it happen said that to him. He took it seriously, and the people involved have now essentially allowed Mike Pence to be in charge. That's my interpretation of what I'm seeing. So what we have is, on paper, Trump is very much still president of the United States. In reality, for now, Pence is in charge of basically everything. And if Trump tries to do anything, they're going to invoke the 25th. So now the question is, will they do it anyway? And my suspicion is the chances are reasonably limited, but they are absolutely well above zero. In my view, this is me speaking. I've got a couple of different streams I'm looking at right now. I'm trying to get an idea for what's going on, and as things have moved, I've lost track of a few. And yeah, I kind of suspected the mic might be hot, and I have a display here that tells me when the mic is hot, but that display is for in time, and it's gotten out of sync with overtime. And while it can control some of overtime, it doesn't. It's not entirely accurate when we're on overtime. Pleasures of running multiple shows. So that's why you guys hear me typing, but I'm also trying to stay quiet because like, there's a 50-50. My mic is hot. And really, it's the $400 muter suitor. When are my mic settings not screwed up? Which reminds me, there was something I wanted to cover, and I've just completely spaced it, and I may just mute and think about it for a sec while we're watching. And again, things are okay. So tensions are definitely rising again in, especially in Washington D.C. Well, it was already D.C., but actually on areas outside of the Capitol where they see the immediate, just the Capitol building. They seem to have gotten that under control. Again, Congress is back and they feel comfortable, which suggests to me that serious military, both serious men with serious weapons on the FBI side and on the reserves, not the reserves, the National Guard have they're nobody. I don't think they can muster enough to retake. I don't think the protesters or rioters can muster enough to successfully. There's going to be bloodshed, but I don't think they can retake the Capitol building. So, what they're going to do now, I don't know. It seems to be that they were ejected reasonably peacefully, and they're not so hopping mad about it that they're gonna. So I mean, that's once again, we've spoken about this before. There's a way to deal with rioters, and usually it's not shooting them in the face because that's the way you create more rioters. Who knew? So let me stop watching that for a minute and just get up one more. So, all right. In time, overtime, hammer time, off time, hard time. That was the one for Tony. Okay. Yes, we can now confirm some cabinet members appear at present to be holding a preliminary meeting on invoking the 25th Amendment. This would be Rachel. Okay, so Rachel Maddow says Mitch's wife is considering a resignation. What does she do again? I forget. It's a high level. I remember it's a high level position. I remember because she really probably shouldn't have taken it. And there was a conflict of. It's not a conflict of interest, but it was certainly a consolidation of power in a way that probably shouldn't have happened. But I've forgotten. All right. Multiple. Okay. It looks like multiple members of the RNC, high-ranking members of the RNC, are saying that he must be impeached and removed. Barring that, it looks like yes, the 25th Amendment. There is one congressman who has said she will be putting in articles of impeachment, at least two more who have said they will support it. Again, this has been tried and failed, so I'm not sure what's going to be different. And the argument that, hey, he's not going to be around long enough, so let's just wait it out. So I don't know how it's going to work, but it appears to be high-ranking members of the RNC are talking at least supporting the impeachment, which is certainly different. And now 4 high-ranking members of the RNC, which, by the way, could also it could be senators, it could be, you don't know. But they're the movers and shakers. 4 have called for invoking the 25th Amendment. An additional 2 have said he should be impeached. The reality is you can do this at any time, and there may be people calling on cooler heads to prevail and say, let's wait. And there's benefits to that, which is if he's impeached and if he's kicked out now, to the people who are doing this, it's going to look like there's a coup, right? Because they think he won. So you've got a problem if you get rid of him now. The problem is you've got a bigger problem if you don't. And it's genuine acts of cowardice and not moving when you're supposed to that have gotten people where we are now with him. At least in my opinion. I'd be curious if I really had the time and energy to run a poll up. It doesn't take us long, but at this point, we've got enough going on. I'd be curious to know, is it something you wait and give people time to cool down and then do it when they're not actively rioting and you're adding fuel to the fire? I mean, there's a legit point. Okay, wait, 24 hours when everybody's already home, then do it. Now they got to reorganize. It reduces the chances of anybody acting. But it looks like there is movement. There is movement. I mean, the cabinet is basically meeting now. Not all the cabinet, members of the cabinet. I don't know how many that is. So, for those who don't know, and it's been a while since I've really looked at the 25th credibly, so I'm not going to be able to sit there and tell you I know exactly, I remember all the rules. But the 25th Amendment is the amendment of the Constitution that allows for the removal of the President of the United States against his will. The only people who can do it is his own cabinet. This means people that he himself has put into office. They serve at the pleasure of the president. They're his guys. And the thinking is he has to have fucked up really badly for his own guys to say, yeah, he's gone. Usually the idea is it's based on mental health, incapacity. If the president is, before this, the question was, okay, president gets knocked on the back of the head, he's unconscious. He's still the president. And again, since, as I said earlier, the vice president can't actually take any legal action. He's got no powers. He's got 2 powers, none of them relevant. What do you do? So the 25th would allow people who support the president, it's his cabinet. It's not even like Republicans who are elected by, it's his cabinet, to remove him from office, even temporarily. It can be temporarily with the 25th. It doesn't have to be permanent. Oh no, actually, with the 25th, it may be. I think it's temporary. Okay, I'll have to, again. It's been a while. The 25th may be. If I recall, actually, there's a clause in the 25th where it can be temporary, pending where they conclude that he is fit to reassume his office. But I'm not sure. At any rate, they can remove him. And at this point, it is irrefutable that his own cabinet is now discussing it. And they're discussing it seriously. How many? I don't know. Now, I forget whether it requires a majority or a supermajority. That would be either 50 plus 1, half plus 1, or 2/3. But I don't know how many. Nobody knows how many they are meeting. So that we are now sure of. I suspect he's been threatened with it already. I suspect that's how come right now the military appears to be taking orders from Pence. Which is, I mean, this is staggering. This is news. This is stuff that 100 years from now is in the history books. If this happens, and they're talking about it, this would be the first time the 25th was ever invoked. And no president has been removed from office. It almost happened with Nixon. People get confused with that. Nixon was not removed. He quit before he was removed, and he would have been, but he was not. This will make Trump the first president ever to have been removed from office. Very glad I knew beforehand and didn't vote for him because, yeah. Jake, 4D, $5. Jake, yeah, oh man. I can't take you enough. You have always been a strong supporter of this show, and for a while now. It's not just so. I genuinely thank you. It's a tremendous amount of work, and it's always and not just, it's certainly just not me, but it's very much appreciated when someone takes the time and the monetary shows their support in that kind of substantial way. So I really do genuinely appreciate it. So thank you. Jake, 4D, $5. We should impeach on principle. Let no president think they are immune, or even in the last days, we should hold this as a precedent for every future president. I actually couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. And I couldn't agree more for any number of reasons. But basically, you hit the nail on the head, which is that, I mean, the reality is, so far this president's been unaccountable, and he's been unaccountable because Mitch McConnell has been protecting him, because Mitch McConnell wants what Trump can deliver, which is just a stranglehold on all three branches of government. And all he has to do is just kowtow to Trump, which is what he's been doing. And now, I don't mean to be misquoting or quoting Malcolm X or doing anything like that. At least I'm not quoting Hitler. So I'm doing better than future members of Congress. But the chickens are coming home to roost. And so what you've got is, if you don't hold this man accountable, and it's going to hurt, but it's going to hurt because we put ourselves in this position. But taking medicine sometimes hurts. And this country is suffering a lot of problems because of irresponsibility and because of allowing ourselves to do things that we shouldn't have been doing. And we can try to just sort of pretend it didn't happen and still continue to suffer the consequences for a long, long time. Or we can say, okay, breaks. These are the rules. People haven't been playing by the rules. Consequences done. There's going to be consequences for that, and they're not going to be good. And we will all suffer them. All of us. This is the middle of a fucking pandemic. And we're talking fighting, and we're talking people who successfully today took the fucking Capitol building of the United States. But on the flip side, what that senator was saying earlier, which unfortunately in some ways trite, we've all heard it before, but he's right. When do you say, sorry, I lost my train of thought. This isn't supposed to be allowed. And they're breaking all of the regular conventions about the handing over of power. And at some point we have to say, we're going to stop this and we're not going to be afraid and we're going to follow the rules to which we've all agreed and to which there's a constitution. So I remember now what I wanted to say. My father was a criminal defense attorney, and we did a show on law, and I still am very much a fan of that show. I really liked that show, and I kept getting corrected by Nate, who kept going in and said, they're not guilty if they haven't been convicted, which is true. And I was equivocating the term guilty repeatedly, and I was guilty of that, but I was trying to make a larger point. And the fucker was coming in and needling us, and he knows what he's doing. And Nate's I very much enjoy. He hasn't been around in a while. He's busy, so when I was a kid, people would ask me what the law was about, and I would always say, actually, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask the audience. I want to know. I want to ask everybody who's watching right now, what's the law about? If you had one word, or not one word, if you have to condense it to 3 or 4, what's the law for? Why do we have law? What's the goal? What is the end goal of law? I'm going to give everybody about 1 minute. I'm going to just blather for a minute. Well, everybody has a minute to drop that into the live chat. What is the law for? Why do we have it? Why do we care? What's the goal? What's the goal of the law? What's the goal of a judge? Or not a judge, but judges, the whole system. What's the goal? So, and I'm looking now, as I've got the live stream from Woke, which we will probably put back up in a minute because we don't need this, and I think all of the salient points are done, and I think it's going to be important to get to what the heck is going on with the cabinet. And there's going to be a lot of, so as a kid, I'll tell you what I would say when people ask me. I would say it's justice, which as I got older, I realized I tell people this and they think I'm being silly or equivocating or just, I don't know what they think when I say this. And I mean it when I say it. I don't know what that word means. I really don't know what that word means. I don't know what that word means. And I start to, people sit there and we sit and we argue about it, and then they sit there and say, well, of course it means this. It's like, no, it can't mean that because of. And if you dissect it, I don't know what that word means. It almost seems to me to be what they call in philosophy a vapid statement. It's just a meaningless thing, and we have these concepts of it, but I don't think anyone. But if I understand kind of what people think it means, so I do understand when somebody says it's about justice, I understand that. But usually what that really means in my head is revenge. That's usually what they say. It's not about revenge. Yes, it is. That's been my experience. If it weren't about revenge, then you'd care about, if it's about justice, it's something else. I don't know. But I tell people it's about justice. My father would never say that. My father's answer would always be it's about stopping violence. It's about just not having violence. Which another way of saying that is civility. You can't have a civilized society if there's violence. Violence is the antithesis of civilization. Civilization is the antithesis of violence. We used to be violent, then we became civilized, period. There you go. The law is about stopping violence. Now, it used to be that if your neighbor stole something, you went over there with a big stick and a rock and you hit him over the head a few times and then got it back. And while this was reasonably effective in getting your belongings back, if they survived, they might think that they don't like being hit in the head, so they'd come over and hit the head. And you couldn't maintain a society, and things couldn't function. So you had to have some other way of doing it. So you'd end up establishing laws and these rules. And they said, okay, you can't do it. And if everybody followed the rules, what do you do with the rule breakers? So you'd have to have people who would do this, and you'd have this whole system of judges. And that's how judges and lawyers and all this other stuff. But the idea was, as long as people are talking to each other, they're not doing one thing: violence. And my father worked, this was before he ended up having metal detectors in the courthouses, because he said in his day, you wouldn't have metal detectors in the courthouses because nobody would ever think of bringing a gun into a courthouse. That was just like, that was insane. You wouldn't get patted down. They wouldn't check it. You could just walk in and out. These were hallowed halls. Nobody would do such a thing. So, but he said, he remembers when mass murderers could be brought in, no chains, no shackles, nothing, into the court, and there would be officers next to them with a gun in the holster right there, and the guy could go for it if he wanted to, but he never did. Why? Because there was always another appeal that he could do. There was always another way that he could be heard, another way for him to have a voice, even though he was a mass murderer, right? Even though he had done all, he could still have a voice. He was actually still participating in society, believe it or not. He's in jail, but he's still participating. So because he always had a voice and he didn't want that taken away, he didn't go for the gun and start shooting, because then he knows he can't do any more appeals. He's just murdered a judge. So the fact that there was a system in place and there were always people talking meant people weren't shooting each other. And so he introduced me to this sentiment. It's the job of the judge to make sure that both sides walk away unhappy. And I'm sitting there going, that's crazy. And I couldn't believe that was really how it worked. And I realized that's really how it works. And the reason is because, first of all, if both sides walk away unhappy, then they don't want to go back to court again. That means they're more likely to try to settle their differences on their own. Court's got enough shit to do. But also, it means that no one side feels like they got ripped off necessarily more than the other. So courts aren't about justice. They're about trying to sort of split the difference and find a way that everybody can walk away without blowing each other's heads off. It's about civility. And most of you actually got it right in one way or another. Peace and safety, civility, community, order, which you can't have. But all of that means no violence. It's about stopping violence. If your neighbor comes and steals something from you, you now have a process. You go to the police, you file a complaint, and now you're in the system. And now you're with lawyers and there's a process. Instead of you going out and getting revenge or getting justice, whatever it is, yourself. If somebody accidentally kills your child, you're going to have your own idea of what justice is, believe me. Even if it was an accident or maybe a preventable accident that really was stupid, and so there's a process so that you can be heard, the other side can be heard, instead of everybody killing each other. That's what happens when you don't have law. So you can only build a civilization with laws, period, end of discussion. And sometimes they're broken, and sometimes they're flexible, and they're never perfect, ever. Not once, ever. And they have nothing to do with justice. Nobody who wrote a law said, well, I think the just thing to do would, nope. It's about what's the best way to keep everybody from killing each other, and something that resembles fairness enough that each side can live with it. And it doesn't always work. If you can come up with a better system, great. Invent it, bring it out, compete with John Stuart Mill and bury him. But nobody's done it yet. That's what it is. It's about stopping violence. So we take a look at what happened. This is why what the senator said earlier, or the representative who was speaking earlier, this was the key that people who have been listening to this stuff for a while catch. He was talking about the peaceful transfer of power. The Gore decision was wrong. Period. End of discussion. End of discussion. And the court knew it when they did it, because they said nobody should ever repeat this again. They literally said, no court should ever, this is not precedent. Okay, they overturned exactly how common law worked and said, this is not precedent. No court should ever do what we're doing right here, right now. So they knew it was wrong. They did it anyway. They fucked it to high hell. I was pissed. He was pissed. He talks about that. It was the wrong decision. I knew it. You knew it. Most of us knew it. Power transferred from one person to the next peacefully anyway. Because we have laws. So when he's talking about peace, he's talking about law. And so what you have here that they're talking about now is the breakdown of law, which is why today the U.S. Capitol building fell. And we have three branches of government, and people sometimes don't remember exactly what they're all for, but the executive branch is the chief law enforcement officer in the country who's been undermining our confidence in all sorts of institutions, including but not limited to legal institutions, and our ability to vote. And to successfully, peacefully transfer power from one to another. So all of these things that have worked for 200 years, well, over 200 years, aren't working anymore. And it's Trump's fucking fault. And we all know it. So what this guy was talking about was the peaceful transfer of power, even when there's been a fuck up, even if the law hasn't been exactly followed or if we don't agree. The law isn't about agreement. It's not about always being right. Because you can't stop all injustice. You can't do it. No law can do that. We're human beings. There will be injustice. There will be fuck-ups. It's about learning to give people as much as you can that's correct, enough that they can live with the fuck-ups, and we move on. And that's what happened with Gore. Huge fuck-up. We lived with it. We're not going to overthrow democracy for it. Now you got a whole bunch of knuckleheads who want to overthrow democracy for what? Trump? Because we had the guy who tweeted, I can't trust lawyers. I can't trust judges. I can't trust congressmen. I can't trust the electors. I can't trust the people I vote, the people running the votes. I can't trust my own vote. I can't trust the government. I can only trust Trump. That's a fucking cult. I'd like to get Telltale in here and go over the bite model on some of these people on Trump because they don't care what's true or not. They're just going to follow Trump. So now the question is, part of how and why law works, and this is how we got here, consequences, and this is why. Jake 4D, $5. We should impeach on principle. Let no president think they are immune, even in the last days. We should hold this as precedent for every future president. If he's allowed to continue to do this, so will future presidents. Trying to stop him now may well cause more violence, but the people who are doing it, you're never going to appease. You will have to pay this bill at some point. And the reason it's happening now is because McConnell's been kicking it down the road. He's been kicking it down the road for 4 years. And actually, he's been kicked down the road before that with the Tea Party. The bill is now due. We pay it or we kick it down the road some more. But quite frankly, it's gotten pretty big, and the interest payments are getting, ooh, I may have taken that metaphor a bit too far. We've been kicking this one down the road. It does feel like it would be easier to wait, and he's almost out of office. But then the next president's going to say, you know what? I don't have to not get caught. I don't even have to not get caught. You know, I just have to make sure that I can last long enough that nobody really wants to bother to do the right thing. That's all the president has to do next time. Whoever the next president is. It's going to be Biden, but who's the next one after that? Who's the next one after that? So, what do we do? This is a clusterfuck, and it's not all Trump's fault. It really isn't. I said earlier, I blame McConnell a bit first, actually. But he's out there fomenting this, and nobody disagrees. He is out there subverting the fucking Constitution, and it's time we stop pretending that's not what he's doing. The vote's done. There is zero evidence that there was any fraud of any consequence anywhere. And he is saying that he won by this huge margin. It's gaslighting, it's denial, it's unhinged. I haven't read the DSM far enough through to have a big enough vocabulary to understand all the fucked up things that statement is. We can hunker down and wait. This will probably subside. Maybe not tonight, maybe tonight, I don't know. But once it gets certified, okay, it's going to subside. These people aren't going away anytime soon. Hit them with the 25th, hit it tonight. Tomorrow may be an ugly day. Let future heads of the Senate, be aware then that this is what happens when you court the far crazy of your party. And by the way, I'm well aware that the Dems have done it too. They're not innocent. But right now, any crimes the Dems have done in terms of courting support from the far left, just like crazy nutwing, no, there's like 10 orders of magnitude difference between them. So we can have that conversation when the right isn't taking over fucking Congress and the president saying that's a good idea. And when the president does 2 tweets that suggest that he's about to deploy the National Guard to keep Congress out of the office buildings. I don't know that that's what he was saying. It kind of read that way. And if I don't know, and if it kind of read that way, I think we should be done. He's a clown. And we don't know when he's serious when he talks about dropping nuclear weapons on neighbors and torturing the families of terrorists, innocent families, the children, the wives, the brothers of terrorists. How far down the rabbit hole? I've been thinking about this recently. I don't know, that's not even worth getting into. We've been in this rabbit hole for so long, we don't realize how, and we just did a show on the new normal, right? On how when there was 1,000 deaths a day from COVID, we were freaking out like, oh my God, the world's going to end. Now it's 4,000 a day, and we're like, who gives a fuck? We just got so used to it. The president is saying it's okay to overthrow the election. He was trying to get the Secretary of State to just find another 11,000 votes. He should be gone. He should have been gone a long time ago, quite frankly. Consider this not getting rid of him for what's going on tonight and for what he did yesterday, which was easily an audio recording of him trying to overturn, find another 11,000 votes. He should have been gone 2 minutes after that dropped. He should have been gone 6 months ago. He should have been gone 2 years ago. The first impeachment attempt had him. He was guilty and everybody knows. It's just McConnell protected him. So consider this the sum of all the times he should have been gone, and maybe once we can do the right thing. I don't care how much time is left. Jake 4D really hit that one. I'm just gonna say he hit that one, which is let's actually stand on our principles for the first time in I think quite a while, and say you don't represent American values. Goodbye. You will be the first president ever to be removed from office against his will. And good. That's what I think we should do. And I think if I had to ballpark it, I'd say the chances of that happening tonight are about 30%, which is nice. I mean, that's a lot higher than I'd have expected. That's a lot higher than that's not what I was expecting when I woke up this morning. But it still doesn't mean. We'll see. We'll get into it. And I've got a whole bunch of all right, thank you, Atheist Swede. And I do apologize because I did that rant and I haven't been paying attention to everything. So I'm going to get caught up on everything. I'm also going to bail on Congress, although the easiest way really to do this right now, although it's just very hard. Right now I only have really one window in the interface here, which would allow me to show a web browser. So what I've actually been doing is just sort of swapping it out. Now, the ideal is to have 2 windows and just whenever I want, put one or the other in so you guys can see it. But it's just not, I'm not up for that right now. I'm not going to create a second one because I don't know if I can control the audio. So since this one's working, and since I don't think anyone's saying anything in the House, PA sent. Okay, I'm not even going to say that aloud until I understand how and why it looks like that. If there's any truth to that, but it did look like the officers. But again, I could see reasons why that would happen. But it's yeah, that's a tough one. We're going to have to unpack a lot. I don't, every time I say it's been an extraordinary day, somebody just finds a way to utterly obliterate that. All right, so what we're going to do here, yep, I think that should work. I should get the audio, so I'm about 95% confidence that we will have the audio on this and everything will work. So let me turn on the audio. I'm not even going to ask you guys if the audio is working because the audio should be, it's not yet, it will in a minute. But once it's on, if you don't hear it, let me know, but you'll hear it. I don't even have to ask because I can see it's piped in. So I'm going to turn it on. I'm going to turn on the audio and we'll see where we stand.
Oh, this is ready for the vote.
How are you? I'm good. How about you?
Oh, what are them? You don't think about what happens
It's just sad that this is where our country's at, that we have police officers actively, oh shit, they're putting body cameras on. You gotta arrest someone. Why are you putting your body cameras on? Is anyone breaking the law here? I don't think so. So why is your body camera on? I am extremely confused why you're all turning on your body cameras, which is what people usually do when they're about to make an arrest. When not one person here has committed a crime.
I love this. The officer has to justify himself. He hasn't even done anything but turn on his camera. He has to justify himself. Oh, dear Lord.
Brick by brick, wall by wall, free the wall.
Great to see you.
Wall by wall, free the wall.
Yeah, they just turn their body.
You don't get it.
I don't know what's going on. Everyone's body cameras are still on. All the police just took their body cameras and put them on. I'm gonna stay right here just to make sure she's okay.
It looks like the Democrats on the House Judiciary Committee have now met and are urging Mike Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment. So that is now one of the largest unions in the country, certainly one of the largest in the Bible Belt. Several congressmen, a number of, oh, Jesus, the list of, okay. The House Judiciary Committee, not the whole House, not the whole committee, by the way, just the Democrats on the House Judiciary Committee. Apparently, Pence's chief of staff has ejected from the West Wing. Well, I don't know that he was ejected, so let me be a little more clear. He was barred from. So if he was in there, I would assume they ejected him. But just to be clear, I don't know that he was ejected. So at this point, we have multiple members of the cabinet. And now the Democrats on the Judiciary Committee urging Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment. Pence's chief of staff has been barred from the West Wing. Earlier today, Trump called Pence a coward for refusing to overturn the election results. And Pence is in an interesting position tonight. So I'm going to turn the audio back on, but I'm going to interrupt it if, I mean...
No borders! No walls!
No borders! No
Hey, how you doing? Pull up. Yeah, turn your fucking body cams on. Quit your job! Quit your job! Quit your job! Damn!
I didn't tell you to speak. Like I told your friend. Shut the fuck up. You want to speak?
You mad, right?
Oh, big mad. He big mad. He big mad. Are you big mad?
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, shit. You that.
Fuck 12! Fucking idiot. Baggers SUV, you're a fucking idiot. Fuck you too. Fuck 12! Fuck 12! Fuck 12!
This is why I kept the live feed going earlier, guys, when I left the JW Marriott after they had first went in, I don't know what the word would be, enforced the curfew, I guess, and shoved everyone back into the hotel with the most obscene over abuse of police power that I think I've seen in a very long time. Shoved everyone back into the hotel there and enforced curfew, and I was like, you know what, I think that this is not going to be the only one, because I literally walked around here for like an hour before that happened, and I was walking around and I was noticing a pattern, just people hanging out outside their hotels.
I think back 2007, I forget which one it was, the name of it, but I was outside the night of it coming. I like storms, so I was outside the night of it coming, and it was just, the whole city was just like this, like nothing, like complete like ghost town.
I'm almost scared to even be on the fence because I know that they're like just willing to do whatever they want.
Thank you for getting.
How are you?
Good job. It's not a lie. It's the girl who thinks a cop picking up her hat. I can't do it.
You're the only one without your body camera on. What's going on? You just didn't get the memo? No? How do you feel about what happened today?
Officer, good question.
How do you feel about what happened today? Are you allowed to talk to me? You're not allowed to talk to me. Why?
All right. Wow. Okay. So it's a lot comes at you. You're doing this, so I get a little behind. I have just about caught up fully, and there's some things I missed and some things I forgot. Of course, one of them being that there is a curfew, which all of these people are violating. That's fine. I wasn't necessarily. I mean, what's good for the goose? There were protesters on the other side not that long ago, and still have been. So we'll hold on. Yeah. So we'll get there. I do find it interesting, and these are the same people who said that the Black Lives Matter people should just put up with whatever the police and their law enforcement, and if you get shoved around, you were doing the wrong thing. And now they're like, oh my God, the police are shoving me around. They can't do it. It honestly, genuinely, I'm actually feeling a little physically ill as a result of that. And that's not hyperbole. It's just like, it's sort of like, who the fuck do you people think you are? the same ones who had a problem with, or didn't have a problem when they were pushing around people who were, by the way, protesting the fact that, you know, a whole bunch of black people had gotten shot or murdered or had their necks broken because of, you know, but I want to get caught up on a few things and some things that are a little. So here's where we stand. Right now in the White House, it looks like there has been essentially a mass resignation, and there's been a very strong effort tonight to keep people from resigning. It has been, as far as we can tell, actually largely successful. The 3 resignations that at this point we can confirm is the Social Secretary to the White House, Deputy Press Secretary, and Chief of Staff to the First Lady. But it appears as if also Deputy Chief of Staff in the White House, which is would be actually the 3rd highest position in the White House, Transportation Secretary, Deputy National Security Advisor, and National Security Advisor. This is by far already just the largest number of resignations of any administration. And it looks like these have actually resigned, but are not either yet public or have not yet made it official. There's a major push to keep them from going public and from it being official. So it looks like we are watching the administration implode, and it looks like we are watching. And we're watching people struggle very, very hard to keep it together. It also appears as if a senator from Pennsylvania, and actually, let me bring this up real quick because I want to make sure, was involved in some of what happened at the Senate today, which, if there is absolutely any truth to, would be stunning. Now, I'm aware that there were people who were already going to take the highly unusual step of objecting, which they are entitled to do, but of objecting to the vote. And then people who are trying to say that even in states where they had certified for the state and had no objection, they were going to try to object for them and tell them, nope, these votes aren't accurate. These are what the votes should be, which was actually what they were going to try to do with the court process that they were doing. But it looks like it was state. No, wait a minute. Is that a okay? PA Senator Doug Mastro, and I have one thing that's saying he's a state senator, and one that's saying he's an actual. And I mean, I don't know the name of all the senators, so you know what? I can check that really quick. I'm just going to check that because I need to know. He is a senator for Pennsylvania's 33rd district. He is a retired Army colonel. He is an award-winning author, PhD, historian, and strategist. He may need to rethink what he's doing. Apparently, the charge appears to be, and the charge is levied by a state representative. So, it's Brian Sims. We know Brian Sims. Brian Sims is in our intro, actually. He's the guy flipping out in our intro. He's a state representative. And that's where the confusion comes from. And what he is suggesting now, and I mean, this is an extraordinarily serious charge, that what happened today was actually planned in advance. Now, how much, I don't know. And I think that's another thing you need to, I mean, he may have helped plan these huge protests in which gallows were put up and imagery of Hitler was evoked. By the way, we've also now learned that a number of the people there were neo-Nazis. They've attended neo-Nazi rallies. It's confirmed. So neo-Nazis today, who were part of this, successfully seized control of the U.S. Capitol building. So yeah, with Brian Sims, who is a state senator in Pennsylvania, and I mean, he's a serious guy. He's good. I like him. I mean, I'm not an expert on him, but we did a small piece on him because he did a very charged segment. But nonetheless, and what he's charging, and this is one of the guys who this guy had tested positive for COVID. He knew he was positive and went into work as a senator, ostensibly infecting everyone there, and didn't tell anyone because they were actively trying to engage in legislation, basically denying that COVID was a problem and trying to stop mask mandates. He didn't want anyone to know he had COVID, so he didn't tell anyone and went around business as usual in the Senate. So, so that's the guy who did it. He's not the one who did it at the state level. Sorry, so there was a state level for which Mr. Sims flipped out on, and we have that in our intro. That's in the intro to Overtime. And then there's what he's talking about here. So, but what they're saying, the charge is this, that in some way or another, Doug Mastriano, I believe that's correct. Doug Mastriano. Now I got it. Doug Mastriano, senator from Pennsylvania. The charge is that he helped actually plan and coordinate what happened today. Now, when I say that, let me be clear. We don't know if they mean the entire thing, which I highly doubt, or just that there was going to be a huge protest and lots of people were going to show up, including neo-Nazis, by the way. It's entirely possible that he planned and he said, let's have a huge protest at the state, and he didn't anticipate the riots breaking. I don't know what, but if he had any involvement in this whatsoever, he's got a very big problem, I think. Okay, U.S. Senate rejects Arizona objection to. Okay, so thank you. So they've rejected. I can't believe Arizona did that. I was under the impression that nobody was going to object. So it looks like they're still objecting. So as long as they're objecting, this is going to drag out. And I don't think we can go home until they've actually certified this anyway. But then the question is, what else is going to go on? People are clearly taunting the police. They want to start some shit. And that's fine. That always happens. We were doing this summer with people on the left doing the same thing. That's cool. That's, I've seen it. I'm not sitting there saying, okay, it's, again, what's good for the goose. Although I'm sitting there going like, really, guys? These are the same fucking people who, it's like, why can't they just do what the police tell them to do and realize that it's what's best for, yeah, that's a good point. What are you doing out there breaking curfew? When, by the way, there isn't a shred of evidence that you're right. There's something called reality, and I'd like you to meet with it, because the fact is you're fucking wrong. And there's only one person. Has anyone pointed this out to them? The only human being on the planet who thinks there's any evidence, and this includes people on that guy's side in charge of the states he lost, only one person thinks it was even close that he won. And that's the guy who is going to benefit if this thing gets flipped. The person who has the most to benefit is sitting there saying, I won despite what your eyes are telling you. And everyone else says, well, he's saying it, so it must be true, even though everybody else in charge of the thing says, nope, that's not what happened. And they can't even produce investigators. They haven't even told you how they've reached the evidence and they're marching and they're taking over Congress. So, we now have, no, that cannot be correct. The Senate rejects the objection to Arizona's electoral votes. Cruz was for it. Last I heard, Cruz was actually being reasonable in this, which I know is crazy, but I don't think, we can double check that. But, if that's what they say, okay, I'm going to double check. Cruz is the kind that would do it. Cruz is a complete and utter nutball, don't get me wrong. But last I heard, Cruz is like, okay, let's get through this. That's last I heard, you know. Okay, so what we know now, we're going to have to do a rundown, and we're going to have to do a very quick rundown of what's happened and then where we are. But I will tell you this. What we have now, all of the Democrats on the House Judiciary Committee have asked Mike Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment, which he must invoke. Now, he alone cannot remove the president, but he can with the cabinet. We know that members of the cabinet are meeting right now to discuss removing the president of the United States from office. We know that some members of Congress and some of the largest political action groups in this country have now said that the President of the United States should be removed by the 25th Amendment, and we know that there are members of the cabinet amicable to it. We know that there have been mass resignations, but they have not all yet been tenured, based on the grounds that they don't want to cause a mass panic. There have been a number of senior level resignations that have been tenured, and quite a number more that we believe are going to be and have just been held off. We have had several explosive devices that were placed on and around what appears to be actually RNC headquarters across the country. We've also had, and I mean, we've been ignoring this, for which I apologize, but Capitol buildings. Let's see, there was not just Sacramento, it was Atlanta, Georgia. I think the Secretary of State's office had to be evacuated. There are, and I apologize, we failed to get to it, but there have been several Capitol buildings, or there have been several state buildings across the country that have had to have been evacuated due to protesters. This is just about, in my opinion, in terms of what we're seeing nationwide. It's smaller than the worst and biggest day of the riots, but it's a bit more intense. There isn't the same damage being done, but if you've successfully taken the U.S. Capitol, you have won my vote for one of the more interesting news days of the year. It looks like other aides, so the National Security Advisor, Deputy National Security Advisor, Deputy Chief of Staff, I already listed those, are all considering resigning and or have actually written their resignation and have not yet submitted. This is an implosion of, right now, just the Trump administration. I'm hoping they can keep it isolated there. I'm hoping this doesn't spread to an implosion of the judicial. So it's the executive branch that's imploding. Yeah, that's the branch of government. Sorry, it's just, you know, the executive branch of government appears to be imploding at this point. The legislative branch appears intact. Surprisingly, they're the ones that had to flee for their lives, but they appear intact. McConnell is in his last days of it because we have now confirmed that the Senate will be turned over to the Democrats, essentially, in the next term. So McConnell is in his last days, and he knows it. I think it's got to be going through his mind, how does he want to end his last days? Because he has no choice now. He's done. He's done. He'll be back. He'll still be in the Senate. He ain't in charge no more. So The Democrats will be in charge of the Senate, but right now you have essentially threats of attempts to overturn the election by a few members of the House in the Senate's process of confirming Biden's election, or Biden's win. That's bad enough. Now we have what appears to be one senator who is being implicated in one way or another, directly or indirectly, in what happened today at the Capitol. And I mean, it's extra. I mean, I think the don't get me wrong. I think the we're fine on the legislative branch. The judicial branch is sitting back going, we are staying the fuck out of this one. But they're the only ones who've held this together, and they were all stacked by Trump, but that's usually how it works. I'm not suggesting, I mean, the legislative branch is fine, but there's stress there. There's stress there. McConnell has been fucking around, and it's come back to roost, and he is clearly trying to get shit together. He's behind Biden. He's behind doing this right, but wow, is it too late? Now the question is it also too little? We'll see. So yeah, Eric Trump just tweeted some really stupid shit, and he should lose his Twitter account. Trump has been booted off Twitter, which should have happened a long time ago. But I mean, the fact that the president of the United States is booted off a social media platform really should be in and of itself almost breaking news. Right now, we don't have time to cover it. So there are calls for the resignation of there's two senators. Senator Tim. Okay, so there is a state senator in Pennsylvania. Two state senators in Pennsylvania are saying that their senator, their U.S. senator, was involved in planning what happened today, and they're calling for his resignation. I personally am not, because I don't know what that means. I really don't know what he did. I don't know, but if he's involved, he's in very big fucking trouble, because a lot of people are pissed about what happened today, and he's got cause. That's going to be, oh dear Lord. I think he's in for an awkward day at the office tomorrow if it turns out he had anything to do with today. So let me get this to refresh and let me take a look. I mean, right now we're looking at 3 confirmed resignations, 4 more resignations that appear to be planned. I'm going to update that and make sure that none have changed in the last 30 seconds. Yeah, okay, so that's protesters in Ohio. Oh, Jesus, yeah. No, that doesn't, nope. All right, I'm going to try. I have to switch headsets because I use wireless headsets so I can move around, but they do die on batteries, and 6 hours is the max on that one. So we're going to swap out here for a little bit while that recharges. It'll take me a minute to switch the sound over, so please give me 1 second. I don't even know if this is on, and even if it's on, I don't know if it's hooked up to the system. It is. There we go. All right. We'll need 1 more minute, folks. And then I think we're probably good. Yeah, I got sound. That's great. I'm also trying to keep an eye on all these cams. Again, I mean, this is, and I can get into. Let's see. We've got Washington D.C. We've got New York. A couple in New York, but it's also Ohio. What was the other one? Seattle. Having said that, right now, I mean, there's scuffles, there's issues, but it's not. Nothing appears to have been huge. It's news. Don't get me wrong, but the cabinet is meeting to possibly invoke the 25th Amendment. Right. All right. Oh dear Lord. All right, we have so we've dropped a couple of links, Mr. Titan, and I think I'm gonna, this is no, I will see. We've dropped some links also to our Discord, and somebody that plays stupid games wins stupid prizes. There's a video of somebody who was complaining about getting pushed while trying to go into the Capitol, and I said, "Well, what were you trying to do in the Capitol?" "Well, I was storming the Capitol." "Well, why were you storming the Capitol?" "Well, it's a revolution." I'm gonna say this, and they don't teach this, unfortunately, in like high school or elementary school. Revolutions can sometimes be dangerous, and if you think you're in one, okay, they're not actually that common. But if you're gonna do a revolution, on occasion, you might get pushed. Just saying. Revolutionaries have been pushed in American history and in world history from time to time. All right, I'm going to turn the audio on this because it looks like something's happening. And then we're going to do a rundown. And I'm also going to try to get a bit of a better handle on where the executive branch in this country is, because as I said before, I don't really know who's in charge right now. And I think we're not at war. Well, technically I think we are, but I mean, not like one that we have to, we as American citizens have to worry about, which is actually a problem, but nonetheless. Point being, I don't know who's in charge, and it's not a huge problem, I think, short term, but long term, I would like to kind of get on that. So I'm going to take a couple minutes break. And, we've been streaming for a little while now. And we're going to see if we can figure out what's going on right now, because there's a lot. And the possibility that we are not going to wake up with the same president tomorrow that we went to sleep with is growing. It's honestly, it's noticeably greater than zero. All right, let's hear what's going on here.
Oh, we will. You'll find out where to go.
If you are on a police force without a college education and you are not educated in constitutional rights and law, why are you on the force?
To kill black people.
Your fellow officer just said it's okay to arrest people for screaming. That is within our First Amendment right as a United States citizen. If you do not have a college degree, you should not be on the force. If you do not know constitutional law, you should not be on the force. If you do not know how to de-escalate.
Why are you on the force? To kill black people? Jesus. Oh, dear Lord. Okay. It's dark comedy. Admittedly, it's really dark comedy. But I will say this, Stitch in Time, which is in hiatus, but Stitch in Time, comedy show, kind of quasi comedy wrap up of the week, and okay, it's comedy, right? It's not like but it's kind of a comedy show, and I'm sitting there going, so like we're doing overtime right now. I wasn't planning on this being a comedy show. This isn't Stitch, okay? But I'm listening to what some of these people are saying, and I mean, again, I laugh because it's that or cry. So it's comedy, but only because, you know, it's that or bang my head against a wall until I pass out. So we're going back to the comedy. No, I'm still going to take the break I said I was going to take, but I just like, oh God, I don't even need to. You know what I'm saying? There's nobody watching this. I know our audience. You're thinking the same thing I am. This kind of hurts. I'm aware. Okay, it's a little bit like nails on a chalkboard. We're going to have a few minutes of this anyway. It's been a 5-hour stream. More than that, we're going to have a few minutes of this, and then we're going to try to see if who's president right now. That's the plan.
No cops!
No KKK! No fascist USA!
We said no cops!
No KKK! No fascist USA!
We said no cops!
No KKK!
No fascist USA! We said no cops! No KKK! No fascist USA!
We said no cops!
No KKK! No fascist USA!
We said no cops!
No KKK, no fascist USA!
We said no cops!
No KKK, no fascist USA!
We said no cops!
You chose this job.
This man does not have a badge number.
Pick your job.
What's your badge number? What's your badge number? What? Wow, your sports lane did not give you a badge number. Why does your boy not have his badge number? Why does your boy have his badge number covered? Why does your boy have?
Lieutenants don't have badge numbers.
Okay, so let him walk away when I asked him for his badge number.
He doesn't have.
Okay, so why did he walk away when I asked for his
Because they
information?
told me to come over.
Black Lives Matter!
Lieutenants don't have badge numbers.
Black Lives Matter!
We weren't doing anything. Why are you guys over here?
Black Lives Matter!
They're trying to say that he didn't have a badge
Black Lives
number.
Matter!
Yo, fucking break, bro. Fucking break. Fucking break, bro. You can have my shit number.
Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter!
How do you feel about what happened in D.C. today?
I've been at work all day. I have not been looking at that. I've been here.
So,
when I get home,
so you have no idea what happened?
I have an idea of what happened, but I haven't seen any of it.
How do you feel about the police officers taking selfies with armed militia?
I have no idea. When I go home, I'll watch the news.
She's claiming that she has no idea what's going on in D.C.
What you cops do all day is look at your phone.
Except that I don't look at it.
Oh,
I
no,
have
look
a
at your phone?
question.
No. That's
I
interesting.
also don't have cable.
Huh?
I also don't have cable.
Oh, you don't have cable?
not have
So why are you working this job if it's not paid?
I just don't believe in paying for cable.
So
Why should we do that? So why
where
not?
But you have a phone.
Where do you get your
I have my
news?
phone.
Where do you get your news?
I get my news. I literally usually when I come to work, I find out, and then I go and I read the newspaper.
So you're getting
I literally read the newspaper.
You're getting your news directly from
So when I
other
go
police
home,
officers.
I'm gonna read the newspaper.
Okay.
I still like reading the newspaper. Believe it or
So
not.
you're not getting news as it's breaking either.
So I hear it, and then when I'm gonna read the newspaper. People still do read the newspaper.
We're on 5th Ave and 57th Street. Do you know what qualified immunity is?
My preference is the newspaper.
Do you know what qualified immunity is?
In terms of the police department?
What?
Are you talking about in terms of the police department?
I said, do you know what qualified immunity is?
I do.
You do?
Yes.
Well, what do you think about qualified immunity?
I can't talk about that right now.
Why?
You don't think that's relevant?
She said she can't talk about it right now, and then implied that she can talk about it when she's out here.
Oh, that's crazy.
She cannot tell us her opinion on qualified immunity.
Oh, that's crazy.
Correct?
You're supposed to have your own opinion. You're a human being,
She
right?
said she's not allowed
So
to
you forget
have
you're a
her
human
own
when you put this
I
on.
leave work.
But so you forget you're a human when you put this on.
How can you be
That's what
saying
it sound like
that
to me.
and you're working for the
That's what it sound like to
NYPD?
me.
Cannot express it.
Oh my God! Really? You cannot express who you are?
Yo, but that doesn't make sense. Okay, wait, let me say something.
Damn.
Okay,
beat,
so-
beat that black person up. Yes, sir. Right?
You see, sir.
Okay, can I say something? John, let me say something.
That is politics. That's what qualified immunity contains.
Listen, just because you have an opinion that may not align, because you put on this uniform
When I
every
leave work,
day.
you can come find me and
I'm saying it doesn't matter though, because the second.
Exactly. She's gonna, you're gonna lose your job either way.
John, when you put that uniform on, it doesn't matter what your opinion is. It doesn't matter what your opinion is when you take it off. Because the second you put it on, you're contributing to everything.
I'm not worried about that.
Every day when you put that uniform on, you're still contributing to this systemic racism within the police force. Yo, this is crazy. It doesn't matter what your personal opinion is outside of work, is what I'm saying, because the second you put the uniform on, you come to work and you're contributing to the oppression of people.
That's your opinion.
It's not though, because okay, so when you see one of these officers beating someone, what do you do about it?
When I see someone beating someone.
What is happening for?
Who got beat here?
Okay,
what was the purpose of your
I'm saying every protest since May until now.
Stop. Who got beat here?
Why do you guys?
You see this right here? You see this right here? You see
That
what you're
hurts.
holding? That's a weapon. That hurts.
Don't give me that lucky little bitch. My taxes are hurting. Okay, I don't pay taxes. But why do y'all get it?
Why don't you take her ass or something?
Don't sound like it.
Why?
Why don't we get the taxes?
Don't sound like it.
My taxes. Your
If you pay taxes, you be out here.
Know your place, trash.
Out here, wearing your uniform.
Our taxes paid for it, being used against us.
Listen.
I'm not saying that you don't. I'm saying that we pay taxes for you. And how come you're using something that we pay for against us? How does that make sense? It doesn't. It doesn't make sense.
But you still stand for the system. You still stand for this. You're still out here putting on the uniform. Is this right? What you're doing is right? What you're doing is right. What you're doing is right.
You're guarding a
So this is humane.
Vote politicians that will abolish our job, and then you get what you want.
This is humane what you're doing.
No.
I'm asking, yes, that's true. But is this humane?
Shit. No.
Is this humane?
And then get rid of us.
Oh my God, they're tapping out. They're tapping her out, yo. Why are you tapping her out? Oh, he just hurt himself. He just hurt himself. Yo, why did they just take her away? That's crazy to me. She was trying to talk and they took her away. I have a question for you. Why is it every time one of your officers starts talking to us about what they actually think, they get pulled away? What is that? They're not allowed to have a mind of their own? Yeah, have you really brainwashed them to the point where they can't even give their opinion, Nick? This piece of shit, I cannot. That's crazy. That is fucking crazy. The second she did that, the second she starts talking, they tap her out. And then this piece of shit won't even talk to me about the fact every time you break through to one of these officers and get them to actually speak, that they tap them out and bring them away. Because they're scared. They're all fucking scared. You're scared. He's scared. They're scared. This dude looks like he's been crying this whole time. Oh my God, they have the LRAD out now. They said when you push on the barricade. Yo, the LRAD is out. Yo, you guys are fucking pieces of shit, yo. I cannot. They're putting the LRAD out.
This is the New York City Police Department. You keep pushing on the barricade, you will stop it.
Yeah.
Be on your guard, y'all. Be on your guard. Be on your guard.
This is the New York City Police Department.
I hate these fucking people. I hate them. I hate them so much.
There's a kettle waiting to happen.
Holy shit, we are kettles. Yo, it's not even about to be kettles. We are kettles.
Yeah. We're already kettled.
We're kettled already. We can't go that way, we can't go that way, we can't go that way.
Where's they get out the road, right?
Yeah, they're in the road down there. They're in the road. They're on the road down there. So no matter if we start running, the first couple people that run, we're gonna get arrested.
Hey, Benny! Baby girl!
It's amazing. There was a shot there earlier that was actually beautiful. It was sort of on the street and those police lights and those blue and dark. And I don't know. I'm always keeping an eye out for the aesthetic, just because you may put it on a thumbnail or something. I don't know, but it's a little weird when there's so much crazy going on and then there's a beautiful scene right in the middle of it. Yeah. So the other thing that I saw that was just a little interesting was they had realized they had been kettled, and the police know how to do this. They've been doing this for a while, and they are trained, and they got a lot of experience over the summer. And one of the things that was funny, I saw some, I think it was on Twitter, there was a number of Black Lives Matter protesters who were talking about how amateurish these people were. They didn't have the right gear for the weather. They were falling into all sort of the police traps and tactics, and they're like, just like, you know what? And they're like, they're being kettled like that, and they don't see it coming. And it was interesting to see the critiques of the old guard, left wing protesters of the new right wing ones who apparently were screwing it all up. But at any rate, these guys don't know what they're doing. We're going to do a rundown, and I think we're going to do that in a minute. And the good news is right now, I don't think there's a tremendous amount of violence, but what do we have? As of this moment, there have been a number of resignations of the higher level positions in the White House. We also have had some extraordinary violence, one death only, but extraordinary violence in the Capitol. The Capitol building was actually seized by protesters. It has been recovered. We have had now a number of congressmen, actually, well, I shouldn't say that. I think only two that I'm aware of, calling for the removal of President Trump via the 25th Amendment, an amendment in the Constitution that allows the cabinet to remove Trump if the vice president starts the process. We are aware that now, at this moment, or at least as of a short while ago, the members of the cabinet were meeting to discuss that very thing, and we believe that there are members of the cabinet who are amicable to the idea. Senator Mitt Romney, a well-respected and longtime Republican senator who was credibly a serious presidential candidate several times, has said that, quote, "What happened here today was an insurrection incited by the President of the United States." That is one of the most revered members of Congress, a Republican, saying that an insurrection has been incited by the President of the United States. It is very difficult to imagine a more stunning rebuke. Biden has condemned the president for not condemning these actions and for not doing more to stop them. We do have, at this point, rather significant protests, not that I'm aware of, not significant violence, but significant protests in at least 5, maybe 6 cities, probably possibly more, but 5 or 6 cities. We have the state capitol appears to be, at this point, extraordinarily well defended, and I think is going to be fine. They have finished up, and it looks like, I believe Arizona was the only state to object. So now that that is cleared, it looks like Biden will be certified as the winner very shortly, barring anything that I'm unaware of. That's, I think, what we'd be expecting. Top leaders in the GOP, at least 4 believe that President Trump should be removed through the 25th Amendment before January 20th. These are high-ranking GOP members, so his own party at this point is calling for his removal. The entire Democratic portion of the Senate Judiciary Committee has also called for the removal of the President of the United States by use of the 25th Amendment. We have, so that's, I think, unless I missed something, we've had a number of pipe bombs that have been discovered in Republican offices. They are not in the offices, outside the buildings. They have been detonated safely in every instance I'm aware of. So at this point, I think that's where we stand. I did overlook one other thing. The National Guard was initially deployed in a way that was rather odd. Honestly, it was deployed presumably by the President of the United States. It was 1,100 members of the Guard, but I will be honest, it wasn't clear when they were deployed whether they were being deployed to protect members of Congress in the Capitol, which was under siege, or to assist the protesters that were sieging the Capitol. It was genuinely unclear which it was. I suspect that lack of clarity is one thing that is concerning the number of senators that are and congressmen, I should say, that are currently saying perhaps the 25th should be considered. At least one has said that they will introduce articles of impeachment. He's gone on the 20th, and they're talking about impeaching him. And several more who have said they would support these articles. Keep in mind, and we have had we've had this discussion before on the End Time series on civics, but I think this is worth noting. Each branch of government protects its territory, and they protect it over party. So, yeah, party and beliefs and whether you're conservative or liberal means a lot when you are a when you are a judge on the Supreme Court. But when somebody tries to take away some of the power on the Supreme Court and minimize or marginalize the Supreme Court in some way, what you're going to find is the entire Supreme Court is going to speak with one voice. And it doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican. It doesn't matter how many members of that court you put up there. If you're going to try to limit their power, if you're going to try to make it so they can't do what they used to do, and they can't enjoy the fruits of their position in the way they used to be able to, they're going to unify, and they will stop you. That's just the way it is. It doesn't even matter if what you're trying to do actually is in line with the principles of one party or another. They will stop you, period. Because they are their branch of government first, and their party second. So what we have is a serious attack on the entire legislative branch of this country. And it was done by the supporters of the current president on the grounds that the election was invalid, which he's been saying for a while. So even the congressmen who have been sitting there and tentatively or who've been reasonably quiet and or just not vocally going out after him. The reality is this is not acceptable to them either, because this is where they live. They live and breathe at this place. I mean, they spend all their hours of every day. If they're working, this is the fucking Capitol building. And it looks an awful lot like Trump's fault. It's awfully hard to not reach that conclusion. So, yeah, I think they're going to be pissed at him. And they can't remove him. They have to use impeachment. But I think there may be a lot of pressure coming from Congress to boot him. Now, again, whether they decide it's prudent to do it tonight or not, I don't know. I can't imagine the machinations that are going on right now. But I'm not as surprised as one might think that high-level Republicans are saying use the 25th because he just aided and abetted and half endorsed an attack on an entire branch of this government. That branch is not going to be pleased. Republican, Democrat, I don't care. They're not going to be pleased. They're legislators first. And he's saying everything they do is invalid because the vote doesn't count. I think his support is going to, and it's so egregious. A lot of the people who work for him don't want to work for him anymore. They all want to leave. Nobody wants to be around him. Honestly, for a second there, I just was trying to figure out what must it feel like to be Trump right now? Because the world's pretty pissed at you, and all your friends are bailing. You don't have any place to go. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it. I'm just trying to sort of put myself in his shoes for a few minutes. I have to imagine that's not a very comfortable feeling. At any rate, so that's sort of the rundown. It looks like, and by the way, also, I mean, this is not including yesterday where he told the Georgia Secretary of State to find an extra 11,000 votes. That's illegal in so many ways. And to say it to the Secretary of State while you're president of the United States. Even Nixon didn't fucking do this shit. I mean, just FYI. That's, people have been asking what the new slogan is going to be on End Time. Even Nixon didn't do this shit. How's that for a slogan? All right, so we're going to catch up a bit, and then I'm going to do an actual rundown on what we did. That's where we stand. Let me. And we have a lot of the formers, and we have some of the old ones. I mean, we have Mattis, who has already came out and said he wasn't going to be voting for Trump, and it's sort of like, wow, his former defense secretary. Mattis was his defense secretary, so his former defense secretary is sitting there going, oh wow, I'm not going to, I'm not going to vote for him, and saying explicitly why. But he has now come out and said, today's violent assault on our Capitol, an effort to subjugate American democracy by mob rule, was fomented by Mr. Trump. His use of the presidency to destroy trust in our election and to poison our respect for fellow citizens has been enabled by pseudo-political leaders whose names will live in infamy as profiles in cowardice. Our Constitution and our Republic will overcome this stain, and we the people will come together again in our never-ending effort to form a more perfect union, while Mr. Trump will deservedly be left a man without a country. James N. Mattis, 26th Secretary of Defense. So, and we're learning more. It looks like, and here's the problem. You only get bits and drabs from what you see on the outside, but it does look like officials on the inside were actually shaken by Trump's reaction to his mob of supporters descending on the Capitol, and that he was described as, quote, borderline enthusiastic, because it meant that the certification was being derailed. And that genuinely freaked a number of people out. Now, that's, I got to tell you, that doesn't shock me. That sounds pretty much in line with what I have come to expect of Trump and how he operates. All he thinks about is himself, and he hasn't thought about the consequences. He doesn't want to lose. He's not a loser. There are losers and there are winners, and he's not a loser. So, that's why he's also described what Pence did as unfair, which, by the way, Pence hasn't actually done anything yet except say that he's going to follow the Constitution. What a schmuck. Oh, dear Lord. And I'm sorry, I always pause. I have on my screen a much bigger version of what you have on the bottom right. But there's something either about how my eyes have changed as I've gotten older and my glasses and the lighting in here. When I see the yellow lights along the side, it looks like something's on fire. And then I was thinking, going, it's not, it's just the coloring. But then it hit the trees. And because of the shape of the trees, I was like, nope, that's not the coloring. Look at that line. That's organic. That's something, you know. And no, it's the trees. I gotta stop. And so every time I see it, I just pause. It's like, fire? Nope, nothing's on fire yet. Which is good. That's a good sign. America's motto: nothing's on fire yet. So I think my suspicion is, here's my suspicion too, that word of how he has handled this and word of what he is doing is getting out and around to people, and they're trying to sit there and say, okay, and it's a numbers game. Do I want to move now? Do I want to wait? And so everybody's talking to everybody else to see what everybody's going to do, because nobody wants to be the first one to move, because if it doesn't work, it's the first man to move that's going to get murdered. And the question is, do they really want to pull the trigger on the 25th? It's clear they're considering it. If they're talking to other people at the White House, and if they're saying he was really, he was thrilled about this, yada, yada. If they pull the 25th tonight, we're going to see violence, and we're going to see violence that's probably going to exceed what we saw this summer. Just saying. That's my view. I'm going to plant that flag. That's what I think is going to happen. They know that. But on the flip side, if he didn't give a shit that Congress was fucking falling, he has to be done. He has to be done. So they've got a very serious problem. And but the other thing is, there isn't a single one among them that hasn't known that this was going to happen at some point. I mean, they were trying to run out the clock. They were hoping that he'd get out of office before he just did something completely unhinged. It was a gamble. Well, they lost. So, so to a few other things. There was. So yeah, we know the woman who was killed, Rai-Rez. Good to see you, Atheist Swede. Have a good evening. I'm sure you have already left, but thank you very much. A lot of people who, including Atheist Swede, who I did not do a call out to earlier. And I'm not sure that we need that. I don't even know what that is. There we go. Okay. Who I didn't give a call out, but who's also just been immensely helpful, especially in the live chat, and also just giving us information. And Maya, and I'm trying to name everybody as we go through this. So I think I still haven't done a rundown of what today was. I just sort of gave a rundown of where we are, and I think since I paused, I'm going to give another one since it's extraordinary. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to write it all down. I keep saying I want to write it down so I can make sure I hit it all and don't do it just from memory. But I haven't had time. So, and scenes like this that you're seeing right now, they are happening. They're not happening. It's not nearly as widespread as when it was the riots in the summer, protests. But it is happening. It's significant. And I think what's sort of happening right now is we're trying to figure out, I'm going to reload my White House resignation tracker. I'm not joking. That is a thing. Okay, no one knew. Good. That's a start. I'm actually kind of hoping there's more people because I kind of want to see more pressure on these guys. All right. So, and then just to, okay, so, and the other thing is, okay, so I'd asked earlier, and I was curious, is the 25th, does that require a majority or a supermajority? It requires a majority. So a majority of the cabinet members, I honestly don't know how many there are, so I don't even know what we're looking at. Pence would have to initiate it. The cabinet would have to vote. A majority would have to agree that he is incapable of discharging the powers and duties of his office, and he would be removed. So I think that's, and at any rate, whatever happens, there are going to be new impeachment charges, and they're going to be brought very quickly. All right, and there is a mob. Yeah, that's good. A mob. There's a word you always like to see. How did? All right. All right. Yeah, I'm going to do a rundown. I need one more minute. All right, so we're looking at, okay, so that's actually 5, I'm sorry. All right. So as best I have right now, I'm going to start with where this country is at this exact moment, and then we're going to talk about how we got there, starting with earlier this morning. At this exact moment, there are numerous calls from people from elected officials in Congress to impeach Trump and do another set of articles of impeachment and remove him from office by that means. But there is, at this moment, a greater call from Congress to remove him using the 25th Amendment of the Constitution. Now, that amendment allows for Vice President Mike Pence to remove the president if he feels that the president is incapable of discharging the powers and duties of his office, but he can do so only with a majority of Trump's own cabinet agreeing. Now, we know that the cabinet has now met and or is still meeting to discuss this option. We know a number of them are amicable. We know at least 5 high-level members of the RNC have now said that they endorse this option. That's staggering. That's his own party. And I mean, that's staggering. Several members of Congress have openly endorsed this option. I think it was the Association of, I want to say, Machinists, if I'm correct, which is a rather large union. One of the larger Rust Belt unions has now come out and said that they believe that the 25th Amendment should be invoked. We have had now calls of invoking the 25th Amendment from, oh shoot, I am missing one, and I forgot now who was another one who called for the 25th Amendment to be invoked. From sitting congressmen, including the entire Democratic side of the House Judiciary Committee, to no, and I've forgotten the other one. There was another big one. There's a number, all calling for the president to be removed as soon as possible vis-a-vis the 25th Amendment. Now, in addition to that, it appears that there has been a mass resignation from the Trump White House. Only 3 of the resignations appear to have actually gone through. White House Social Secretary Ritaken, Deputy Press Secretary Sarah Matthews, and Chief of Staff to the First Lady Stephanie Grisham. They have all resigned over their concerns over what happened today. We also believe at this point that Chris Little, who is the Deputy Chief of Staff, that is the Deputy Chief would be the third highest office in, it's the second highest administrative office in the White House. Transportation Secretary Elaine Chao, Deputy National Secretary Advisor Matt Pottinger, and Robert O'Brien, who is the National Security Advisor. At this point, we believe they have actually written and prepared their resignations, but have not submitted them under pressure from the White House to not submit. The White House is described at this point as having, quote, freaked out by how the president reacted, or who seemed to be reacting with glee as to what was happening in Congress. So I think if they don't resign tonight, we can expect mass resignations rather soon. The chief of staff to the vice president has been blocked from entering the White House, and Donald Trump has called the vice president a coward for refusing to ostensibly, in his words, uphold the Constitution by not overturning the election in favor of Trump. So that is, I think, roughly where we stand at the current moment. We are waiting to see what comes of the meeting of the cabinet. They are empowered to remove him if they so choose. I strongly suspect he was threatened with removal by the cabinet if he did not disengage from the situation earlier. We also know that Mike Pence was the one who seems to have himself deployed the National Guard to protect the Capitol building. This is interesting because he is not empowered to do so. This suggests that he was granted exception and or leeway and or just granted that power by the president in exchange for the president not being immediately removed but with the condition that he disengage from the situation. That's sort of my personal belief. I'm surveying everything that's happening. That's what I think. I think he was threatened with the 25th earlier. That's why he disengaged. And that right now, ostensibly, Mike Pence is in charge of the U.S. military. That's my view. So, how did we get here? Today, they were supposed to certify Joe Biden's win. They were in the process of doing that and we knew there'd be objections. We knew that would slow it down. When protesters out front stormed the building, they managed to work their way into the building and eventually onto the floor of the House. The congressmen and senators all had to evacuate. They withdrew. You can see down one image below me. That is officers defending the the House chamber. There's only two of them. There is 200 people outside armed with all variety of weapons. They successfully took over, took control of the Capitol building. This hasn't happened. There hasn't been, I don't know if it was any weapons fired or just that there was any kind of loss of control of that building since 1812 was the final number that we had. The picture below that is Nancy Pelosi's personal email, or business email. I don't know. It's the resolution is low enough you can't actually read it, but that's her email. That's her instant messenger. That's her daily agenda. That's what she was doing when they successfully took control of that building. She had to evacuate so quickly she couldn't turn it off, and then there's just protesters and there were people hanging out, and somebody said, "Whoa, the computer of the person who's third in line of succession of ostensibly the most powerful country in the world." It's right there, and it's on, and it's logged into. I think I'll take a photo. So They erected a gallows. They eventually the National Guard, it was requested that the National Guard come and assist. The National Guard declined. Eventually, they agreed and sent 1,100 people, or 100 troops. At the time, it sounds like those troops were actually, it was hard to tell. This was the scary part on Trump's Twitter feed, and Trump, by the way, has now been suspended on Twitter. A number of his tweets have been removed, and he has been suspended for fomenting violence. He tweeted 2 tweets, one that called Mike Pence a coward for refusing to overturn the results of the election, and this is the important part, and for failing to uphold the Constitution. He then said he was proud of the officers who were in the Capitol defending the Constitution. Now, here's the problem. If not overthrowing the election, is failing the Constitution, then overthrowing the election would be following the Constitution. So when he says he wants officers who are going to be following the Constitution, that's what he's praising. Ostensibly, he's praising officers who are going to overthrow the election. Now, when the 1,100 officers were sent to D.C., it is unclear what their orders were, and he was unclear about it. It was just said, and the White House press secretary released a statement saying that they had deployed them and I forget how she phrased it, but whatever the phrasing was, you couldn't tell what they were there to do. It was something ambiguous, like to uphold democracy. Well, the problem is both sides think they're being democratic, and to him, democracy is overthrowing the results of the election. But since the congressman won't do that, that meant there was a possibility either he sent the National Guard there to protect Congress, or he sent them there to kick them out. I don't know which. Just because I have an endless well of optimism, I'm leaning towards it was to protect Congress, but the more I talk about what's been happening today, I'm starting to suspect that he sent them there to help the protesters. If he did, a little bit of what's going on makes a little bit more sense, especially if behind the scenes in Washington, they know it. Now, the fact that that hasn't leaked yet suggests to me that that didn't happen, because something like that's going to leak, and it's going to leak quickly. But either way, we don't know. Were they there to protect Congress or to protect the protesters? The protesters who have now been called seditionists by everybody on all sides. So they're seditionists. Everybody knows they're seditionists except for Trump, who calls them patriots. And we don't know if the National Guard sent them there, if the National Guard was sent to protect the seditionists or to protect Congress. One of the two, we don't know. And by reading the tweets of the president, which is the official White House communication, we don't know what they're sent there to do. Shortly thereafter, things start to get in control, and it appears like Mike Pence is in charge. And there is a press release from the Department of Defense that appears to suggest they're taking orders from Mike Pence. They're called and asked to clarify if they're actually taking, or not if they're taking, if the order to deploy the National Guard in full in D.C. came from Pence, who was not authorized to issue those orders. They said yes. So, the building is now back in control of the U.S. The vote has been continuing. The objections have been gone through. I don't know actually if it's, it should be at any point where we are going to actually have two senators who were going to object, chose not to. Arizona it looked like all of the ones who were going to object were going to overturn it, and instead, one did. Arizona objected. Nobody else did. So it looks like it's done. I don't know what they're doing right now, but it's going to get certified. House and Senate have, so they will be voting. The vote count will resume shortly. So the vote count was paused because of the objection. And what we have now is we're waiting for the end of this vote, and we're waiting to figure out how many more people are going to resign. There is a hemorrhage of staff now. I mean, they've been losing staff for months. But, I mean, tonight it's insane. And this is to say nothing of the fact that yesterday Trump, an audio recording of Trump asking actually really demanding that the Secretary of State, the Georgia Secretary of State, find the extra 11,000 votes that he needed to win. It's hard to imagine a clearer cut case of election tampering. So we're going to see. I'm going to take a moment. I have to swap out this headset. I can't wear a headset this thick right now. And my other one isn't fully charged. Oh, I got a solution. So I'm going to take care of that. I'm caught up on everything, which is a first. And then we're going to talk about what we're looking for the rest of the night. I mean, again, still it's 11. So 8 California time. And I said I wouldn't feel comfortable really till it was 10 California time and nothing had happened violence-wise there. But that's actually, I still don't think, I don't think California's going to be an issue. But one way or another, we still look okay in terms of violence nationwide. We won't if the 25th is invoked. Right now, the executive branch is imploding. It's collapsing. It is absolutely collapsing. And I think that needs to be dealt with, and there's only one way to do it. So my hope is that they do. So what is this? It's just in that monitor is Deputy Director of Scheduling and which monitor? Wait. All right. I want to see what Titan is laughing at in the thing, and I haven't had a chance. And I'm gonna grab a quick snack. And my hope is that the world doesn't catch on fire while I'm away. So we'll turn on the audio on this, and hopefully, I don't know. It's gonna. I think my suspicion is it's gonna be a little bit like watching Mystery Science Theater 3000. So just try to enjoy yourself, I guess. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you all, and thank you for your patience. There's a lot going on in the Discord. If you want to come in, and we're going to be, and Carl, by the way, I noticed that Carl was here, and I've seen you on and about every now and then, and I see you, Carl, on Twitter all the time, and it's always nice to have you around. We used to engage at least on occasion and haven't in a while, and we should catch up at some point, but at any rate, thank you for joining us. I suppose it's rare that we'd be on at this time anyway, and considering you're pretty far away, I get why. But anyways, it's good to see you, and I'll catch up with everybody shortly. Enjoy the Keystone Cops. My wish is brand new episode. All right, I'll be back in a bit.
It's crazy.
BLM and Antifa are absolutely Soros funded. I don't know if they're Soros funded. I do think the government involves themselves in just about every kind of protest, left wing or right. Tries to steer them a certain direction. So you're not entirely wrong. But this specific group here, definitely not funded by Soros. I'm still waiting for my Soros check though. Yeah, me too. Where's my Soros check for the past 7 months of this? Thank you, Dylan. Appreciate you hopping in. Oh, what are they plotting over here? You can't get through, you zip tied the gate. There you go. Bro, I love the sax. The sax is definitely setting the mood right now. Whoever's playing that is the fucking star of the show. The trumpet. It is a trumpet. Whoops. Someone said sax in the comments, so I repeated sax. But it is, in fact, a trumpet.
I gotta get that bullhorn back, man. That's my life.
I still need to autograph that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I gave the bullhorn a little bit of work today, earlier.
They say go get it.
Hey, won't you come over here and
Yeah, that's more than enough of that, I think. In fact, actually, I think it's time to kill that. So I will get rid of that in a little bit. I will say, Venezuela. has condemned the acts of violence that took place today in Washington and is reminding the U.S. that, let's see, in D.C. reminds that U.S. foreign policy consistently promotes these, wait a minute, okay, nope, never mind, hold on, I think I got that wrong, and until I can read that correctly, I'm not going to read that. Oh, and then there's a thing from Rudy Giuliani. And has anyone been able to confirm? I guess it sounds real to a number of people. I should listen to that. If Rudy Giuliani is saying something stupid in general, I don't feel compelled to confirm it because, well, but, let's see. So it's 11:33. We're not going to do a rundown just yet because we already did one, but the world's a little cray-cray. We are waiting to hear on the results of the House and the Senate are going to resume soon. The conditions of the Capitol building appear to be actually, as one would expect, quite poor. We've seen footage from inside, but it's only of, I believe, the Senate chambers. And we don't know what happened to the Senate chambers. We did see footage, and you can see it below, of officers defending the chamber of the House. And so we know that the House chamber was overrun. Probably, I can't imagine the Senate chamber wasn't also overrun. As of this moment, it looks like they've finished all the objections, so Biden should be certified reasonably soon. I have to believe the certification process shouldn't have taken this long, even had all three, well, the other three, so that would have been 4 states, all issued their objections, because while that does slow down the process, and we expected it to be a long night, we also expected that at least be able to be in the office and they weren't running for their lives. So it's been a late night. I do think, I mean, I'm increasing confidence that there isn't going to be any violence anywhere else in the country. Now, I do think if they wait until 10 to midnight, California time, a lot of people are going to be home. Pull the trigger on the 25th then while everybody's asleep. It's the same principle as you fire them on Friday, right? You fire people on Friday. The reason you do it on Friday is because they've got the weekend. They're less likely to come back the next day and shoot people. You don't want to eject Trump on the 25th Amendment if there are still people out there in the streets, because now they're re-energized, and now anybody who flows out into the streets is going to join that momentum that's already there. So you want the momentum to be on your side, which is, well, it's not momentum, I guess it's inertia of rest. You want them all, they're at home, and they have to build the momentum going forward. So if they're going to do this, I don't know. I'm not even going to opine any further on that. I am going to listen to something that's on our Discord. It's in the news sharing. So let me just see. I'm going to listen to this. So anyone who hasn't joined our, so this is a good time to shill for just a minute. If you've been watching this show, and you know, I was gone for a little bit, so a number of people have probably bailed, but you know, like and subscribe. That's a spectacular way to support the show. It really is. YouTube tracks these things. The more subscribers we get, the more likes we get, the more they tell other people about us, and then the more people who watch. So, and that's just a big help. And I hope you can tell just by, you know, looking at the show and seeing how much we work very hard, and we're very proud of what we do here. And we work hard to make sure that you're getting as much information as accurately as possible, as quickly as possible, and with commentary and context. So that's what we do, and we work very hard on it. And we're, even when we're not broadcasting, we're working every day on it. So like and subscribe, please. You'll also find that we have a Discord, and we're also constantly chatting on the Discord. We also have a news section that you're just going to find sort of what's going on in the world is always being dropped there, and we're staying, you know, kind of on top of things. Right now, well, I'll get to that. So we have a patron. If you want to join and support the show in other ways, we have all sorts of patron rewards too, and other ways that we have an interview show. In time, we interview guests. We talk about all sorts of subjects. We have a whole archive of those, but we also have behind the scenes, and you can meet the guests, talk to them, become a patron. You can learn more about that, and just any number of ways to support the show. So I hope you'll consider doing that. I think if you like the show, I think it's a great way to become involved. And even at the lowest level, you become a patron. You get to come to our patron hangouts, which are a lot of fun. And, you get to just spend a little time with me and realize that, yes, I'm like this basically all the time. So, and all the mods are laughing because, like, yep, yeah, that's him. There isn't like him on show and him in that's him. So, at any rate, we do have, I guess, something of Giuliani that's purported to be recorded, I guess, today. I'm going to listen to it. I haven't listened to it today. It sounds like everybody's highly suspect of it. So we're not going to, I think we're just going to sit there and say that it's a nice, fun thing to listen to, but I don't think anybody knows what it is yet. I haven't even listened to it, but I will in a minute. I am going to, I think, turn off for now. And I got to figure out just which camera that's on. Oh, there's Carl. Hello, Carl. I was talking about you earlier. I was just saying welcome and good to see you. I'll just give you a drop in on the thing too. Yeah. What I'm going to do is try to figure out if we're still going to have a republic tomorrow, maybe. Yeah. At this point, the number of ways in which people are planning, there are 3 or 4 different ways in which people are planning to do something that would be like either an end to the republic or just a massive change to the republic in one way or another. And I'm sitting there going, that's like 3 or 4 too many. That woman, so we had earlier, and you know what? If we get bored, I mean, again, we're not really a drama channel, and not that it's kind of drama. We play a woman and she was just sitting there going like, an officer pushed me. Well, what were you doing? I was entering the Capitol building. Why? We're storming the Capitol. Okay, why? It's a revolution. Okay, so she got pushed because she was storming the Capitol in a revolution, and she's pissed about it. Fucking Christ! I'm sorry. I'm just I'm having my fill of I don't want to say stupid people. I don't know. I just clowns maybe. I don't. Oh dear Lord. And I try to be aware too. They've grown up in different. I was very privileged. I was educated. I didn't have to pay for my education, by the way, either. I graduated without any student loans. So that puts me in what, 1% of 1% in this country, really? Probably not quite that, maybe 1% at any rate. So I'm sitting there busting on a lady who but nonetheless, yeah, okay, I'm gonna move on. Yeah, they're back in. Everything's going normal. They're actually, well, they're not in session right now, but yeah. All right, so now the death toll during the riots appears to have gone up from 1 to 3. We had the one woman shot in the neck. They are now saying 3 died from medical emergencies. Don't know what. The House and Senate are about to resume. Once they resume, it is expected that they will certify the vote for Biden. The next question is, what happens then? We've got significant protests, reasonably hostile, but not as bad as some of the ones we had this summer, in 6 cities by my count that I'm aware of. 6 major cities. I'm sure there are a lot of smaller ones around, but 6 that are significant. And actually of those, I'm only concerned about 3. 4. Okay. I don't know how many I'm concerned about yet. Probably 4 or 5. But right now, everything's peaceful. There isn't. So, yeah. So, all right, to clarify, because somebody asked, there was one woman, she was shot in the neck. She was taken to the hospital. She apparently was alive for some time, but did die of her injuries. It looks like about an hour after she was shot. There is footage of the shooting. We actually almost had it, but we decided I didn't finish getting it. We had some difficulties getting it, and I was like, I'm not going to air it anyway, so there's no point. But it's out there if you really want to see it. Apparently, it was recorded. We now know that at least 3 people total, quote, died from medical emergencies near the Capitol grounds. That could mean anything. But it sounds like 3 people died as a result of this. That's a tiny leap, but that's not a huge one. That's why I said it looks like 3 people died as a result of this. So Congress is now reconvening for a joint session, which should certify Biden's win. So I'm expecting that probably within about 15 minutes. Thank you, Titan. And so what we are going to see after that, I don't know. We're going to stick around at least for a half hour to an hour, well, probably at least an hour after that to see what happens. But then the other thing we are looking at is it looks like Pence, who actually I almost kind of want to hear right now. So hold on a sec. We're going to pipe this in.
The certificate of the electoral vote of the state of California, I would say the great state of California, seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr., the state of Delaware, received 55 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 55 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of California that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Colorado, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that is annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Colorado seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 9 votes for president and all
right, that could go on. I don't know where they are in the count. So they're calling him Mr. President. The reason they're calling him Mr. President, just to be clear, because we have said earlier, I don't want anyone to freak out. It does appear like right now he's in charge of the U.S. military. It appears as if he's acting as president of the United States. It really does. The reason they're calling him Mr. President is because that is what the Senate calls him. He is the president of the Senate. So to the Senate, he's actually Mr. President. So is the president of the United States because he's also their president, but they have 2 presidents at any rate. So that's why you will see, if we bring back the audio, they will call Mike Pence Mr. President. And I have to clarify that given that it's possible tomorrow we'll all be calling him Mr. President. So, yeah, no problem. I realized as soon as he said Mr. President, I was just like, oh, somebody's going to wonder what that's all about. So, yeah. So now that that's clarified, and for those of you just joining us, there is substantial talk of the 25th Amendment. And when I say substantial, I mean members of Congress. I mean former members of Trump's cabinet. I mean current members of Trump's cabinet who can do it. And I mean ostensibly Mike Pence, which is why I want to hear him and I want to see what he's doing now. He is making himself as impossible to read as humanly possible. Because right now, everybody in the country who is following this is watching that man. Because whether or not Trump is president of this country tomorrow is resting in large part on what he decides to do. And there's a large number of people, including now in the Republican Party, including in Congress, including Republicans in Congress, who are saying Trump should be removed vis-a-vis the 25th. And the cabinet has already met and or is still meeting. We don't know the status, but they've been meeting. So I want to hear where they are right now. But since I don't know how many states they have left to go through, actually, if I can read the count. Okay, this looks to me like they've got significant counts. So as long as if there aren't any further objections, I mean, I've heard this process before. It takes a while for each state. It takes like 10 minutes per state. So it's going to be a while if they're just early on in the process and just looking at the numbers. What I see here is 85 to 18 or something to that effect. So if that's true, and they have to get to at least they have to get to Biden's 3 something or 2 something. No, we're still hours away from it getting certified. But I'm gonna cut the audio. I'm gonna bring the audio back in. We're gonna do another rundown. We're gonna see what has happened today, which has been extraordinary. It has been called acts of insurrection and sedition. There are calls. There will be articles of impeachment. We know this. Congress has suggested it. There is now at least one member of Congress that has been implicated by members of the state Senate of that congressman's state. Okay, yeah. Okay, and what it appears is as if right now Trump has lost his Twitter account. He's been suspended on Twitter. His press secretary has resigned. There have been other multiple resignations. And, okay, perfect. A minute per state is going to be nice. It looks like many more are poised to resign and would have resigned, but for last minute just cobbling together mad dash by party members. But Trump apparently was almost giddy at what was happening in the White House, not in the White House, as the building fell, as basically the Congress fell because he felt that this would overturn. So, okay, Pence is 8. So, okay, perfect. Thank you. So this should actually go a little quicker. I'll cut in and out on the audio, and I'll try to keep an eye on it. It's hard for me to read the numbers. I don't have the big screen up anymore. Okay. Oh, dear Lord. Yeah, we've got, honestly, there's a lot of pictures I'd like to be capturing. It's just there's so much else right now. There are a lot of pictures. There are a lot of staggering pictures. Oh, okay, so that picture, I just saw one picture of the protesters after they had taken the Capitol building, and from the outside as a guest. Okay, if that's what that's a picture of, that's at least 500 people. So that's at least 500. No, that's even more than 500 people that had taken the. Yeah, that's more than 500. So, yeah, those two officers down there in the image right below me, they're not going to hold off 500 people with those weapons. I appreciate the dedication. So one of the other things I'm going to try to do is see if I can find some images for you guys. I think that that's a good idea. And honestly, outside of this thing, what Congress is doing right now, although we may want to keep this up because once this is certified, I don't know what's going to happen. So let's take a look at this. I'm gonna put the audio back on. I'm going to see if I can find some images. And a few people are trying to contact me and we'll see what they want. So we'll get back into the rhythm of things here. So hold on one second.
Certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Hawaii seems to be regular in form and authentic. And it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 4 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Hawaii that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Idaho, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned from the state, and that is annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Idaho seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Idaho that the teller has verified appear to be regular in form and authentic?
Yeah, they're burning through this.
Hearing none, this certificate from Illinois the parliamentarians advise me is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Illinois seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 20 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 20 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Illinois that the teller has verified appears to be in regular form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Indiana, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Indiana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 11 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 11 votes for vice president.
An image of, okay, so if they cut out the pomp and circumstance, actually this isn't pomp and circumstance, believe it or not. So what they're going through is the entire process. They're making sure that they're certifying that these are the actual people who are qualified to say this is the vote, that there's nobody else who's contested it within the state. So if there's somebody else inside that state who has said, no, these aren't the right results, and they have come in and said, no, we are the actual ones who are qualified, not these bozos. We're the ones who get to say who are the electors. So that's what he's asking each time. Are you the only one from the state who's saying that you have a right to, it's not pomp and circumstance. This is how we ensure that the election is valid. But it sucks anyway. Don't get me wrong. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to swap out. So we have one picture of Nancy Pelosi's office, which you can see is that's just a shot from her computer screen that's there. And what I'm actually going to do now is, and then let's just see. I just want to make sure I got this right. Okay. Well, I may swap out the wrong one, but I don't care at this point. Oh, that's why. Yep. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show another scene from Nancy Pelosi's office. So what you see there is actually it's her laptop, or it's her computer desk, and you can see her computer, her emails, her IM that she's been she was presumably making messages. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you another one of her office. This is the office of, okay, now that's, dear Lord, how is this getting this wrong? The office of, I just got to make sure I have the right image. There it is. So what you're about to see here in place of the bottom image is another image of the same office. This is the office of House Speaker, first woman ever to hold Speaker of the House of the United States of America, Nancy Pelosi. Let's see if I got this right. There we go. And what that is that you're seeing, and I just realized, you really can't see that. You can't see that, can you? That's awfully small. So let's we'll put that up. I'll put that up in the other window as well. All right, and so again, what we're about to see is the office of, once again, the first female Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. So let's get that up there. There we go. That's her office as of a few hours ago. And let's once again listen in on the audio and see where we stand.
Of the state of Indiana received 1 vote for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Maine that the teller is verified? Appears to be regular, in form, and authentic. Hearing none. This certificate from Maryland, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state. Purports to be returned from the state.
Okay,
as annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting.
I was wondering why you dropped that. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it. All right. The audio may have cut out, which is honestly just fine. I may just switch to our other. I'm going to switch to our other feed on that because I didn't like that one anyway. That one's going to be useful if and when things erupt, but for now, I honestly just want to. So, what we're going to do is, we're going to swap this out. So I'm going to say something that no human male has ever said and gotten a date after. And that is I'm switching to C-SPAN. So we're going to bring up C-SPAN. I gotta tell you, that doesn't entirely look like C-SPAN to me. Now, I'm not an expert on C-SPAN. I don't actually go on C-SPAN that often. I'm much more of an expert on sites like, Pornhub and X. Is that on? Yeah, that's on. Is there a rewind button? No? We can fix that in post. Somebody remind me to fix that in post. All right, thanks. All right. Okay, so Pence is looking very Pence. Oh, that's one problem. Yeah, we'll have to fix that. This system is good, but it ain't quite 3,000 things at a time good. So we're going to close out some of the other windows. And we're going to realize that even that, what on, oh God, you shouldn't need a Google sign-in. Oh, that's because it's switched out again. There are days it works, folks, and days it doesn't. And today is one of those days it's decided it ain't going to. Let's try this one more time. We are going to take bets on whether it works this time. Dorito is banned from the betting pool. Everybody knows what he's going to bet. And he doesn't get to comment on the CPU. That still really doesn't look like C-SPAN to me. I just got to tell you, not for nothing.
And ascertain electors.
Yes,
Mr.
we have
President,
C-SPAN.
the
Another
certificate
thing that
of the electoral
no
vote of the
guy
state
who
of
got laid
Minnesota
ever said.
seems
All
to
right.
be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware
Right, Biden's up to
received 10
168,
votes for
so he's
president,
about to win
and
no matter
Kamala D.
what.
Harris of the state of California
They have to
received
go
10 votes
obviously
for
all the way
vice president.
through. So
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Minnesota that the teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Mississippi, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state. It purports to be a return from the state as annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Mississippi seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Mississippi that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Missouri, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a...
they can bring up objections. Any number of members of the House can bring up objections, and it appears like some are. The problem is they need members of the Senate to help them do it. They have to. The member of the Senate needs to sponsor that. Now, 4 said that, well, it didn't say, but there were 4 ultimately who apparently were planning on objecting. 3 bailed and said they weren't going to object. Arizona did, in fact, support the objection. And so we had to pause during that. All it was a pause as we went through the entire idiotic process. So we're back on as long as no senator goes in. And Mitch McConnell has basically said he's going to cut their balls off if any senator does it. So, and right now the senators seem to believe him.
The state of Montana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Montana that the teller verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Nebraska, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Nebraska seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 1 vote for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 4 votes for vice president, and Kamala.
All right, so we're getting there. We're going to keep an eye on this. I'm also trying to really gauge Mike Pence's mood. He's actually enjoying this. I'm going to tell you something. He's enjoying this. And the reason he's enjoying this is because as soon as he's done, he's got a really big problem on his hands. I mean really big. I mean epically big. I mean Brutus. Brutus, we'd like to talk to you down at the not the amphitheater, the whatever it is, the not the Coliseum either, although just as good. Brutus, we'd like to talk to you down on the stage there and have a little chat with you, and we're going to ask you to do us a little solid. And so Pence is really just starting what could be a very long day. So, I don't think I don't think it's alphabetical because it's been jumping around. There is a way they do it. I forget, and honestly, I don't care. What I'm going by is how many are left. So you have 197 for Biden, 114 for. So it doesn't. I don't care what the order is. What I care about is how many are left, and it's just up to So it's Biden's already over 172, so he's already won. So, but his I forget what his total number is, but we're just waiting till he gets to his total number. What was it? 212 something. So it's he's getting there. We're getting close, and they're clearly moving.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. Are there any further objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Nevada that the teller has verified appears to be regular?
Okay, Nevada. So we've got a little time. I don't think we've got enough time to do a full rundown, so I'm not going to do it. For those of you just joining us, what we are facing at this moment is I still would ballpark at about a 30% probability that the President of the United States will be removed from office tonight by invocation of the 25th Amendment of the United States. A process started by the Vice President and through members of his cabinet. Regardless of whether or not that happens, he's already lost 3 members of his administration. They've bailed. A number of others have appeared to have signed their resignation letters and be on their way out the door. However, it's 270. Sorry, yeah, I said 170. However, they haven't left yet. There are calls of Republican congressmen to remove the President of the United States by the 25th Amendment. There are calls from basically every Democrat on the Hill, but especially on the Judiciary Committee, to remove him. If he is not removed by the 25th Amendment, they will immediately introduce articles of impeachment. One has already said that she's drafting them and is going to drop those. They are already being supported by multiple congressmen. In addition, at least 5, I think it is now, total members of the high-ranking members of the Republican Party have indicated, we don't know who they are. This is just they have gone on record, but anonymously, as saying they support the use of the 25th Amendment. I think it's the Association of Mechanists. Oh Jesus! I'll look it up and I'll get it and I'll write it down. There's been a lot of info quickly. Has actually called on Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment. None of this means it's going to happen, but that's a lot of pressure, and it's actually not just how many people, it's who. And Trump has now been condemned by Mitt Romney, a number of other members of his own party. He's been condemned by former presidents. He's been condemned by Biden for not calling out the violence, and he has also been called out and very close to condemned for not almost as one of the quote conspirators or members of what's been called now an insurrection against the United States by those who have took the U.S. state, the Capitol today, or the yeah. So that's been busy, and that's where we are. So there was a question in the Discord. Does this kind of violence event today warrant an administration declaring a state of martial law? Not in my view, no. Not even remotely close. But by the way, my view doesn't really matter. So the question, yeah, that's a harder question, I think, than one might expect. I mean, what merits it? There's nothing that says this merits it and this doesn't. So there's no way to know what merits it. What merits it is based on sort of the general opinions and conclusions. Manufacturers, I can't believe it. Thank you. What merits it is based on the thoughts of the day, which, by the way, changes from year to year, decade to decade, and millennium to millennium. But it doesn't even come close to martial law in the U.S. I don't know if we've ever declared martial law in the U.S. If we did, it was a very long time ago. We're talking at least 100 years ago, probably more, if ever. We are very much against martial law, and it would take a lot more than this. Martial law would have to be in every single state, and we had a lot more violence happening in the whole country over the summer, and we didn't declare martial law. Also, a declaration of martial law right now would be extraordinarily fucking stupid, and the reason is this. It looks like there's been an attempted coup d'etat in this country. If Pence invokes the 25th, it's going to look like there was another one. And that's the other problem we haven't discussed. There will be people in this country that are going to say Pence engaged in a coup d'etat, and if he becomes president through the 25th, that Mike Pence destroyed this country and took over the country. That will be the narrative to not an insignificant number of people. It's not a huge number of people, but it's not insignificant. So if you declare martial law, it makes it look like that was his plan the whole time. And anybody who disagrees with him, he's going, all of a sudden, he's Vladimir Putin. He does not want to look like that. So the only thing I could see martial law coming for is if COVID-19 gets so bad, and it came close, actually. Not that close, but you could see it coming down the pike. When we started to have infrastructure problems, our meat in particular, I think it was chicken, we lost 30% of our chicken capacity. I think it was 10 or 15% of our beef production capacity because of COVID-19. Obviously, toilet paper wasn't getting into the grocery stores. If the food chain in this country suddenly gets disrupted significantly, if there are riots significantly, if food cannot be transported from A to B because of these riots, and the food chain gets disrupted even more, and you're looking at mass casualties and starvation if you don't find a way to fix the problem, martial law. Anything short of that, I think you're going to have a hard time doing it. That, I think, is the bar. Believe it or not, it is that high. It's that high, or at least pretty close to it. So that's my answer. Let's see where we are. Okay, he hasn't won yet. So yeah, I think it's 312 is his number.
Votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Oregon that the teller has verified as regular, informed, and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned to the state, has annexed to it a certificate from an authority in the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 20 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 20 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Mr. President, sadly but resolutely, I object to the electoral votes of my beloved Commonwealth of Pennsylvania on the grounds of multiple constitutional infractions that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. And on this occasion, I have a written objection signed by a senator and 80 members of the House of Representatives.
Nobody cares how many House of Representatives.
Is the objection in writing and signed by a senator?
Yes, Mr. President, it is.
An objection presented in writing and signed by both a representative and a senator complies with the law. Chapter 1, Title 3 of the United States Code. The clerk will report the objection.
We, a United States Senator and members of the House of Representatives, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Pennsylvania on the ground that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. Signed, Josh Hawley, United States Senator. Scott Perry, Member of Congress.
Are there further objections to the certificates from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? The chair hears none. The two houses will withdraw from joint session. Each house will deliberate separately on the pending objection and report its decision back to the joint session. The Senate will now retire to its chamber.
All right. So I have worked as an anti-theist for a while, and they always said, try to prove there is no God. It's been done. I think that's game over, folks. Done. No God would permit this. They're going to break for at least an hour. What they're going to do now is they're going to go back and they're going to... is it side by... Okay, Bregwin. Okay. Oh, well, dear Lord. Wait. Oh, dear Lord. $5 super chat. I am donating on behalf of Bregwin. Quote, Bregwin, $5 super chat. Is it signed by a senator? Said with a tone with your teacher asking if have you gotten your parents to sign for your objection? Oh dear Lord. Oh my God. Somebody needs to. Do your parents know you're out this late at night, and do they know what you're doing with taxpayer funding? Did your dad say that you could? Oh my! I don't even want to. I don't even want to. So this is going to be at least an hour. They go out and they sit there and decide whether or not this has any validity to it. Spoiler alert: it doesn't. And this is a delay tactic. This is a delay tactic for a lot of people who've had a very busy day. As tired as I am, and as much as this really bugs me, I remember I'm not them. 8 hours ago, they were fleeing for their lives. So, yeah. So Pennsylvania, object again. I think I frankly, and this is mostly not tongue-in-cheek, I don't want anybody a member of my club if you don't want to be a member. If you don't want to be a member, get the fuck out. And I'm tired of having people on one side say, well, you're un-American. If you don't like America, why don't you get the fuck out? No, fuck you. I'm in the majority. You get the fuck out. And if I think Texas should be allowed to secede. And in fact, quite frankly, at this point, if they don't secede, I think they should be booted. And the only reason they talk about secession is because they can't secede. If they could, if the law said they could, if there was precedent that said they could, they wouldn't be talking about it. They talk about it because of the same thing that's happened that got us in this fucking mess, which is they want to foment their base, thinking, hey, we can keep doing this forever, not realizing that someday they're going to have to pay that bill. But the reality is, what, 30% of their budget comes from the federal government? 30%? Yeah, they pay money out, but it's a net 30% coming in. 30% of their budget comes from the federal government. For every dollar they spend in taxes, they get $1.30 back in taxes. The federal highway system, the FDIC, the Navy, do they want to sell oil internationally? A Navy helps with that. Piracy is an actual thing. And if you're going to get oil from here to there, a Navy helps. So I know that they're like 41st, 42nd in education. So adding is kind of a problem. But they can't sell enough oil to even come close to making back that deficit. And they certainly can't do it if they don't have the FDIC and if they can't use the interstate highway system, because guess what? Who owns that? America owns that. My tax dollars helped pay for that as much as theirs did, actually more technically, but nonetheless. So they can sit there and talk about secession and talk about how Massachusetts and all my friends in the liberal elites can get the fuck out if we don't like it. But we're the ones who are actually fucking supporting their asses, who, with the extra 30 cents, still can't be as well educated as I am. So, and okay, you know what? That was a little pompous and a little, so that may be a little too far, but on the flip side, they are getting that extra 30, and that education does mean something, because while it's true that without any farms, no food, that's true. No ivory towers, no depleted uranium for your tank ammunition. No ivory towers, no COVID vaccines, no ivory towers, no cure for AIDS, or at least medicines that work against it. In fact, if you like any medicines that help you with bacterial infections, from ear infections to just pick one that we used to die of tooth infections. You know why we don't anymore? The ivory tower is why we don't die of tooth infections anymore. You know, it's true. No foods, no farms, no food. And that is something that the ivory tower overlooks and should rightly be reminded of. As their asses should be reminded of just what the fuck the ivory tower provides. because it's a lot. The difference is we don't run around bragging about it quite as much as you fucking think we do. So if Texas wants to secede, fine. I think they should. They never would. They don't have the fucking balls. They like to walk around like their balls are, and they don't mess with Texas. Nah, they're fucking pussies. They would never fucking do it because they know they'd get their asses handed to us. They need us far more than we need them. I say anyone who wants to secede or anyone south of the Mason-Dixon line should be allowed to. And yes, I'm ranting a bit, but I'm a little ticked off. So then I'm going to take a look at Pennsylvania, who's normally, in my mind, sort of much more in with my crew. But I'm sitting there going, if you're going to pull this shit after today, get out. If you don't like America that much, if you don't want to be part of this club, if you don't like the intellectual elites who, as it turns out, are doing a much better fucking job than you give them credit for of turning the average lifespan in this country from 34 years old to 86 years old, increasing health and happiness, increasing the amount of free time because they've done things like, I don't know, invent fucking electricity, and allows us to dishwashers wash it. Pick a fucking thing. Those were the ivory tower elites. So, and I'm not asking anyone to bow down to them or kiss their asses, which, by the way, we do ask people to do a lot. So I understand the resentment. We sit there and we say, kiss our asses a lot. So you absolutely should be like, hey, assholes, I get it. That's you got legit gripes. I ain't throwing that. But don't fucking sit there like you could find fuck all in this country without us. We need you. You need us. And this would not be the greatest country in the world or whatever you like to call it without us. Not even fucking close. So stop with this fuckery. Now, it does look like they may be back, although that's just the how. So I'll get back to that. No, it's not. Okay. So at any rate, if you're a state or if you're a person, I think the U.S. should take aside a huge part of the military budget, which is greater than the budget of all military budgets on the rest of the world combined, which is odd because of the top 25 other budgets, 23 of them are of allies like the UK, Japan, Germany, France, Spain. They're allies. Add up all their budgets, we surpass all of it. Now, I think we should take some of that money, find a really nice, good section of land, and create another country. Call it Super America. Super America. That's what we'll call it. Super America. And if you don't fucking like this country and if you don't like the liberal elites, get the fuck out. We'll pay you the extra 30 cents that we're already paying anyway for your asses that can't get educated and can't fucking get shit done right and fuck up elections and all that. We'll pay you. We'll just, let's say 10 years. You just get a stipend. You don't even have to pay us in taxes. We will pay you, and it won't cost us a dime out of because that's the kind of deficit you're actually dragging into the system. We will pay you that deficit anyway, and we get no benefit. 10 years. And then we're done. Why not? You're happy, we're happy, because apparently we're horrible fucking human beings. So if you're going to pull this shit, and if you really by this point think that Trump, that tweet that we talked about earlier, where the guy said that the only person you could trust in this country, not congressmen, not senators, not the electoral college, not the people at the polling station, none of those people. They're all out to get you, except Trump. I think that should disqualify you for citizenship. And the fact that we are looking at the first president that I'm aware of where the cabinet seriously met to get rid of him with this little time left. And they're like, no, it's this urgent that he be fucking gone. Even if he survives the night. We are this serious into the conversation. His own party has said, kick him the fuck out. And a lot of people said, this is where we're going to end up. And it wasn't a fucking guess. And if you're not one of the ones that saw this coming, you might actually be part of the problem. Just a thought. Sorry for the rant. All right, and I think okay. My computer, as it turns out, was manufactured in Texas, and it is no longer cooperating. I think it took offense.
Solution of lawfully cast votes. This defiance of the Constitution, no remedy. When the state legislature requested the governor convene a special session to address the unanswered questions and try and provide a remedy, he refused. When votes are accepted under unconstitutional means without fair and equal protection for all, the only result can be an illegitimate outcome. Illegitimate. The voters did not create this mess.
What we're having right now is there has been an objection to this count that everybody knows is going to get to the end. Everybody knows it. There is zero evidence to support it. This is not ceremonial. It's just for show. And everybody knows that too. It's been a long day. Some of these people were fleeing for their lives. I'm not kidding. Not that long ago. Some of these people have offices that have been completely ransacked and destroyed that I'm sure they'd like to get to. And I think they'd like to get home to their families tonight. And Mike Pence, like I said, has a long night ahead of him. And what is it? Congressman or Senator Doug Mysterio is going to have a long month ahead of him. So this is just for show. And they had said that this was going to be symbolic. And now 3 states that had planned on doing this have decided not to. 2 states have decided they're going to go through with it. And all of them were asked by Mitch McConnell, who is obviously also losing some control of the Senate. This indicates that Mitch McConnell's losing control of the Senate, because he was very stern with them and said, don't anybody do this for any reason. Now 2 have. And he's out of office, by the way. No, he's not out of office, but he will not be the head of the Senate by the end of the month. The Democrats have now won the Senate. They won earlier today. But what that means is that Mitch McConnell is going to lose all of his power other than just what he gets as a senator. So that probably is having an impact on this. But having said that, the Republican, this indicates, in my view, also a rather large fracture in the Republican Party, because what you have here is one of the most powerful Republicans there are. When you take a look at the top most powerful members of the Republican Party, there are Republicans. Okay, now I have to be careful how I say this. So not Republicans, but sort of the elite of the Republican Party. So Rupert Murdoch would not have been considered he was a Republican, but he wasn't one of the politicians in the Republican Party. He wasn't a member of the Republican Party, and that he wasn't one of the politicians, the member of the Republic. He wasn't. I think you guys understand what I'm saying. Sorry, I'm a little punchy. I think I'll catch my second wind in a bit, and I'll be all over the things again. But so in terms of in the actual Republican Party, the political party, who are the movers and shakers? The head of the party is the president. If the president is of your party, he's also the head of the party. So in this case, the head of the party is actually Donald Trump. Who's number 2? Actually, in this case, it's is it Mitch McConnell? It would probably be. I can't think of who else it would be. Somebody there who knows much more about political science than me probably has a better person than Mitch McConnell. But he's in the top 5, and the leader of the Senate is often in the top 5, but it's rare they're number 2. Usually you have other power brokers that are number 2. There are times that it's been presidential wives that have been number 2 on that list. There have been times it has been secretaries of defense. Cheney, when he was Secretary of Defense, may not have been number 2, but he was number 3. And this isn't in terms of where they stand on the Constitution. It's in terms of if they truly brought all of their political will to bear, what can they get done? Where are they in the party? And Mitch McConnell was number one for a while, probably over the president. Today, he's probably below 5. If he can't get all of them in line, and he's only going to drop because he's no longer going to be the head of the Senate anymore. So, or the majority leader. All right, this is going to be nothing but. So what we're listening to now is just the U.S. House. Something very similar is going on in the Senate. Each side is debating. They're going to take a vote. The vote is going to come back to accept the results. The results are going to get accepted. Done. But this just goes forward this way for a while. So it's probably about time for a rundown. And okay. I think I'm not going to touch that one. I think I think what I'm going to do for now is stay. I'm going to keep my eyes on this side of production is what I'm going to do. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to talk about, I'm going to do a full rundown. Okay. Extraordinary day. We are in a very extraordinary place, and we are waiting to see what happens when this finishes. I don't care about the process. Nobody here cares about the process. We all know where it's going to land. The problem is what happens when it lands. There are 2 questions we have to ask. Once this is done, does any violence erupt anywhere in the U.S.? When this is done, we know what's going to happen. Biden will be certified, but there are large groups of people roaming the streets tonight. We lost temporarily the Capitol building as it was overrun by protesters. So what happens when these protesters hear that they've lost? That's a good question we'd all like to get an answer to. The second question we'd like to get an answer to is who's going to be president when the sun rises tomorrow? And that's a valid question. If I had to ballpark it, I'm still going to ballpark it in favor of Trump, but dear Lord, those numbers are getting smaller. The number of people, even in his own party, that have been suggesting invoking the 25th Amendment and removing the President of the United States, if it's more than 1, it's staggering. And at this point, I think it's 2 members of Congress. It's at some point, like I said, at some point I should just write down the full list of people who have in his own party that have suggested this. But we also have the Association of Manufacturers, which is a very large, I think it's a union, a Rust Belt union that has demanded of Pence that he invoke the 25th Amendment and remove the President of the United States. We have, I think, 1 former defense secretary that has said Trump should be removed. We have 3 of his members of his staff that have quit tonight, and we have another 4 who appear to have signed their resignation letters but have stayed their hand because they've been asked to, because the administration is imploding and people are trying to stem the losses before it implodes. The entire event from this afternoon has been called by just about everybody on both sides of the aisle, from Mitt Romney to Clinton, Bill. Seditious, treasonous, pick a word. Trump has been called that by some people, and at a minimum has been called out as having fomented this. So, I think it's this is extraordinary. So we do know also, in order for the Trump to be removed by the 25th Amendment, a majority of the cabinet has to agree, and this would make Pence president immediately. Pence's chief of staff has been barred from the building. We don't know why. We do know that the president went onto Twitter today and called Vice President Pence a coward for not, quote, upholding the Constitution by overthrowing the election. A number of his tweets were deemed to actually be fomenting the rioting and the overthrow of the Capitol building. And so Twitter not only removed those tweets, but suspended his account, which is actually probably technically illegal. We'll see what happens with that in the coming. I'm not saying, by the way, I object. I think they did the right thing. If they didn't do it, that would have been illegal. They're stuck either way. But at any rate, Twitter has probably violated the law by suspending their account, which they took in his account, which they did in favor of violating the law by not suspending it, because there are the new laws. The new laws, since the Russian interference, the new laws, they are required to suspend it, but they can't because it's an official White House, and it. Oh dear Lord. So, and it looks like the accusations of 2 Pennsylvania state senators are that Pennsylvania Senator Doug Mastriano has had a hand in the overthrow of the Congressional building today. If that's true, he is probably in extraordinarily serious trouble. My suspicion is, like most things, okay, look, he probably didn't mean for it to go where it went, and he mostly had a hand in the just the what is it? The maybe he wanted the he helped plan it's like they're saying he helped plan it 3 weeks back. Now, if he did that, he's in trouble. If he just helped plan it and he thought it was going to be a protest, his career's over. And he's going to be in a huge amount of trouble because of what happened. Even though he probably could never have predicted what happened, yada, 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 it doesn't matter. He's going to get hit on the consequences, not on what he did. Probably a little unfair. These things happen. This was huge. If he had any planning and anything beyond that, he's in serious fucking trouble because they're talking treason, they're talking insurrection, and if a U.S. senator had anything to do with it, yeah. So that's what we're looking at. Oh yeah, the beer hall, yeah, the that and the Valkyrie, yeah, that's they almost got Hitler so many times. It was so close. That and the what was the bomb? Oh, they came so close. There were they had bombs right next to them, and it's just the bomb doesn't go off. It's like, really? Really? All right, I need to just check one thing. Why can't I? Well, that's not good. I don't like that. Okay. Oh, shoot. All right, I'm going to put this on. We're going to hear what they're saying, and then I am going to do the rundown of exactly what happened. At least we've covered now sort of what's going on right now and what we're waiting for once this unholy nightmare ends. How we got here is a long story, but we'll get to it in a minute.
Were allegedly tainted by technical violations. Even assuming that all these ballots had been cast for Joe Biden, throwing them out wouldn't have changed the result of the election. Now, one exception is the lawsuit filed by one of our colleagues from Pennsylvania, Kelly versus Commonwealth, which would have thrown out all the mail-in votes cast in the 2020 general election on the grounds that Act 77, the state law allowing those votes, was unconstitutional. That suit would have disenfranchised 2.5 million Pennsylvanians. Let's let that sink in. 2.5 million Pennsylvanians would have had their votes nullified. Now, I want to provide my colleagues with some background about the state law at the heart of this challenge. In 2019, the Republican-controlled state legislature approved Act 77, a bipartisan bill to reform the state's election laws, which instituted no excuse mail balloting. Act 77 was supported almost unanimously by Republicans in the state House and state Senate. In fact, it was unanimous in the state Senate and all but 2 Republicans in the state House. Moreover, once this act was passed, Act 77 had a 120-day period where challenges could be filed against the act if people thought it was unconstitutional. Well, 4 months went by, nobody files a challenge. In June 3rd, Pennsylvania had their primary under this new system. Nobody challenged the primary election. It was only challenged in November when Republicans didn't get the result they wanted at the top of the ticket. Not surprisingly, this case was dismissed by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, and an appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court was denied. Another exception is Texas versus Pennsylvania. They asked the court to reject the results of the Pennsylvania contest, the presidential contest in Pennsylvania and several other states, disenfranchising tens of millions of voters. 7 Republican members of the Pennsylvania U.S. House delegation signed the U.S. House Republican brief in support of Texas versus Pennsylvania. Well, I feel compelled to point out to my colleagues that the same voters who sent them to the 117th Congress cast their votes for the president by marking the very same ballots, which were read by the very same ballot scanners and monitored by the very same election workers. Yet our colleagues who signed the brief only want to invalidate the presidential votes. This is illogical and inconsistent, colleagues, and I'm pleased to note that the Supreme Court rejected it as well. The fact is, the election has received unprecedented scrutiny in the courts. I believe it's irresponsible and undemocratic to argue today that the U.S. Congress ought to relitigate the 2020 presidential election and second-guess the will of the voters in multiple states, the decisions of numerous state and federal courts, including the Supreme Court, and the counts and recounts conducted by state election officials. There were 20 lawsuits filed in Pennsylvania challenging aspects of the Pennsylvania presidential election. In 19 of them, you got laughed out of court. The one case you won affected roughly 100 votes. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won by over 80,000.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for that objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise this evening with a heavy heart. The violence that occurred today at the U.S. Capitol was senseless, destructive, and counter to our American values. This past Sunday, each member of this body took an oath to uphold the United States Constitution. And while the path of least resistance, particularly following today's events, would be remaining silent, my oath to uphold the Constitution does not permit me to maintain silence. While systemic voter fraud was not something proven, we've witnessed a systemic failure in the application of Pennsylvania's voting law when it comes to the 2020 general election. In late 2019, the Commonwealth revisited and modernized its election law with the bipartisan Act 77. Granted, in late 2019, the Commonwealth legislature did not have the foresight to anticipate how COVID-19 would present challenges to voting. Despite that, it is not up to the governor, the secretary of the Commonwealth, nor the state Supreme Court to unilaterally create law. The election abuses to Pennsylvania Act 77 taken by the Pennsylvania executive branch and upheld by the Pennsylvania judicial branch were clearly unconstitutional and had an obvious, if not majored, impact on the 2020 election, particularly when it comes to the citizens' faith in the electoral process. Irregularities in Pennsylvania included uneven application of the law, ballot curing, ignoring signature validation requirements, using unsecured drop boxes, accepting ballots beyond deadlines, and interfering with certified poll watcher access, among others. These actions were taken by the Commonwealth's governor and Secretary of State, while the Pennsylvania Supreme Court circumvented the authority of the state legislature. Furthermore, the chief law officer of the Commonwealth sat idly while this process unfolded. Now, I join many of my colleagues in Pennsylvania requesting the legislators in Harrisburg conduct an investigation and audit to ensure such negligence will be prevented in future elections. I have serious concerns about how these irregularities in the application of Commonwealth's election laws will play in future elections. Only with equal application of the law will the voters of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania have certainty in their election processes. Now, I remain committed to ensuring the voters receive an electoral system they deserve and where equal application of the law is guaranteed. If our election integrity is compromised, we have failed the very voters who have sent us here to defend the Constitution. I yield my remaining time to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Harris.
Thank you very much. I thank the gentleman for yielding. The oath I took is very simple. Madam Speaker, you administer it. It's to support and defend the Constitution. Now, as you walk back to the office buildings, you walk by that wall that has when the various states accepted that Constitution. And remember, when a state accepts the Constitution, it agrees to accept every part of the Constitution. It doesn't get to pick and choose. Pennsylvania was there when it was written. They were so enthusiastic about the Constitution, they approved it in 1787. My state, Maryland, is a little further down the wall, 1788. They were there when it was written. The clause that gave the legislature the power over the elections was there when they accepted it. It's been there since. How dare the judicial branch or the executive branch of that state usurp the legislative authority? That's a clear violation of the Constitution. Now, we heard there's no evidence. Evidence? The Pennsylvania Supreme Court unilaterally extended the deadline to receive absentee and mail-in ballots. Does anybody contest that over here? Does it say the legislature did that? No, it doesn't. It says the court did it. That's a violation. That's what the Texas lawsuit was all about. We disadvantage other states when states like Pennsylvania, the executive branch and judicial branch, cheat on the Constitution. And that's what they did here. But there's more evidence. But wait, there's more. The Democrat Secretary of the Commonwealth eroded integrity by dismissing signature authentication on a ballot. Does anyone here believe the Pennsylvania legislature would have agreed to create a separate system for mail-in ballots and in-person ballots? That if you mail it in, you don't need a signature? But if you vote in person, you do, and it has to be authenticated? Of course not. The legislature clearly wouldn't have agreed to that. But that didn't stop the usurpation of constitutional authority. Madam Chair, I vigorously support this objection, and I ask unanimous consent to enter to the record the objection to counting the electoral votes of the state of Arizona additional signers.
Without objection.
Madam Chair, my motion is in front of the table.
Objection.
Thank you.
Thank you. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, tonight we will not be picking the president. For the people did that on November 3rd. Rather, tonight in this House, we will decide whether American democracy survives. Let us be under no illusion. These are the stakes. If this objection succeeds, and the will of 7 million Pennsylvania voters is cast aside, it will be the end of our representative democracy. Now, there is no reasonable debate about what happened in this election in Pennsylvania. 7 million Pennsylvanians voted. Joe Biden won by over 81,000 votes. This was certified in 67 counties by bipartisan local elected officials, including Republicans, and every single court, whether the judge is a Democrat or a Republican, has reaffirmed this outcome. The objectors, however, claim we do not know the will of the people because the election in Pennsylvania was somehow conducted corruptly. Much of their objection centers around the state law passed in 2019, known as Act 77, that gives voters the option of expanded mail-in voting. Objectors are alleging that this law was somehow a brilliant plot by Democrats to disadvantage Republicans and rig elections. This is laughable. Here are the facts. Act 77 was a Republican-led effort in a Republican-controlled legislature. Literally every single Republican in the Pennsylvania Senate voted for it. And in the State House, the vote among Republicans was 105-2. Here is what the Republican Speaker of the Pennsylvania House had to say about Act 77. Quote, "This bill does not benefit one party or the other, or any one candidate or single election. It serves to preserve the integrity of every election and lift the voice of every voter in the Commonwealth." So there is no question as to the facts surrounding this election. They are as clear as they are overwhelming. The only question that remains is this: will this House reaffirm our fidelity to our democracy, or will we end it? I must concede, Madam Speaker, I have been naive about one subject. I always just assumed our democracy would naturally endure, almost as if it was predestined. I never even questioned it until the last several years. 2 centuries ago, one of our founding fathers cautioned against this notion. John Adams wrote, "Remember, democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself. There was never a democracy yet that did not commit suicide." I now realize the wisdom of his words. Never again will I take for granted our democracy. It must be jealously defended by every generation, always. But, Madam Speaker, despite the alarm I feel that our democracy has been brought to this breaking point, as we've seen today, nonetheless, I still maintain hope. Growing up in Philadelphia, raised in an immigrant family, I was often brought down to visit the historic sites. Every summer, without fail, we would spend a day seeing Independence Hall, Congress Hall, the Liberty Bell. It was at Independence Hall where our nation was declared free and our Constitution born. At the Constitutional Convention, the oldest and most widely accomplished delegate was Benjamin Franklin, one of our greatest founding fathers and my city's greatest citizen. On the final day, as the last delegates were signing the Constitution, Franklin pointed to the painted sun on the back of the convention chair. Observing that painters had found it difficult to distinguish between a rising sun from a setting sun, Franklin went on to say, quote, "I have often, during the course of this session, looked at that sun without being able to tell whether it was rising or setting. But now at length I have the happiness to know it is a rising sun." Madam Speaker, on a day like today, when a mob has stormed the Capitol and some members are threatening the core of our democracy, it can be hard to tell whether for American democracy the sun is rising or setting. But I maintain my faith that tonight, by an overwhelming bipartisan majority in Congress, we will uphold the will of we the people, and our democracy will live. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Beautiful. Florida?
All right, we'll do a rundown in another couple
For what
minutes.
purpose does
Let
the
this go for a
gentlewoman
minute.
from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection. I'd like to point out that all of the cases that have been thrown out on standing, not the evidence of voter fraud. I'd also like to point out the same people who for 4 years have failed to find a shred of evidence to convict President Trump of Russian collusion are the same people trying to discredit hardworking American poll watchers who are risking perjury by signing affidavits confirming massive voter fraud in multiple states. The same fake news who took the word of Christine Blasey Ford against Justice Kavanaugh, who her own friends denied happened, also dismissed the sworn under penalty of perjury accounts from people who witnessed the election fraud. The same fact checkers who told you that Dominion machines weren't connected to the internet and couldn't be hacked are the same people telling you that there's been no voter fraud and no violations of election law. But it's been proven that these machines are connected and that they can be hacked. We have heard repeatedly argued that objecting to these ballots is unconstitutional and violates the rights of state legislatures. They would rather us affirm fraud and pass the buck back to states rather than following the process Madison, Hamilton, Jefferson, and the framers of the Constitution designed. When states fail to do their job, we are the last line of defense. Congress is here for this exact situation. We are here to be the fail-safe when states refuse to protect the people's votes. By objecting today, we are telling thousands of witnesses who signed affidavits that we have their back, and we will not allow local officials who violate their own election laws to steal this election from those who lawfully voted. I yield the remainder of my time to the member of North Carolina.
I rise today to support the foundation of our democracy, the Constitution of the United States of America. This document is the fabric and the solid foundation of a nation we call America, which has been a beacon of hope and a shining city on the hill for over 230 years. The words of our Constitution, as spelled out in Article 2, Section 1, are very clear when it comes to our elections. Mandating, not suggesting, not implying, but mandating that state legislatures, not secretaries of state, not state commissions, not county officials, not governors, but state legislators prescribe the time, places, and manner of holding elections. This mandate was not followed in the great state of Pennsylvania. If we allow this fraud to go on, an analogy, a football analogy, in the moving of a goalpost after the ball has been kicked and in the air, the preview of coming attractions will be future elections that do not adhere to honest and open voting by we the people and the loss of our great republic. As a lady told me not long ago, don't spit in my face and tell me it's raining. This is exactly what's happened to the American people in this election. In the words of Winston Churchill, when Great Britain was under siege by Germany, he said, there will be a time when doing your best is not good enough. We must do what's required, and we must do what's required to save this great republic.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As terrifying as today was here in the People's House, it was thankfully fairly short in duration. In contrast, the pain and fear that so many Americans are experiencing this year has been long and continuous to this very moment. Rather than pitting Americans against Americans as we are here, we should be working to ensure rapid distribution of vaccines and adequate relief to Americans who are struggling economically because of this horrific pandemic. But we're not doing that. Instead, we have witnessed a stunning assault on our democracy itself. This challenge is not an act of patriotism. The position of the objectors is completely incompatible with patriotism. Our country is defined by her great people, and our democracy is defined above all else by our Constitution. A Constitution that these individuals want to ignore because they've decided that their judgment, the judgment of a small minority of partisan elites, should somehow override that of the more than 155 million Americans who participated in this election. That, my friends, is not democracy. We should all remember, this country's founding was a rejection of monarchy, a rejection of the notion that any one person could be all-powerful. Our commitment to self-determination is what gave rise to our Declaration of Independence and our Constitution. It's why our founders made the choice to build a country anchored in respect for the rule of law, rather than one tied to the whims of men. It's why we have free and fair elections that allow us to vote out those who hold office. I am proud to join the vast majority of my colleagues in both chambers, Republicans and Democrats alike, in making it clear that our democracy is bigger than any of us. Let's be clear. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won a victory of 306 electoral votes in the Electoral College, the same margin that President Trump won by in 2016 when he called it a landslide. Nearly 7 million of my fellow Pennsylvanians braved this devastating pandemic and economic crisis to cast their ballots, culminating in a total turnout of more than 70%, the highest in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And nationwide, we saw record-breaking turnout. Both in Pennsylvania and nationally, the president's efforts to overturn the election results in the courts failed resoundingly, with many of the strongest rebukes coming from judges the president himself appointed. In fact, contrary to the assertion of my colleague from Georgia across the aisle, not a single lawsuit in Pennsylvania alleged fraud. She may not be aware of this, but allegations of fraud require specificity and detail, and no lawyer could risk his or her license to make such false claims. I am heartened that several of the country's leading Republicans
All right, there you go. Sorry, thank you. So yeah, we no, I gotta cut it there. She was actually doing well. One of the interesting things about these kinds of speeches is their time limit is so short. They actually usually get their best speechwriters on it, and they do a good job. So some of those were really quite well put. What I liked, I think, the most though. Yeah, well, it's what I deserve and what I'm going to get haven't always been equal. They're rarely equal, I think, for everybody, good or bad, by the way. But so I think one thing that she said that yeah, I'm chained to the Cool Ranch. Yeah, he'll explain it. So. One thing that she said that I don't know why, it's the one that rung the most. Somebody had said, well, none of these were thrown out based on evidence. They were thrown out based on standing. That's like saying my client wasn't convicted of murder based on the evidence. He was convicted because some idiot made it illegal to stab someone through the head 6 times. If that wasn't illegal, my client would never have been convicted. Standing is a legit reason to throw it out. If you don't have standing, it doesn't matter whether there's evidence. So sitting there and saying that, well, they weren't thrown out because of the evidence, they were thrown out because of standing. Exactly. They don't have standing. And the fact that that woman is up there saying things, and it's demonstrably proven that she absolutely doesn't know what she's talking about in that state is because she's not from that state. Which is why standing is important. You're not allowed to sue on behalf of people that don't want to sue. If the state feels that the election went well, somebody who thinks it doesn't get to sue on your behalf and say, no, they think, Georgia thinks that the state went well. They really do, and they're happy with it, and it's their election. And they're entitled to their opinion about their own election. But my name is Texas, and I think their election went poorly, so I'm going to sue on their behalf so that I get to tell them what's best for them and how their election really went. That's what that lawsuit was about. And the thinking there is, and I know this is going to sound a little strange, but the Texas shouldn't get to say what is best for Georgia. And that Texas, this is odd, right? Because Texas is really about the federal government telling states what to do. That's Texas's jam. And Texas, according to this silly idea, this notion here is that because it doesn't affect Texas, because they don't have any skin in the game either way, at least in terms of that actual election in Georgia, because they didn't vote, because they weren't involved in the process. They don't get to say it was invalid. And because they weren't the person being voted for, the consequences don't affect them. They have no standing. They're not involved. They don't get to go in and say, oh, Georgia, you're too stupid to vote on your own. We're going to tell you how to vote, how your election went, and who actually won your election, even though we didn't set it up. We're not involved in certifying it. We had nothing to do with it, and most of us have never set one foot in Georgia. Now, somebody somewhere along the line thought that perhaps Texas shouldn't be allowed to tell Georgia what's best for Georgia. And usually Texas actually has been kind of for that kind of thing. So that this woman could go up and say that it was thrown out because of standing. Yeah, that means Texas was told, this isn't your vote. So shut up, sit down, and get out. Which is what they should have been told. Because the law says if it's not your vote, you don't get. Oh, dear Lord. I mean, it's the same. It's literally the same argument as, the only reason my client was convicted of murder is because it's illegal to kill someone, and or the only reason my client was convicted, is because it's illegal to murder someone. And if murder wasn't illegal, my client would be innocent. Oh, dear Lord, they were thrown out because that's what you do when there's no standing for a reason. All right, and actually, there's a better argument. I'm sure there's a better one, but that'll suit for now. So, I think what we're going to do... Okay, so I guess we've had one more resignation. I'll see who that is. We've also had one more death. So it was 3 that was medical emergencies and the shot and killed. So we have 1 shot and killed, 3 medical emergencies. One appears to be a man who, I don't know where he got the taser. I have no idea where he got the taser. He may have gotten it either from an officer, maybe he brought it for self-defense. I don't know. But he tased himself with it and had a heart attack and died. So there was a taser, 2 other medical emergencies, 1 woman shot, and wait a minute, did I say in the head earlier? She was shot in the neck. 1 woman shot in the neck, taken to the hospital, died there. So, and then we have a 4th resignation. I put my coat back on and I've lowered the temperature in here, and I thought I could handle the coat, but yeah, it has been. It's just been about 10 hours, and I can find out exactly how long it's been. However long it's been. It's a little warm in here. All right, let's see. I'm just out of curiosity. Yeah, that says 21 hours, but I don't think that's correct. I don't know, I'm probably reading, I think I'm reading the wrong thing. And I don't care enough right now to figure it out. So, right now, okay, and what we now have, and this is interesting, we now have 7 senators that have agreed, has voted to sustain the objection, which is extraordinarily stupid and extraordinarily telling. The objection is going to carry with only 1 senator. 1 senator, it carries. So, 7? Why? They're sending a message. They're sending a message which side they're on, period. That's what they're doing. They don't have to. They could just let the guy who's doing the objection do the objection, and they can stay quiet. They sustained. Okay, so what this says is out of 100 people in this room, half of whom, more than half, are supposedly Mitch McConnell's guys. 7 of those have flipped. He has utterly lost control of them because he told all of them not to do this under any set of circumstances. 7 have. So he's got a real problem. Now, this gets worse for him because, and this is the calculus that's going on right now. Let's assume there are enough people. So Cruz was one. Okay, so Cruz, yeah, now I'll buy it. Cruz is okay. So Cruz has always flipped. Here's the math that's going on in everybody's head in Washington right now. You need half of, you need half of, and it's because, so you need to override, okay. You need half of the cabinet to invoke 25. It's not just half of the cabinet. It's half of the cabinet and 2/3 of Congress. They can get it in the House. In fact, my suspicion is they're pretty close to getting it in the House already. 19 members of the House have already signed on saying invoke 25. Another 3 haven't signed this letter to Pence, but have said invoke 25. 3 Republicans didn't sign on. There was a letter to Pence, 19 Democrats saying invoke 25. 3 Republicans have said invoke 25. Here's the problem. It actually ends up, I guess, like I said at the top of this, it's been a long time since I really looked credibly at 25. There's been no need. But it essentially, as I understand it, comes down as a bill, and the assumption is he's just going to veto it. So it has to be veto proof. Now, that's sort of my thinking. It may just be that it's written as 2/3. But I think the assumption is, okay, look, it can't just be majority. It's a majority of the cabinet, but it's a supermajority of the entire Congress. The House they can get almost half the Senate. They have to get, I don't know how much and we can get somebody who's good at math in the chat. Okay, so it's probably 13. That sounds low. I was going to say 13 Republicans. They might be able to get Romney. They might be able to get a few others. So everybody's asking themselves, I think right now, how many Republicans will vote for 25? How many senators will vote for 25? Every senator that could possibly vote for 25 is thinking, what's my political career? What's going to happen if I vote for 25 and it works versus what happens if I vote for 25 and it doesn't? And then doing the calculus the other way around. And that's where we are. Because it looks, I think they can get the cabinet. At this rate, the losses he's got in the White House, they can get the cabinet. So I think they can get 50% of the cabinet. And it's 50% of the filled positions, as I understand it. So there was an argument that he wasn't filling the positions so that he couldn't have 50% and nobody could do it. But as I understand it, it's 50% of the filled positions. I agree they shouldn't be thinking about their political careers, but you know what? They're human beings. They got to eat and they got to feed their families. And this doesn't escape their calculus either. These are some crazy fucking people we're talking about, and they are not above. Actually, we know they're not above because they've had kidnapping plots. I mean, this is pretty serious shit. There was the kidnapping plot of I think it was a governor. They broke up not that long ago. These are some serious fucking people, and they are neo-Nazis. I mean, there were neo-Nazis, confirmed neo-Nazis. I'm not sitting there using hyperbole. Again, check our Discord. There. So these are serious fucking people, and they're not all there. If you vote to get rid of Trump, and you're in a red state, and your address is public, you're a public servant. How much do you spend on security a year already? How much more are you going to have to spend? What's the likelihood that one of these people who, again, tried to kidnap a fucking state governor and we're going to murder him? Are they going to go after one of your kids? You're sitting in the Senate right now trying to figure out what you're going to do when somebody asks how you're going to vote on 25. And by the way, if you vote against it and Trump makes this worse, in general, elected officials are not. It's been my experience the safest bet is always to vote on people's self-interest. Careers aside, we know who we're talking about. These are the very racists and I mean, Hillary Clinton called it disreputables, right? Or whatever she called them. She was fucking She was being as civil as possible from what I can tell. Deplorables. Yeah, that sounds about right. So she called it. So these deplorables, you want to vote a way that they're going to see as you actually being the one who's done the coup d'etat and destroyed their country. Now, I have some sympathy for them. I have less than I could because they chose the profession, and that is one of the risks that comes with it, first of all, and that can happen even in a good year. It can happen even in a good year. That's one of the risks. There are perks, but there are risks. The other reason I have a lot less sympathy than I could, they're the ones who fucking encouraged this. The only people who are in this position right now are people who catered to that base in the first place. If you're in a strong conservative state and somehow managed to get elected without catering to that base, you're not in that problem right now. You're not in that position. You could vote for 25, get rid of Trump, and you don't have to worry because none of the people who voted for you feel like you betrayed them. The people who didn't vote for you knew you were a son of a bitch anyway. They're not surprised. The people you have to worry about are the ones who feel betrayed. That's the problem. So, yeah. Well, sympathy for them, I don't know. I think what I said was I have sympathy for the position they're in, which is also a misnomer because I don't sympathize with a position, but I that's a hell of a position to be in. I do understand that being in that position must be awfully difficult. So I empathize. Perhaps I should have said I empathize. That's not an easy position. So right now you are every politician that has a stake in this, and you're trying to figure out what's the likelihood. Now, Pence is a pragmatist. He's going to have just certified this thing. Trump is pissed at him, which is another reason actually to get rid of the guy, frankly. I mean, if you can get rid of him. But on the other hand, if you try this and fail and you're Pence, it's not like Trump can do it. Well, who knows what Trump can actually do if Trump unloads, and that's the other problem. What happens if you try this and fail? And there's no, that's what the whip is for. You have a whip that goes around and figures out how many votes you have and tells you how many votes are safe and how many are up for grabs. And try to figure out what's the likelihood your bill's going to pass. And you try to never go forward with a bill unless you know it's going to pass. You don't want to be defeated. That's why so many of these bills just pass, because they know ahead of time what the votes are. That's the whip's job. There actually, as it turns out, isn't a whip for are you going to commit treason? Are you going to overthrow the government? Yada, yada, yada. And I don't think that's what they're doing. I think I think 25 should be invoked. But that's what other people think they're doing. And there also isn't a whip for should we kick the president of the United States out on his ass? And while you'd think that this isn't a party issue, this is going before the entire Senate. No one party is sitting there bringing this bill to the floor. This is going to be Pence and the cabinet bringing this. So there isn't a whip going around figuring out how many votes they got. So they got to figure this out. They've got every Democratic vote. They have enough remaining Republican ones. Mitch McConnell's done. He's done, which could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. At a minimum, he's got no more years left. He's not going to last long enough, probably, to be able to ever regain a senior position in the Senate again. That gives him some freedom. He doesn't have to be so cynical. He can actually do something that matters. Too little, too late. I won't gain an ounce of respect for him. But if you're him, okay. You got, 14 days left? He's still going to be in the Senate, so he's still going to suffer some consequences but, and all these people are looking at their future. This is wow. Wow. Oh, Mr. Richardson, thank you very much. I appreciate the share. Thank you. So, and we're going to do a rundown in a little bit. I think right now, it's just worth going over sort of what the calculus is in these people's heads. And by the way, well, if you could hold on, I'm going to... One of the downsides of having not having ProLib on I was always pleased that I could keep up with pro-lib as well as I could, but I don't think there was any mistaking the fact that he knew a lot more about this kind of, well, I knew a lot more. Jesus Christ, he could bury me. I knew very little compared to him. I remember one of the early streams I was on with pro-lib, he started telling me what it was like growing up in the 80s. Now, this is a guy who did not grow up in the 80s. He was not a twinkle in his daddy's eye yet by the 80s. I don't know where his daddy was. I'm sure he was out of diapers, but his daddy was probably still pretty young in the 80s. He starts telling me what it's like in the 80s growing up. He starts telling me about who was president then and what people were feeling and what it was like for... And I'm sitting there going, yeah, that's it. I was like, wait, what the fuck? You weren't even around. And I was like, he's got me pegged. And I was like, holy shit, because that's when I grew up. So Ethan, if Ethan were here, yeah, that would be a good... So I will quote, I think it was 4D from earlier, I miss Ethan too. So the 7 senators, but the 7 senators voting to sustain is a big deal because that means there's 7 senators who are issuing a big FU to McConnell and really to their party. And that's what you get when you court those people. It looks like there's a serious fracture in the Republican Party. Now, it's not right down the middle. So I guess when I say serious fracture, I mean if the entire Tea Party or far right breaks off, they don't lose more than 10 or 15%. But on the flip side, it's 10 or 15% of their more enthusiastic supporters. So, yes, they're all Republicans. So, okay. So what we have right now is we are still hearing the objections of different states. These objections are ludicrous, and they're actually mildly entertaining, truth be told, to just listen to what these guys have to say. And again, the one without standing, they don't have standing, Your Honor. Yeah, which means they can't bring it. They were thrown out only because they don't have standing. That's all you need. That's all you need. If they don't have standing, it shouldn't have been brought in the first place. Evidence is irrelevant. Wow. And for good reason. So, okay, GOP senator is now reporting that Pence is very upset with Trump's criticism of him. I have zero idea what that means. I mean, here's the thing. Okay, what does very upset mean? I mean, does he mean upset as in he's pissed off? As in, how dare he? I've been loyal for 8 chaotic fucking years. Now I do what I'm required to do, and you're going to throw me under the bus and call me a coward? Or is he upset in the sense that, like, oh my God, he said that about, I'm not a coward, man. I'm just trying to do, and he's trying, I mean, I don't know what it could be a million fucking things. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, neither of those strikes me as entirely Pence. There's an entire range in between there. I mean, my hope is, I take a look at Pence, and I strongly suspect he's really got some balls down there if and when it comes down to he has to. And that's kind of what it was looking like today. And he has been the lapdog for Trump, but that's one reason I've said this time and time again, and I get murdered for it sometimes, which is I would always rather Pence than Trump, because even though Pence, his views are much further to the right and thus much further from mine, and I don't like that. He's an extremist. He's a really bad extremist in his own very dangerous way. He plays by the rules, and he believes in the rules. He believes in the rules, and if he lost the election, which he did, he's like, okay, it's time for me to leave, because that's how it works. It wouldn't cross his mind to stay. And now his boss is staying, and he's playing by the rules and saying, no, we're leaving. I mean, that's how much, play by the rules he is. So, say all you want about Trump not being this extremist. At least Trump is, Pence is qualified. Pence is qualified. Trump isn't. All right, and then actually, all right. I may need to. I'm gonna head out for a second, and then we'll. I don't know how much longer. So if Pence is upset, I'm not sure that Pence would actually allow that so much to influence his judgment as much as one might hope. If he really does, then we're looking at him hopefully really starting to move forward on 25. But he doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who's necessarily going to really actually even allow his anger to do it. But it might make the difference. If his anger just means even a little bit, it might make the difference on him going forward. So we'll see. We're going to take a look at it in a couple minutes. We'll see. But if he's upset, which, to be fair, if the President of the United States just came out and called me a coward after I've had his back for 8 years, I would be a little pissed. And by the way, he called him a coward for not supporting him and for overturning democracy by refusing to overthrow the election. Pence wasn't even up yet. Pence doesn't get to come up until the end of this process where he certifies it. There has to be the objections, and then he gets to the end and he says, okay, the objections are sufficient. I'm overthrowing the election, or any number of other options that he's got. So he hasn't actually gotten to the point where he could overthrow this if he wants to. He's not there yet. So he got called a coward before he even had a chance to be the coward. Now he's going to do it, and he's telegraphed he's going to do it, and he said he's going to do it. But having said that, he still hasn't done the activity yet that was going to earn him the moniker. Which means clearly, in my view, they've had the discussion. Now, New York Times said they had the discussion and that Trump was furious with what Pence said, and Trump came out and denied it and said, nope, this never happened. And then a short while later called him a coward. So, fake news, I guess. So let me turn the audio back on, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
Of unverifiable ballots. Because they failed to guarantee the integrity of their votes, I cannot consent to accepting Pennsylvania's electoral votes.
Time has expired. Chair will receive a message.
Madam Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate is ready to proceed in joint session with the House of Representatives.
Thank you. What did you say? What purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the challenge.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
Madam Speaker, this is a sad day for America, a day of shame, a day of ignominy, an attack on this Capitol, an attack on our country. Our words matter. Mobs, thugs, insurrectionists, domestic terrorists attacked our government with the aim of attacking our free and fair elections. Make no mistake, these terrorists came armed with false flags, armed with hate, armed with weapons, and tragically armed with lies force-fed to them by those at the highest level of government, including some from the legislative and, yes, the executive branches. Incited by the one at the highest level of government, they attacked people, property, this Capitol, this cathedral of democracy. Words matter. In his last words to our nation and to all of us here, our dear colleague John Lewis wrote last July, "Democracy is not a state, it is an act, and each generation has an obligation to preserve its institutions." Democracy is a series of acts by you and by me, by citizens, one building upon the other and another. Not acts that we have heard and seen and suffered today, words and acts to incite violence, acts that tear at the very fabric of our democracy. Yet, Madam Speaker, I have hope. We too are armed. We are armed with the facts. We are armed with the truth. We are armed with the love of our country. We are armed with our sworn oaths, and we are armed with our precious Constitution. We have faced tyranny and insurrection before. We are here tonight to herald to America and to the world. We will defend our democracy, and we will endure. When I came into work this morning as I was preparing to come to the floor, I read Tom Friedman's op-ed, which began with the words from the Gospel of Mark. For what shall it profit a man if he gain the whole world but lose his soul? For what shall it profit any man? I urge my Republican colleagues to have the courage to uphold their oath, courage like that of Congresswoman Margaret Chase Smith, a lifelong Republican, and the first in her party to speak out against McCarthyism. Putting duty over fear, she said, and I quote, "I don't want to see the Republican Party ride to political victory on the four horsemen of calumny, fear, ignorance, bigotry, smear. Surely Republicans are not that desperate for victory," end quote. For today we have seen the cost of victory by such means. It shook the very walls of this building. Our colleagues know there is no truth to this challenge. For what shall it profit a man? Madam Speaker, it has been my solemn honor to participate this sad day. I pray for our country, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
To support the objection of the electoral certification of the state of Pennsylvania.
For that objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a new representative here, I did not envision my first speech on the House floor to be this here tonight, but rather a tribute to our first responders and frontline workers who have been a shining light in an otherwise tough year for us all. After the events tonight, I am especially grateful for our men and women who put service above self, confronting lawlessness and danger while protecting this very chamber, its members, and our constitutional republic. As a member of the People's House and the wife of a first responder, thank you to our law enforcement here today. But especially after tonight's unacceptable breach of the People's House, I am furthermore resolved in the fact that we, as representatives of the people, must take a stand for every American's right to a free and fair election as guaranteed by the Constitution. Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 of the Constitution explicitly rests the time and manner of our elections in the hands of our state legislatures. However, state law in the 2020 election was modified or circumvented without approval of the state legislatures. These actions are in clear violation of the Constitution, specifically Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2, which grants state legislatures the sole authority to establish how state presidential electors are appointed. These changes, along with other election irregularities throughout the 2020 election, require me, as a member of this body, to object to the certification of these electoral votes, just as my colleagues across the aisle have objected to every Republican presidential election over the last 20 years. Tonight, as we undertake the very serious responsibility of debating these states' electoral certifications, I want to urge my colleagues to listen earnestly and with an open mind, remembering that just 3 days ago, we swore an oath to the United States Constitution, not a political party. Our constituents are counting on us. Our country is counting on us. Our children are counting on us, and we cannot let them down. In December, 25 of my freshman colleagues and I sent you, Madam Speaker, a letter imploring you to investigate these election irregularities. And to date, we have not received a response. That brings us to today. My colleagues across the aisle have repeatedly invoked our founding father, Benjamin Franklin, who famously said, "We have a republic if we can keep it." I say, let's keep it, and it is with that sentiment in mind that I ask my colleagues to defend the power vested in this legislative branch by the U.S. Constitution and reject the certification of the electoral votes of the state in question. It is our responsibility to have courage in the face of adversity and bring integrity back to this process, and with that, I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from the great state of Texas.
I thank the gentlelady, my friend, from the great state of Florida. As Americans, we believe governments receive their just powers from the consent of the governed. That sacred transaction can only happen legitimately in a free and fair election. Election integrity is the very lifeblood of our unrivaled system of self-government. The law and the Constitution give Congress not only the authority, but I believe the responsibility to serve as the last check on the integrity of our presidential elections. We either believe, according to statute, that every elector was lawfully certified, administer federal elections, but they still must operate within the bounds of the Constitution. Despite receiving numerous petitions, and to the detriment of the country, I might add, the Supreme Court failed to answer the most important question of the 2020 election. Can entities outside of the state legislatures make election law? The plain language of Article 2 of the Constitution answers the question unequivocally, no. The decisions made today in these chambers are of the utmost consequence, and the horrible precedent that will be established if we don't act will have lasting impact on our beloved republic. This proceeding is not just about the integrity of this election, Madam Speaker. It's about ensuring the integrity of all future elections. I take no pleasure or pride in making my objection today, nor do I wish for any state electors to be disqualified. However, based on the law, the Constitution, and my conscience, I cannot support certifying votes from any state that violated the Constitution. This decision is not about loyalty to a president, Madam Speaker. It's about my fidelity to the Constitution and the oath that I swore. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman's time has expired. Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I came here tonight prepared to talk about the place I represent and how well the Democratic and Republican county officials ran our election. I wanted to point out that in my home county of Allegheny County, in the place they were counting the votes, there were 31 video cameras, 31 in the same place, just showing people counting votes, every single one of them on paper with representatives from both campaigns watching. I wanted to point out to all these great lovers and supporters of the Pennsylvania legislature that it was the Republican Pennsylvania legislature that passed a Republican bill that they all voted for and supported, that set up the system under which we just ran the election, and that the reason the president lost was because he was not as popular as other Republicans in our state. He got fewer votes than all of them. I wanted to lay out all this evidence, Madam Speaker, because I thought it was a sign of respect for my colleagues, for all the Americans out there who don't know who to trust. I was raised on that. I was raised on that respect, which makes this a hard speech for me to give. Because to do this with any kind of honesty means admitting and declaring in this House that these objections don't deserve an ounce of respect. Not an ounce. A woman died out there tonight, and you're making these objections. Let's be clear about what happened in this chamber today. Invaders came in for the first time since the War of 1812. They desecrated these halls and this chamber and practically every inch of ground where we work. And for the most part, they walked in here free. A lot of them walked out free. And there wasn't a person watching at home who didn't know why that was, because of the way that they look.
House will be in order.
My point, Madam Speaker, is this. Enough has been done here today already to try to strip this Congress of its dignity. And these objectors don't need to do any more. We know that that attack today, it didn't materialize out of nowhere. It was inspired by lies, the same lies that you're hearing in this room tonight. And the members who are repeating those lies should be ashamed of themselves. Their constituents should be ashamed of them. And we know what's going to happen as soon as I walk away, what's happened all night tonight, what will continue to happen. They will take these same symbols, these same concepts, they'll smuggle them into their arguments, they'll make the same arguments. And I want people at home, anyone who is still watching, to know these arguments are not for them, they're for you. None of the evidence we wanted to discuss here tonight will change their opinions or what they're about to say. But you need to know that's not the end. It's not as if there's nothing we can do because of that, and if there was, I don't think this nation would have made it to almost 250 years. The fact is, Madam Speaker, the fact is that at the end of the day, people...
Gentleman will say this point of order. Gentleman will say his point of order.
Yes, ma'am. Point of order. The gentleman said that there were lies on this floor here today. Looking over this direction, I ask that those words be taken down. We may have a disagreement on matters, but
Mr. Mann, it's not timely.
This side of the aisle liars.
No, the gentleman's name was not timely. You didn't register an appropriate time. The gentleman will proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the fact is that at the end of the day...
Yeah, look, you say that about me every single day. So
the truth hurts.
Hold your tongue. The gentleman will proceed.
It hurts. It hurts them, it hurts this country, it hurts all of us. But the fact is that the people have made this country work by not giving in. Go ahead, shout it out. Say
The gentleman is not in order. The gentleman will proceed. The gentleman will proceed.
One last thing to say, Madam Speaker, and I thank you for your patience. All people need to know, all they need to know tonight, Madam Speaker,
There'll be order in the House. There'll be order in the House. There'll be order in the House. The gentleman will clear this chamber. The gentleman will clear the chamber. The gentleman will proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The truth hurts. But the fact is this. We want this government to work more than they want it to fail. And after everything that's happened today, we want that more than ever. Know that, the people watching at home. We want this government to work. We will make it work. They will not make it fail. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Who's next? Who?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Pennsylvania, okay.
When is the appropriate time to ask that the words be stricken and taken down?
Exactly when the words are spoken. You are late.
It's got to be.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition? Are you seeking recognition? Who seeks time?
I switched to the hardware mute. Oh, of course, I can't win for losing. Yeah. So I saw I'm unmuted. I was like, no, I'm talking just fine. Yeah, that was. She said the gentleman will clear this, and what she meant was he would be removed from the. So she just removed a senator or a congressman for being out of order, a representative. But it sounded like she was trying to clear the whole room, which of course she wasn't, and it would have been remarkable. But yeah, I'm like, thank you, Bregwin. Thank you. That was very helpful. Really appreciate it. I want my $5 back. But what you're seeing on the right, and I thought this was interesting because this goes to what that gentleman just said. That is the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, actually, after the protests. So it's clear that they're taking them seriously. It's clear that it's clear they understand the magnitude of the problem. Except that this picture was taken on June 2nd, 2020. And that is the National Guard deployed in response to the riots over George Floyd's death. So going to what what the congressman had just said, it does seem like there has been a disproportionate response. I think there is I think that is a somewhat unfair comparison because they didn't see this coming. However, I also think that when the Capitol building is overrun, you deploy everything you've got. And what I think is that let me say, I have an intellectual curiosity about what the response would have been if instead of confirmed card-carrying neo-Nazis with a hangman's noose and a gallows up front that they had erected carrying the Confederate flag, it had been a large number of black men and Black Lives Matters protesters who were unarmed. I would like to see that experiment run out. There's no way to do that. Parallel universe, what would have happened? But I do have my own opinions. Well, I honestly don't know enough about the budget, and he hasn't been cutting the military budget that much. In fact, I don't think he's been cutting it at all. But one way or another, that's not really the problem. Right now, the problem is who's deploying the military. Now, of course, once again, just so I'm not accused of being Fox News, because they've done this on occasion, that image is not of today, which is kind of the point. But I will take it down so that there's no further confusions. Anyways, he did a good job with that. I thought that was interesting that those objections were for the cameras. I suspect the House was very different before they allowed ESPN in, and that changed things. The trial of O.J. Simpson would have gone a lot faster if there hadn't been cameras.
You know, today was an amazing and terrible day. But one thing that we do know, ladies and gentlemen, is that our law enforcement protected lives, and they protected and preserved our democracy. I watched firsthand, as I always have, just as I do back home in South Jersey, these brave men and women put their lives on the line to defend all of us. May God bless the woman who lost her life today, and may God bless what is and will always be the greatest nation in the history of the world, the United States of America. At the core of our country's greatness is our democratic system. Pardon me?
The rule of the House, you must use your mask.
At the core of our country's greatness is our democratic system of government. Without faith in the integrity of our elections, Americans will not have faith in our democracy. The United States of America is the international embodiment of freedom and opportunity, the shining city on a hill. Free and fair elections have always been a hallmark of America's greatness. After this past presidential election, approximately 60 million Americans have serious doubts about the outcome. That is a number that we cannot ignore.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Pardon me?
The gentleman's time has expired. That gentleman, and therefore your time. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I think that was on a yield, so he was on half-time.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection. Thank you.
Oh, dear Lord.
I started this day disheartened that our colleagues were going to drag us through this cynical political charade of objecting to duly certified electoral college votes. But I was ready and eager to defend Pennsylvania's elections and the will of Pennsylvania's voters. Never did I expect to be answering calls from family and friends concerned for my safety, or to have to barricade myself in an office. But most important of all, never did I expect to see our Capitol overrun by armed insurrectionists intent on disrupting our government at the urging of the President. What happened here today has made me heartsick for our country, but it only strengthens my resolve to uphold the rule of law and to protect the decision of Pennsylvania's voters. Earlier this week, we raised our hands and swore an oath to bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States. But today, those who are blocking the counting of electors from Pennsylvania are showing that their allegiance lies not to the Constitution or to their constituents, and many would argue not even to the Republican Party, but to their own political fortunes and the outgoing president. Pennsylvania's voters, not members of Congress, are tasked with choosing Pennsylvania's presidential electors, and particularly not congressmen from other states. The people have spoken, and Pennsylvania certified our electors. We must respect our oath here by rejecting this unfounded objection to Pennsylvania's electoral votes and not substitute Congress's judgment for that of the people of Pennsylvania. Legal challenges to elections are serious matters, and that's why there is a place to consider those challenges in courtrooms before impartial judges. And Pennsylvania's legal process has worked. The pseudo-legal arguments that are being raised by the objectors here today are not new. Over the past 2 months, the President and his allies have filed more than 20 lawsuits to challenge the Pennsylvania election. Those challenges have been rejected in federal courts, state courts, appellate courts, and the United States Supreme Court. Challenges have been rejected by judges who are registered Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and who have been appointed by Democratic and Republican presidents. And why did they lose all those cases? As Third Circuit Judge Bibas, a Trump appointee, wrote, "Free, fair elections are the lifeblood of our democracy. Charges of unfairness are serious, but calling an election unfair does not make it so. Charges require specific allegations and then proof. We have neither here." What the court said points to an important distinction about when and how claims of election misconduct are made. It's easy to make wild claims of election fraud on cable television or Twitter, but those claims are not facts. And while there may be no immediate consequences for misleading the public with such statements, there is certainly a penalty for misleading the courts. A lawyer faces fines, jail, and loss of his or her license for making frivolous or false claims. The lawyers for the Trump campaign never alleged widespread fraud or illegal voting had impacted Pennsylvania's elections, because those claims are false. When our colleagues indulge in this political theater and endorse fringe conspiracy theories, they may think there are no consequences because they know that this time the majorities of the House and Senate will overrule them. But as the entire world saw today, their baseless claims of election fraud do have consequences. They undermine faith and respect for our elections and our government. They chip away at the foundation of our constitutional republic, and they take a sledgehammer to the peaceful transfer of power. It is our job to respect the rule of law and reject this political charade. Finally, I want to offer my deepest respect to our Republican colleagues in both the House and the Senate who have withstood intense political pressure and today honor their oath and the rule of law by rejecting these unfounded objections. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in favor of the objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I would first like to say to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who said we should be ashamed over here, I'm not ashamed, and neither are my colleagues over here. We're actually proud of what we're doing and what we're standing for. So I hope the record will show that. Yesterday's cowardly attack on our American democracy was a horrible act. While Congress attempted to execute their constitutional duty to debate and vote on the certification of the Electoral College, violence interrupted the proceedings in an attempt to stop the democratic process. Those who committed these acts are domestic terrorists and should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And I thank the Capitol Police and all of the law enforcement organizations that pushed back against this mob. I can't help but be reminded of the bravery during the baseball shooting on myself and my Republican colleagues in June of 2017. I thank God every day for their presence. The American people deserve full transparency in the electoral process, with confidence that any irregularities, audit, and inconsistencies in that process will be fully investigated. As a former Texas Secretary of State, I know the electoral process well, and above all, I know what the courts, the executive branch, and elections officials can and cannot do without approval by the state legislator. During my tenure, I knew that my authority was confined to the powers the legislature provided me. If states fail...
All right, I'm going to let this go for a few minutes. I don't think, I think we know roughly what he's going to say. There's been a couple of interesting arguments on each side, but we'll get back to it in a few minutes. I'll do a rundown in a minute. There was an interesting meme dropped by Randolph Richardson. I thought it was interesting. I think I've seen something similar to this before. I'm not saying that these numbers are accurate. They do seem reasonably close to right, maybe biased, but Kentucky, Texas, some of these states have reasonably similar numbers. So Mitch McConnell has represented Kentucky for 35 years. Kentucky is 44th in healthcare, 48th in healthcare quality, 38th in education, 43rd in higher education, 39th in economy, 44th in employment, 44th in economic opportunity, 45th in fiscal stability, and number 1 in tax spending on ARCs, the Noah's Ark. That was Ken Ham's ARC replica, which, interestingly enough, recently filed, not recently, like I think 6 months back, filed, Ken Ham's ARC filed with their insurance company for damage from a storm. The insurance company refused to pay for the damage because, and I am not kidding, flood insurance had not covered it. It was flood damage. They had no flood insurance. The Ark wasn't covered for flooding. I'm at a loss for words. It usually takes a lot. There are people in the stream tonight who have been with us for pretty much since day one. It takes a lot to get me there. The Ark wasn't covered for flood damage. It was flood damage, and it wasn't the Ark. The flood took out the road, but at any rate, it's cute. And I'm not. Please don't hang me on those numbers. My suspicion is those are accurate to within a state or two each. But yeah, all right. So for those of you just joining us, what on earth are we looking at? This was actually what you're seeing right now on the bottom right ring was what Dante called the seventh circle of hell. It is what happens to people who are stuck with other people. What Jean-Paul Sartre, the no exit, we're all stuck with others, and the others happen to include a man who was accidentally stuck in a tanning facility, left on high, set to well done for just 6 or 7 hours too long. And this man was somehow elected president and decided it was a good idea to tell lunatics that the entire foundation of the entire system of how things works was worthless because, hey, he didn't win, so he's going to break all the toys. I think that's what Dante said. It's been a while since I read the book. At any rate, the translation is that what you're looking at is the U.S. House of Representatives, and what they're arguing over is actually essentially how many angels you can fit on the head of a pin. They are arguing over a number of inconsequential things. They're arguing over whether or not, in this case, it was, I think it's Pennsylvania's ballots are valid. The reason it's inconsequential is because there's going to be a vote, and everybody knows how the vote is going to turn out. We already know the votes are already, the whip has counted them again, and we know how the vote is going to turn out. This is going to be certified. We know once it gets certified, it's going to go back to the Senate, which is patiently waiting right now on the House. The Senate gets things done faster because there's only 100 of them. And what's going to happen is they're going to certify the vote, and then they're going to go back and Biden's going to be certified. So we all know this. So why is this going on? There was one congressman who came up and really had some gumption, and it looked like he was actually even kind of struggling to say it, which was that we all know that they're not speaking to each other because all the votes are already decided. Even if they flipped half the people in that room, they're not going to, it's decided. As well it should be by this point, quite frankly. So the people they're speaking to is the people on the other end of the camera, which would be you and I, the general audience, and they're showboating. And they're not actually even showboating to the entire country. The entire country's watching, and there are 50 states, and 49 states in general are laughing at each and every one of these people, but it's a different 49 states, and in each case, one state is paying very close attention, at least some people in that state, and that would be the voters of that state. They are speaking to their constituents and or potential constituents. So right now we have somebody who, let's see, he's a Democrat, Pennsylvania 8th. That's all he cares about. If you do not live in the Pennsylvania 8th right now, he doesn't care who you are. You are his bread and butter. If you don't vote for him, he may not have a job. And especially because you have to keep in mind, that man has to run for election again in 2 years. And in another 2 years, and in another 2 years, and in another 2 years. I think their terms are a little too short, because what ends up happening is the second they are elected, they have to earn $6,000 a day. And actually, I think that's wrong. I think it's $14,000 a day. $14,000 a day they have to make in fundraising. How many hands do you have to shake, do you think, to get that kind of money? And who do you need to be talking to? It's not grandma who makes pies. And so that's who he's talking to right now. And he's trying to figure out who's going to vote for him in 2 years. Because we just had an election, but he's got one coming up already. So, yeah, just a doorknob head. $6,000 a day. That's a lot of ramen noodles. Yeah, try 14,000. And of course, it's different numbers for the House and Senate. It's been a long time since I really did this kind of thing. So, how much? The NRA in this, almost none, I would assume. But in things in general, a huge amount, because you need money. They got it. And they are really very happy to spend it. They really don't mind. And they're happy to be generous. They ain't stingy, man. The NRA ain't stingy. So, and they don't ask a lot. You can vote how you want 90% of the time with the NRA. You really can. They don't care. Do what you want. But for 10% of the time, they want your complete and undivided attention on how you're going to vote. So, at any rate, that's who these guys are talking to. And we had one congressman who came up and basically just said it. And I thought that was kind of cool. He's right. Everybody in there knew he was right. The people after him said he's full of it. No, that's exactly what's going on. And if you had no cameras in there, this would go a lot faster. This would go a lot faster. It's the cameras. They're all talking because they know people are watching. You can't remove the cameras. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. So we are stuck. So what are we watching? We are watching these people argue over, should Pennsylvania's vote be certified? There's a number of people who are going to say no, a lot more who are going to say yes. The yeses will win. When the yeses win, they go back to the Senate. They tell the Senate their results. They go forward, and we continue going, assuming, pray to God that there isn't any more objections. Finish probably at the pace they were going at in 15 minutes. Biden is certified the winner. Once Biden is certified the winner, then where are we? That's a really good question. And I'm not sure anybody knows. Depending on the hour, depending on how things shake down, that's a really good question. Where we are is this. There are large groups of, in some cases, white nationals, in some cases, just racists, and there's a difference, if it matters. In some cases, neo-Nazis, there's a difference, if it matters. And of just people who feel disenfranchised and tend to be conservative, there's a difference. Yes, it matters. These guys are all kind of together, and idiots. And by the way, they tend to be largely in the first two categories in the first place anyway. So these guys are all about 4 or 5 cities right now in the country. And it hasn't been violent yet, with the exception of the Capitol, where there was a little violence. And the question is, what happens when Biden is certified? Which he will be. So this is an exercise in futility. What we are watching, there's been an occasional nice thing said. It's an exercise in futility. We're waiting to get the answer. And like some of it's actually not bad to watch, but I'm a nerd. So once this gets certified, Pence has telegraphed in every way possible, short of a full-page ad in the New York Times, that he is going to accept the certification. And he's going to accept the certification because he's Mike Pence, and that's one of the reasons I always said I'd vote for him over Trump. Once that's done, now, and we have, so there was something dropped in the Discord about a lawyer, and I forget the lawyer's name. He's a lawyer. He also used to do personal injury law, which, okay, so he's a little sketchy. And he advocated essentially what sounded like the shooting and or firing squad, like just execution of Mike Pence. Yeah, that was actually 3 days ago, and there was some confusion over that. I got one of my notifications on it late, so it ended up seeming to me like it just happened, and it was 3 days ago. And that's important for any number of reasons, not the least of which is the FBI is talking to him and a few other people who've said some, like Mitt Romney should be have his head chopped off with a guillotine. They should just, so these people are stupid. You really shouldn't. It's my advice is don't say these things publicly unless you enjoy interviews with the FBI and the occasional body cavity search from a person with a rubber glove. Now, police procedures have changed. I've heard that on occasion they're actually quite delightful, but I wouldn't know, and I honestly don't want to find out. So I don't say stupid shit like that. Now, what we have, though, aside from a lot of people pissed off and saying really stupid things, and what unfortunately appears to be, in general, an escalating situation, even though there's no violence right now, Pence and Trump. And we know very little about this. We know that Trump threw Pence under the bus earlier today, said he was a coward for not overthrowing the election. We also know that there was the Jim Inhofe, I know I'm getting that way wrong. He is a Republican Republican senator from Oklahoma, and he spoke with Pence about the criticism earlier today, and he has reported that Pence was very upset with Trump. Now, the best I can get on my read on this is that, yes, he in fact is, what he's saying is he's really pissed at Trump. And I guess that he feels betrayed by Trump, and he thinks Trump should have kept his mouth shut because Pence is doing the only thing he can fucking do in the situation. So, at any rate, Pence had said quite clearly that he would not submit to any demands to overthrow the election. He couldn't do it. He submitted to the court his what is it? His it's not an affidavit. It's not a. But he told the court that the court should not grant him the power to overthrow it, and he has not been given the power to overthrow it. And Trump seems to think he should overthrow it anyway. Okay, because you know. And he said, and he wrote in a letter to lawmakers that he had, quote, no unilateral authority to decide presidential contests, which was what he felt he was being asked to do. So he has refused to do it, and he's going to certify this. Once he certifies this, two questions come up. One, what happens with these roving people out on the streets who violently overthrew the state capitol earlier today and successfully, took the Capitol, were hanging out on Nancy Pelosi's office. You can see down below somebody's hanging out. That's Nancy Pelosi's desk down there. So what happens there? Do they do something violent? Now, the only good news is, and this is the only thing I'm thinking, why also Nancy Pelosi maybe isn't expediting this any faster than she has to, but maybe she is. I don't know. I have no way to read it. But the later this goes, the less likely there's going to be violence, period. Because everyone's going to sleep. Everyone's going to sleep. Nobody's going to, this gets solved at 3 a.m. in the morning. The likelihood anything's going to happen is dramatically reduced. So that may be why she's waiting. But Pence has another problem. At this point, there was a letter from 17 Democrats on the, I think all of them were from the House Judiciary Committee, saying that he should invoke the 25th Amendment and remove the President of the United States from office. That has been joined by any number of people, named people in politics, in business, in sort of who have been in office before. I think at least one former Secretary of Defense. It's been a little odd to see this, and we now have a report that 5 senior members of the Republican Party have said that they believe the 25th Amendment should be invoked and the President of the United States should be removed from office. Okay. That's huge. And it sounds like there are other members. Mitt Romney sounds like he's getting prepared to say that. And at last I checked, it looked like 3 members of 3 Republican congressmen were on board with invoking 25. Now, how 25 is invoked is as follows. Roughly, it's been a while since I've done it. Excuse any, please excuse the occasional goof here. But roughly the way 25 is invoked is as follows. The vice president decides he's going to invoke 25. He brings together the cabinet. They vote. If the cabinet votes for 25 and the 25th Amendment, and they agree to invoke the 25th Amendment by a majority, that's half plus 1, then yes, okay, that's half plus 1. Then it goes immediately to Congress. The entire Congress gets to vote on it. It's a 2/3 majority in Congress. If 2/3 concurs with the call to invoke the 25th Amendment, Donald Trump is actually temporarily, and it is temporary. I double-checked. It actually is temporary. It's temporary. He is temporarily removed from office. Now, ostensibly, from what I'm seeing here, it looks like basically because the consensus appears to be, yes, it's temporary, but there's such a short term left. You wouldn't have enough time to convene the Senate and the House. There has to be a period of time. There has to be a reconvening. Everybody has to evaluate. And by the time we end up with the process, there would not be enough time to restore the presidential powers. So if his powers are revoked, even though it's temporary, since he'd lose them on the 20th anyway, he is essentially removed permanently from office. Yeah, it was the National Association. So the National Association of Manufacturers has asked Pence to work with the cabinet to invoke the 25th Amendment. So, and I had looked earlier, but I've forgotten what the stats are on just how big they are. But that's a reasonably large, and again, a Rust Belt advocacy group. That's the term I kept looking for. It's not quite a union. I think it's an advocacy group, which is essentially close to a union, but not that it matters for like 99 intents and purposes when we're talking on this hill. At any rate, so what happens after this is okay, and then the only one other thing that we're looking at. So we had seen, and I think it was Bregwin and Titan who caught this earlier, that it basically looked like originally the call to deploy 1,100 National Guard. The way the tweets were written, you couldn't tell if Trump was saying he was deploying the Guard to, and it was his tweets and the tweet from the press secretary, because the best way to get across your information in a national crisis when the one third of the government, the building has been taken down, and they're all running and everyone's wondering who's in charge. That's when you say, I'm going to take to a medium that only allows 240 characters when I talk. So there, it was impossible to tell which side he was gonna put this on. And when we were live when that happened, and I remember saying, okay, now I'm not seriously saying he's really going to put the National Guard on the side of the protesters. And as we went over what was actually being done and who was saying what, I was just like, there's a possibility because of the way he was framing it and what he was saying. When he looked at, he had called Pence a coward for not upholding the Constitution, and then said, "I love the law enforcement down there that's upholding the Constitution." I was just like, well, wait a minute. If not overturning the election is not upholding the Constitution, then people who are upholding the Constitution must be turning over the election. So what's the National Guard there to do if it's to defend the Constitution? What's he expecting them to do? To him, defending the Constitution is overthrowing the election. So if they're going to defend the Constitution, what are they going to do? So we were thinking about that. Oh Jesus, yeah. Oh, well, we were having fun trying to guess. It's sort of like, hey, can anyone predict what the National Guard's going to do? Are they going to defend our elected senators and congressmen, or are they going to take the rioters and the people engaged in armed insurrection and turn them into senators and congressmen? Because why not? So at some point, Pence stepped in, and the following statement was released from the U.S. Department of Defense. Chairman Miley and I just spoke separately. Okay, so two separate people, with the vice president and with Speaker Pelosi, Leader McConnell, yada, yada, yada. We are prepared to provide additional support. So they're deploying the entire National Guard, DC National Guard, to assist. In that statement, they list 5 of the 6 most powerful people in Washington. Funny thing is, they list the bottom 5. The most powerful person in Washington, ostensibly, isn't on that list, Trump. They didn't say they talked to Trump. They said they talked to Pence. And none of those 5 have the authority to deploy the National Guard. So who deployed it? So somebody called and said, hey, I'm reading your thing here, and it kind of looks like what you're saying is that Pence told you to deploy, and you deployed. Can you confirm that for us? And they're like, yeah, that's what happened. Okay, yeah, he doesn't have the authority to make any military decisions anywhere. He can do two things. He's got two superpowers. He can break a tie in the Senate. That's his first superpower. His second superpower is if the president can't do his job, he can become president. So his other superpower is to become somebody else. His superpower is to adopt somebody else's superpowers. That's his superpower. He sits there and waits on the off chance our head superhero can't do their job, and then he gets their superpowers. Otherwise, he just sits there. And if there's a tie, goes eeny, meeny, miny, mo. That's what he does. That's all he can do. And he deployed the National Guard. Okay, it's possible it was just, okay, he speaks for the president, yada, yada, yada. But this is after the president called him a coward and threw him under the bus for refusing to uphold the Constitution. But the military hates Trump, and they're aware of what's going on. They are not stupid. And the number of military commanders and five-star generals that have said Trump is unfit to be within 600 yards of the White House. So they know what's going on. They're taking their orders from Pence. If Trump found out about that, he'd be a little pissed. They know that, so they've told him. So how do they keep him shut? Somebody has talked to him and said, here's what's going to happen, Trumpy boy. You're going to go home, you're going to go to Mar-a-Lago, you're going to have fun, you're going to find a really nice porn star, and you're going to take some campaign money, you're going to have a good old time, whatever you want to do. One thing you're not going to do is engage on anything having to do with voting or elections, fairness, the Constitution, or anything like that, and would really kind of like it if you could stay out of a camera for the next 24 hours. So that's what I'm telling you you're going to do. Now, your other option is do whatever you want. But the cabinet has already spoken. We're ready to invoke 25. So if you don't do what I've just said, we're going to invoke the 25th. And guess what? You're done. This is your last hour as president of the United States. Pick. He bailed. Pence functionally takes over as president. So that is my personal view of what has happened. That is just looking at the 1,000-yard view of the whole thing. I don't know. That's my view. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. What I see right now is you've got Pence clearly giving orders where he is not otherwise empowered to. And in a situation that is a national crisis where, by the way, if the military goes there and they accidentally kill 6 civilians, whoever sent them there is on the hook for it. And if the person who sent them there, the commander at the fort, I've forgotten the name of it, but the fort in D.C., that commander, if he sent them there and he did so because he was following the orders of somebody who wasn't able to give him orders, and he knew that because he knows the chain of command, he's in very big trouble. He's not going to deploy military units in a potential combat situation inside the Capitol building of the United States without knowing he's been authorized to do so, with every I dotted and every T crossed. So if he is taking orders from Pence, he is fully believing that he's covered there. Now, again, please make no mistake, I also fully believe that there's been no formal declaration. I don't think 25 has been invoked, but I have no doubt in my mind it's been threatened to Trump personally, and he's aware. What that also means is that they're close on the cabinet to getting the votes. The cabinet's actually met, and the fact that that's been leaked means that they're close, if not exceeded the number they need on the cabinet. Because nobody would whisper that unless there was a majority of people who were willing to. No, they're ready to go on that. So the question is, it would pass the House. Where is it in the Senate? And so, if you are Trump, not if you're Trump, sorry, if you're sitting there trying to figure out the over/under on what's going to happen tonight, question one: is there violence when Biden is certified? Depends in part on the time, depends in part how. It's getting late. It's getting more and more likely that there probably won't be. And we'll check and see what's happening on some of the other streams in a few minutes. And question two, what does Pence do? I guess the first theoretical is, let's assume for a second Pence knew he had the votes he needed. Would he pull the trigger on it? At this point, I think yes. I think absolutely yes. If he knew for a fact he could do it, yes, because he's been watching. He knows Trump's not qualified, and he loves his country. He believes in this country. And one of the great things about his religious fanaticism is that he believes this country was ordained by God, which is one of the worst things about his religious fanaticism. But what makes it great is that means he doesn't give a fuck that Trump is the president. He doesn't give a fuck about anything about Trump in the end. He doesn't even care about the American voter. What he cares about is that the Constitution was divinely ordained by God, and Trump's been messing with it. And he's been putting up with it because he figured when push came to shove, he was next in line. And he could fix all of Trump's mistakes and turn us into a Christian caliphate. And that's not going to happen now, at least not for any time soon. And if he was guaranteed success, yes, no doubt in my mind, he'd pull the trigger on 25. He is not guaranteed success because we don't know the numbers in the Senate. We now have 7 senators who are so emboldened, despite this, that they are willing to stand up and say, this is a farce, and we're willing to say publicly it's a farce. Everybody knows it's true. We are so desperate to court neo-Nazis that we are happy to say they got a point, and let's overthrow democracy, and let's overthrow, which the number of people at this point flirting with sedition and treason is really stunning. Okay, 7 U.S. senators. Well, you don't have to worry about the Democrats. They're all going to vote for 25. Okay. All right. I think we got the vote. The vote's probably going to be 5 minutes. Thank you. The vote's going to be 5 minutes. I'll look at it in a sec. Right now, we've got yays outstripping the nays as one expected. I don't think. Oh no, it's 15 minutes. I'm not going to put it on until they're down. But we got it. You can see it up on the thing. Hopefully, the resolution is high enough. If there's issues, I'm going to increase the thing there so you can read it better. No, let me finish this. So, Pence has to figure out how many senators can he get to say the president's insane, which is essentially, by the way, what you're saying on 25. On 25, you have to say that there's some reason he's not capable of fulfilling his duties. Either he's received a blow to the head and he's unconscious, he's dead, that's another good reason. Any number of good reasons he can't fulfill his duties. The one that you'd go for here is he's insane, he's non-compos mentis. Okay, how many senators can you get to say that, knowing that they have to go home to some percentage of people that supported the overthrow of the U.S. Capitol this morning? There's a calculation I didn't think anybody here would have to be making. My daughter, I have to do math with my daughter because, we're teaching from home. So it's just like, okay. If there are 5 states and they each have 10 representatives, if there's a total of 6 representatives engaging in acts of sedition, and half of those who are engaging in acts of sedition are actually willing to engage in violent sedition, how many senators are left willing to oppose them? Yes, this would be the first time. Listen, this is the closest we have ever come by a mile to even talking about 25. Although, to be fair, within weeks after Trump's election, people were talking 25. And there were reports that his cabinet had actually sort of quiet whisper campaign to discuss 25. It looks like it looks like they had actually kind of considered it. Oh, let me, I'm going to make that screen a bit bigger so that everybody can read. Yes, thank you. Thank you. So, yeah, I don't think, while they're voting, are they talking while voting? Let me get the audio on.
Washington said the Constitution is the guide which I will never abandon. I yield back.
Gentlewoman, therefore, the gentleman's time has expired. For purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Good evening. And first, I do want to acknowledge the devastating events of the last 12 hours and to express my deep appreciation for those who have worked to secure this building and safeguard our democracy. And on behalf of my colleagues, we are all grateful for your service. I ran for this office on a platform of civility and decency, and many of my colleagues and constituents know that I'm a third-generation veteran, and I grew up in a military household. What you may not know, though, is that
Yeah, so what we're hearing now is just, recaps. This is the sports highlight. This is the highlights reel of, okay, and now these are what the senators have been and congressmen have been saying for the last... So what we've got here is this is the motion. So it's on agreeing to the objection, which is sufficiently confusing to everybody. You get used to it. It's a pain on the ass. It's agreeing to the objection to the motion to overturn, and it just. And by the way, senators, FYI, senator or congressmen especially, because there's so many and there's so many of them, and it just gets confusing. Vote wrong on these things all the time because they got confused on the language. It happens all the time. It's not like loads of them do it, and usually not enough to change anything. But it's like, wait a minute, this was to overturn the objection to the condemnation of the refutation of the original proposition denying the proposed amendment to the full bill of half the proposal. And it's just sort of like, oh, dear Lord. And you get one word wrong, and it's just like, oh, great. Oh, so, okay, so the school lunches are going to Nazis. Okay, oh, great. Well, oops. Guess I got to read that bill a bit better next time. John Conyers had said this on one of what's his name's Michael Moore's videos, and this was another thing. Because my sister used to work in Congress. Most of my family's actually not most of, but most of my immediate family. I'm one of the few members of my immediate family who's never worked like immediately in Congress. I mean, like either directly for a congressman or whatever. But they don't read the bills. They don't read the bills. They don't read the bills. And what they do is they'll usually have one night where all the staff will sit down and read all the bills. There's too many bills. They can't read that many. There's too many, and they're too big. They can't read that many. So, but if you're the staff, no matter what you are on the staff, it doesn't matter what your job is on the staff. If you're on the staff, one of your jobs is to know the positions of your congressman and senator. And so if you know the positions and if you know them correctly, then you can read a bill and you got a very good idea very quickly as to whether they're opposed to it or for it or against it. You just know. It's the difficult and complicated bills then that you sit there and say, and in most cases, I mean, the ideal in this case is you sit there and say, okay, here's the bill, this is what it says, and the congressman will take a look at it. Oh, I'm against that. And you already know what they're going to say, and yada, yada, yada. In some cases, it gets as bad as, here's the bill, you're against it. Oh, thanks, here's the bill, you're for it. Oh, great, perfect. And they don't even know what they're voting on. And they just walk in, hit the punch card, yes, no, and they bail. So democracy, ain't it great? All right, so what we have now is dear Lord, 70 yays. Okay, well, yeah, 70 yays. That was higher than I had expected by a lot. They're not going to make it, but that's higher than I expected by a lot. And then I realized, of course, we're talking about the House, not the Senate, so it was going to be higher. That still was a shock. Whoa. No wonder they're fighting this out. Okay, so that means there's senators objecting to every single state. And they were only able to find 7 senators to come on board, and so far they've only objected to Pennsylvania. If they don't have any other, I'm hoping Georgia's already passed. I'm hoping there are no so they've objected to Arizona and Pennsylvania. All right, they're objecting to every, okay. They're objecting to, they're not even looking for standing. I don't even think you need standing on this. I don't know the procedure, but it looks like you don't have to have a vested, any senator can probably object to any state. So if there's 7 senators who are free roam, objecting to everything, that means every one of the contested states. So we are talking another 2 or 3 hours minimum of this, if I'm correct. I'm not sure I'm correct, but I have about an 80% confidence I'm right, which means a lot more of this because now, given the vote count that doesn't sound right, actually, given the vote count, given that the number awarded already is pretty close to what he needs to win. He's at 2-something. Let's see where he stands. It doesn't seem right, but well, no, he's at 244. He's at 244. He's close. He's close. I'm hoping once he breaks 270, nobody objects to a thing. There's already no point. So it's sort of like if there's extra no point. I mean, how many no points? Okay. I've heard it said that there's no point, and a lot of Congress is just digging ditches so that they can fill them back up again. I get that, and there's a lot of truth to that, and it's really sad, but that is, yes, oftentimes that's the way it works. Okay. We're doing a procedure that everybody knows has no point. We're doing a subset of that procedure that everybody knows has no point. So we're doing a no point to no point. Once he breaks 270, there is absolutely, it's done. He has now won. It is a formality doing the rest. So you are now no point to no point of no point. Are they still going to object? Do I even have to ask? Okay, it's me. It's just you and me now, okay? We both know I don't have to ask. They're still going to object. They're still going to object. And the reason is, again, what that congressman said earlier is true, of course. They're doing it for the cameras. That's the only reason they're doing it. They're doing it for the cameras. They're doing it for the people at home. So at 270, he's lost. He's lost. It's done. The bomb has detonated. And these Republican senators, send me in to defuse the bomb. I got my clippers. The thing is, the building's collapsed. And they're like, I got it, coach. Send me in. Oh, my God. Maybe I could work construction, I suppose. I don't have to be on YouTube. I don't have to do, news and education and shit. As I understand it, most people aren't interested anyway. I'm just saying, it's like, I mean, I imagine, quite frankly, I imagine that there are some nights where just sitting at home, taking out a hammer and repeatedly hitting my hand, not so hard enough to, but a decent whack. Doing that for 2 or 3 hours just seems like it would be A, less painful, and B, more productive than covering Congress. Maybe. I'm just thinking. All right, so we're gonna do a rundown. I am gonna check because I did want to get the updated, and I accidentally closed my list of who's resigned because now I got to keep a list. And I gotten it, and I'm trying to remember where I got it on. So let me just double check. I think Chairman of the Military Vice President. Yeah. Chairman spoke separately. Yeah. Okay. It's a day. It's a day. Yeah, I really want to know. Some Republican. I don't even think he was a state guy. I think he was just some party rep. He may have even been like a town rep for all I know. So I mean, a town rep party guy. But he was involved. He took like a selfie of himself in the state capitol. Not the state. Sorry. Yeah. Excuse me. In the Capitol building of the United States, illegally, having participated in the violent overthrow of the state capitol. He took a selfie and posted it on Facebook, and it turns out, and this is going to be a shock, there were some consequences. Yeah. Yeah. Wait a minute, is that legit? Mike Pence? Mike Pence switched out to the Biden-Harris banner on his Twitter thing? Oh, that's that's pretty funny. Okay, so let's see. Oh boy, we've got one congresswoman drawing up articles of impeachment, another one saying if the first one doesn't, she will. We do have, and the other thing that keeps getting lost in this, and I think this is worth noting, that the final two Senate seats came in today. Both those seats went to Democrats. So the it's going to be a 50-50, but because the presidency is in the hands of the Democrats, and because the vice president of the United States is president of the Senate and has the final tie-breaking vote, that means that the control of the Senate will flip from Republican to Democrat. So the Democrats have taken control of the Senate as of today. The United States has taken control of the Capitol building as of about 4 or 5 hours ago, which is a plus. And I think progress on both fronts is always a good thing. I'm about to do a rundown, and we're going to talk about where we are and where we're headed. I think we actually just did where we're headed. The debate actually, I think it's done. So let's take a look at it. I think they're still playing clips of senators or congressmen, representatives saying things that really nobody cares about.
Fabric of our democracy. Yet, Madam Speaker, I have hope. We too are armed. We are armed with the facts. We are armed with the truth. We are armed with the love of our country. We are armed with our sworn oaths, and we are armed with our precious Constitution. We have faced tyranny and insurrection before. We are here tonight to herald to America and to the world. We will defend our democracy, and we will endure. When I came into work this morning as I was preparing to come to the
I do think that the U.S. is missing a certain magic and a certain optimism, except for certain crazies who have way too much of it by a lot. And I think some Thorazine in their diet would really help this country out a lot. But nonetheless, notwithstanding on both points, I don't think World War II was won on love, hope, truth, and courage. I've read Captain America comics. I enjoyed them. Okay, fine. But I'm sorry. I just had to stop that. I had to take a break. I had to mock someone. I guess she was on my radar. We are armed with truth. I don't know who's writing for her. A lot's going on right now. I was going to say if Nazis knock on the door, because I was going back to the World War II example. I was like, I don't have to reach back to World War II to Nazis knocking on my door. I can reach back to about 8 hours. because it was not neo-Nazis. We've confirmed that now. There were a slightly disordinate number of neo-Nazis that took Capitol Hill today, and Capitol Hill, the Capitol building. I did want to add, and there was another exciting thing that happened, which I thought was interesting. We had our first Congresswoman-elect standing on the, and in fact, actually, if I still have that, just for, I'm going to play this. It's been a little while. I think we could all use a break. I should still have it. There's a possibility I don't. A lot of media has been going in and out of this thing. If I don't, I can load it up again real quick because it should still be accessible. But it looks like I don't have it anymore. I've got to. That's not, media doesn't just, well, this is in time. Everything just sort of vanishes and mute buttons just randomly turn on. It's an interesting place to produce for. It's just, weird stuff happens. I must still have it. Okay, there's Trump telling people, okay, there's there's guns aimed at, yep, okay, good. There's national secrets. Okay, that's it. Here we go. This will probably play right sort of in that awkward spot. That's all right. So a congresswoman was giving a speech. She wasn't. She was elected. She had not yet taken the oath of office. Actually, she must have taken the oath. I don't think she was sworn in yet. I forget when they. There's a disparity in times. It doesn't matter. A congresswoman elect was speaking outside the Capitol today while it was still the Capitol. So this is the. And when I say Capitol, I'm sorry, I misspoke there. So that is the, all right, hold on. Oh, no, okay. There we go. You know what? All right, here's how we're going to do this. There we go. That is right in front of Congress. And this woman was observing the protesters as they were just starting. And so the question is, what's going on? And she was kind of keeping an eye out for what they were doing and failing on or succeeding with social distancing. And we are going to see what her observations were. Now, she did not know who was speaking. The speaker is Congresswoman-elect. I've forgotten her name, but she will be in Congress when it starts on the 20th, if we still have one, which I'm cautiously, I'm hoping.
But Bill Montgomery, who was instrumental in getting Turning Point USA started,
obviously.
said, Mary, we need you
global
because
pandemic.
you represent the family.
Hundreds of thousands
Each
have died in the
generation
U.S.
has the responsibility
DC hospitals, Virginia, Maryland are all at almost capacity. Why wear a mask, right? Why wear a mask?
We've been a few elections we're still going to be losing unless we win the hearts and minds of our children. This is the battle. Hitler was right on one thing. He said, whoever has a youth has the future. Our children are being.
This woman just said Hitler was right on one thing. They're saying the quiet part out loud.
Minds with what is true.
That was a congresswoman-elect on the steps, not the steps yet. She was, I guess, on the lawn of the Capitol building, saying that Hitler was correct, at least in one thing. Yay. Which I suppose saying that is better than letting the Nazis into the door. Doorknob Head makes a good point, and I said this earlier when this first came out, and so let me just say it again really quick. I don't want to linger on this too long, so let me spend 3 hours on it. I don't care who said it in that sense, and it's a fine enough quote, and every human being gets something right. I mean, and you can argue that he did plenty of things right, or that he had these successes and he had other failures, and you can argue that of any and every human being, and the worst human beings did some things right, and the best human beings did some things wrong. So that's not the point. The point is, why is Hitler on her mind? The point is, there are so many people who said quotes like that, and who said it even better, truth be told. Hitler was not the first one to come up with that sentiment, as strange as it sounds. And you can go to what were the other examples? I mean, Lincoln had something about the children. I think it was oh my God, Jesus! If you want to go to writers, Hawthorne, Gandhi, MLK, Whitney Houston said it and said it better. Why pick him? Why is he on your mind? You're looking for the example. You're looking for something somebody said. You have a choice. I could go with something Hitler said, and I can say, yeah, he had a good point there. I mean, I'm not saying I agree with everything, but he had a point there. Or you could go with Whitney Houston, who actually said it better. The children are our future. I'm going to go with Hitler. Yeah. That indicates that's a stunning window into her state of mind. And the fact that most of that crowd was neo-Nazis, I'm sure, is a fucking coincidence. Yeah. Nope. I don't give a fuck if he said it and if he was right. Neither are relevant. All right, Titan, thank you. You've been awesome. You have been utterly, spectacularly awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I feel you. I know where you're at. Thank you. So, all right, and just hit me up with a buy on the live chat. Just let me know that you heard that. But yep, I got you. I understand. So, anyways, I'd like to know why that's the quote she drew on. I want to know why that was the guy she went to. Because, believe it or not, Hitler was not actually, his claim to fame isn't child rearing. And that's not what he's known for. So it's just odd that that's where she went. So, yeah. All right, give me a second. One sec, guys, I'll be back. All right, so yeah, that's where we stand. Quite frankly, Hitler was such an atrocious person. Listen, I love Sam Harris, and he came out one time, and my BA was in philosophy, and I'm the asshole in the room who makes all these really bizarre arguments, and people are like, "Why are you making really bizarre arguments?" And trust me, there's actually really good fucking reasons for doing it. But nonetheless, if you don't get it, that's cool. It takes some while getting used to. But Harris pointed this out when people would take his arguments out of context, and he said, listen, philosophers are the ones who'll say, why is it wrong to eat babies? And people will take that out of context and say, are they saying it's okay to eat babies? Do they not know that it's wrong to eat babies? And no and no. You can perfectly accept that, of course, obviously, it's not okay to eat babies. What they're asking is why. They're poking at something that never crossed your mind, which was to actually just ask what is the ontology that makes that true? What about reality makes that true? Well, there are progeny. Well, what does that got to do with it? And you can say it's obvious. Oh, great. Then you can explain it to me. And then all of a sudden you find you have a hard time explaining it because you never really thought about it. And that's not to say we should eat babies. That really isn't to say, and that was Sam Harris's point. I'm not saying you should eat babies. I'm saying that we're asking these questions people didn't even bother to think to ask, but there is validity in it, even though it often makes people uncomfortable, and even though people sometimes misrepresent it as you're saying, hey, it's what we should be doing. No. I could even grant we should never eat babies. But why? And I want to understand that. So that's the whole point. At any point, at any rate, it's okay to say that terrible, terrible human beings did some good things. And by the way, one of the best charities in the Middle East is Hezbollah. One of the best charities that saves the most lives is Hezbollah. So it really depends on your values and what you believe as to whether they're a terrorist organization or they're saving the planet. Okay, there's nuance and there's difficulty. But that man committed genocide, and he was not a good human being by basically every fucking measure. And in this country, presumably, nobody wants to go there except for the people who stormed the Capitol today. And here is a congresswoman who actually, on some level, represents everybody, because their oath actually first goes as a loyalty to the Constitution of the United States and then to their constituents. And whatever mechanism in her brain when she says, I want to talk about how important our kids are. She didn't go to Mandela. She didn't go to MLK. She didn't go to Dr. Spock. She didn't go to Whitney Houston. She went to Hitler. That's a fucking problem. That tells you what her brain is thinking about in its off hours. And that's my objection. I'm not even, she may have a point. That's not the point. Whether it's true or not is not the point. So, like I said, my quick example that was 3 hours long. So we're gonna do a rundown. We're gonna talk about where we are, but that was on the steps of Congress today, and that was the least crazy thing that happened on Congress. Was a future congresswoman basically saying, hey, Hitler got this one right, and I wanted everybody to know, which was the other thing. It's sort of like, really? He needs a cheering squad? Really? Really? Holy shit, the majority on Republicans said yay? Okay. Oh, breaking news. Hold on. Oh, God is calling. Civilization is over. Seventh seal opened. Okay, cool. I'm not surprised. I kind of like, yeah, we were there. I'm okay. I was expecting it. Oh, Jesus. Randolph. That's cute. That was cute. Oh, dear Lord. It is always more difficult to fight against faith than to fight against knowledge. Adolf Hitler. Cute. That was cute. That was well done, actually. That was very well done. All right. Well, and of course, by the way, Himmler had said that, what is it? In order to get people to commit atrocities, you must only tell them who the enemy is. I forget what it is. I'll probably remember it. But in that case, one of the reasons you're remembering it is because Himmler was a horrible human being who lied to many people and got them to do terrible things by lying to them. And so if you're going to quote somebody on how to lie to people, that's actually probably your kind of quote. If I'm going to quote raising children, if I've got Mary Poppins on one hand and Adolf Hitler on the other, and I'm thinking of, okay, who am I going to quote on what's the best way to raise children and what's the best thing for the future of the country? If that's even a question, if Hitler even ended up on the scale, yeah. So, yeah. 999. Yeah. Well, and to tell you the truth, that woman said, oh, she said the quiet part aloud, which isn't, I think, is probably the quicker way to say it. I don't think it's quite my objection, but all right. So where are we? What's going on? The world is coming to an end. Although, frankly, I may be reasonably close to Titan. If there isn't another objection, we are going to wrap it up. And the reason why is actually legit news is probably done for the night. Actually, it's going to be done probably for about 24 hours for the same reason that you always fire someone on Friday, which we've discussed more than once. And why Friday is the day they take out the, quote, take out the garbage in media. So... okay, doorknob, you know what? You know what? Okay. Oh my God, Thompson. Every time I say I really start to like our audience, we've got a good audience. I like this. It's the best audience. It has all the best questions. It knows the biggest words, all the right words. Every time I start to say that, one person says that, and then David kicks in. All right. So here we go. I'm going to start actually with yesterday, which we didn't cover anyway. Yesterday, a recording dropped by the Washington Post of Donald Trump telling the Georgia, what is it? The state. Oh, hold on. So I'm gonna need 1 second because my brain is just in neutral. Secretary of State, Georgia Secretary of State, that he needed to change the election. It was his job to make sure that the election was fair. And he said, that's what we're doing. Well, no, you're not. No, you're not. You don't want to get in trouble legally, which struck me as actually a veiled threat. I said, look, we're doing everything we're supposed to do. So, what is it you want? I said, well, I need you to find another 11,000 votes. Find another 11,000 votes. So he was what it sounded like was he's asking the Secretary of State of Georgia to invent another 11,000 votes so that Trump wins Georgia. That is profoundly serious. That would be profoundly serious if you weren't the president of the United States. And if you are the president of the United States, we are well beyond Nixon territory here. The only reason it's actually not huge news is because we've been well beyond Nixon territory since he wrote out the check to Daniels, Stormy Daniels. We were actually there beforehand since he's apparently, it appears to be, he's been laundering money through Deutsche Bank for quite some time. So I don't, at any rate, that's what he said. That's what he did. There were people already talking about impeaching, and the Attorney General for the state of Georgia made it crystal clear that he's going to prosecute any case that he finds that looks like there's been an attempt to tamper with the election. And that recording, which we did play, we played a segment of it. The full recording is now dropped, but we played that yesterday. That recording strikes me as tampering. When you ask him to find another 11,000 votes for you. Trump does have now an additional legal problem, I think, there, and a number of people have said that they are quite upset with him, and he's lost a great deal of support over that by itself. Giuliani and some of his other cohorts were attempting to invalidate results in other ways, and they've reached a conclusion. One of them said that recording was, quote, unhelpful. And I think they reached the conclusion he's now lost on all fronts except for Pence overturning the election. Pence had, I think it was the Republican Party had sued to empower the office of the vice president to overturn the election if there was a challenge to certification, which there now has been 3 challenges to certification today. If there was a challenge to certification that the vice president could overturn the election, this was a suit brought. No, actually, I think it was brought by the campaign to reelect Trump. Pence filed in opposition to that motion, saying that the office of the vice president should not be given that power. It was not intended in the Constitution, and you should not allow the vice president to overthrow an election, and that would set an extraordinarily dangerous precedent and undermine the ability of this country to function and have elections going forward. And since basically you'd be saying one person could overthrow the election if any one of 100 senators signed off on an objection, yeah, that means you're basically saying one person is going to decide the whole election. So Pence actually filed against Trump. That has, I suspect it's been denied. I don't actually know if it's been denied. It certainly hasn't been approved. So even if it was, Trump wouldn't use that power. So it's clear that Trump is going, Pence wouldn't use that power. So Pence is going to approve the certification. We are in the certification process now. The certification process normally isn't that long. Every state certifies that the results are what they say they are, the electors are what they say they are, and the electors go at this point for the candidate that won that state. We've had 2 objections. Each objection, now we've had a lot of representatives objecting. A representative objecting does nothing. They need at least 1 senator on board. We've had 7 senators who have been signing on for these objections. That indicates that they're crazy. And the reason is because they don't even need to. Only 1 needs to. So they're telegraphing, hey, we are on Team Trump and we want everyone to know it. These objections cannot win. The votes are there. The votes are going to be held. Biden is going to be certified. All this can do is slow it down. Pence has said he will certify the election as per the Constitution of the United States. Trump heard that and called Pence a coward and said that Pence was a coward for